more than 10 years now, WACRIN has supported the advancement of research and education in West Central Africa. We serve our community with three key areas: connectivity, advanced digital services, and developing human capital. Through affordable high-speed connectivity, researchers, staff, and students can collaborate with their colleagues within the region and beyond. Our video conferencing tool has come in handy in the COVID-19 pandemic period to support academic continuity. The tool is connecting thousands of students with their lecturers and academic supervisors and keeping administrative work going through online meetings. With EduRoam, learning is exciting. Through this authentication service, students can securely connect to available Wi-Fi when they visit other institutions across the world. EduID allows students and researchers to log into and access web-based services anywhere in Africa by using their home institution credentials. No need for re-registration or request for permission. National RENs and their member institutions can access WACRIN security and hosting services. Our modern infrastructure and capacity ensure that subscribers get the best of both services at affordable rates with high reliability. Network Operations Center as a Service, NOCAS, is designed for national RENs and R&E organizations looking for constant and effective monitoring and maintenance of their networks. WACRIN has publicly scheduled and on-demand capacity building sessions for the brains and hands that handle the national and campus networks in the region. Over the years, users and beneficiaries of our network, services and capacity sessions have created value for their communities and by extension, the society. WACRIN has been able to serve its community thanks to the European Union's support under the Africa Connect Phase projects. The journey of unearthing potentials and creating opportunity for real socio-economic value continues.
For more than 10 years now, the Ghanaian Academic and Research Network, Garnet, has supported the advancements of research and education in Ghana through the facilitation of internet connectivity and access to global research and education content. We are poised on our mission to promote research collaboration among researchers and educational institutions locally and internationally. Our vision is to build and operate a world-class network infrastructure and services to link the Ghanaian research and education community to support teaching, learning, and research among all public and private institutions of higher education in Ghana, and by extension, connect members to the global research and education network communities. Our key product offerings are capacity building, connectivity, EduRoam, Federated Identity Services, video conferencing, and tertiary mobile data bundle. Our affordable high-speed internet connectivity allows users to collaborate with their colleagues seamlessly. Our tertiary mobile data gives students, faculty, and staff the cheapest data packages for their research work. Our video conferencing tool has come in handy by supporting academic continuity and making learning exciting. Garnet is steadily growing and impacting its community with services that are tailor-made to meet the needs of its members. Garnet is currently serving more than 42 public and private institutions in Ghana, with many more institutions on the way to joining the Garnet community. We are open to all accredited tertiary institutions in Ghana, including research and educational institutions, libraries, and teaching hospitals. You can find Garnet on the first floor of the Vice Chancellor's Ghana Office Complex on the UPSA Road in Accra and across all social media platforms. Visit our website at www.garnet.edu.gh or send us a mail at info@garnet.edu.gh. It is time to join the ever-growing network of professionals that gives you value for your money.
but I think it's the last cocktail that we will have in this session. That's why it was called closing. But we are not closing. We still have sessions tomorrow. So without further ado, I would like to invite Mr. Yaovi Atuhun. He is the Director, Stakeholder Engagement and Operations, Africa at ICANN. So welcome, Yaovi. Take us through the day. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone in the room, and then also joining us remotely. We want first to thank the AIS organizers. In the tradition, ICANN Day is a full day where we interact with the community. And then we have also staff here you can interact with during the day. Before I move, we have the VP, the Vice President for Stakeholder Engagement for Africa, Pierre Dandino. Yesterday, you saw him, and then he'll also make some remarks, say some word before we start the day, and he'll also be online. He'll be online with also any question you have about the various sessions you will have. So Pierre will be also available to help us. The structure of the day, we have 4 main sessions today. The first session, it will help us to better understand the ICANN ecosystem. The ICANN ecosystem, sometimes you can take years to understand, but we are making the day in a way that when we follow the whole day, we will have a minimum picture of ICANN as an organization and what is happening at ICANN. So the first session is about knowing better ICANN and how we can contribute to ICANN. So my colleague Carlos will be the one helping us to understand from that session. The second session after break in the day will be about a special program. You'll see also my colleague Bobo Sheng. Please try to talk to Bobo Sheng after the presentation during the day, because we are calling something the next round of new GTLD, new generic top-level domain, the next round. So it's quite important because we are not having round every year or every time. So my colleague Bo will give us more detailed information about the next round of new generic top-level domain names. So we'll go for lunch, and then when we come back for lunch, you will see that we are talking today since many years about the Coalition for Digital Africa. So what is the coalition? So my colleague June Okal, also online, will introduce that session with a presentation. Then we'll hear from some of the partners of the coalition. We have ISOC, we have the Association of African Universities, and then we have also partners of the coalition who will be talking about some of the projects related to what we are doing. Like we'll hear from ATU, African Telecommunication Union, who will be presenting about one of their projects as a coalition partners. And the last session of the day will be 1 hour session, and my colleague Yazid Akanho will introduce this session. It will be more about what we call technical engagement at ICANN, and then especially a topic which is the DNSSEC. So you'll see during the day, or you hear that we are making progress in Africa. Many countries, we are having now the country code top-level domain, the zone file is signed. And then the DNSSEC is fully implemented in many countries now. So it is the time, even if you are not a technical people, to understand all these topics. This is why we have a full day for that. So before handing over to my colleague, Carlos, I want to invite the Vice President of Stakeholder Engagement, Pierre Dandino, to introduce officially the day, ICANN Day. So Pierre Dandino, if you are, I think you are online, so we give you the floor, Pierre Dandino. Thank you very much, Pierre.
Thank you, Yavi. I hope you can hear me.
Yes, if you can try a bit louder, but we can hear you, Pierre.
Thank you, and very happy, in fact, to be here, and also welcome to all of us and all of you, and thanks for your time for coming to this ICANN Day. As Yaovi just pointed out, that's something we do regularly during AIS, which is about, talking more on ICANN, but, having you know better on our environment, and also, most importantly, pass knowledge, and at the same time, hear from you. What are your kind of needs or requirements? And it's quite important that we present what have been our achievement, over the year, and eventually where we are heading. Of course, we actually plan a few sort of activities. They are not all we are conducting in Africa, but in fact, those activities at some point, could be ranged into what we are calling the capacity development, for Africa. Which again was your requirement, a few years ago, that we invest, on capacity development, and we chose in a different, way to have different activities that at some point will really contribute to capacity development in Africa. You'll be hearing details, on different aspects, but suffice to understand that if you take, for instance, the CDA, the Coalition for Digital Africa, which is actually centered around, as far as ICANN is concerned, because it's a coalition of different partners. But as far as we are concerned, we concentrate most of our activities around the DNS, and that's why we are talking about DNSSEC to secure your zone file. We are also trying to disseminate, copies of, root server. We are also trying to invest in areas such as, universal acceptance. And the good thing for this ICANN Day is that it's not just about us talking. It's also about some of our partners on the ground who will be reporting on what they have been achieving under the CDA umbrella, or even in collaboration with us. So yeah, the day should be packed, with information for you. But also, please, we want to hear you. We want to listen to you. We want to understand how we could be doing better, And I know we need to make sure that all the stakeholders are fully represented in what we are delivering in Africa. We want to hear about all of this and then consider all of this so that we have a better support for Africa. Because I think ICANN is here to support, Africa. ICANN is here to make sure that, the digital transformation journey of Africa is something that is smooth, and modestly we are contributing, and we also want you to be part of, whatever we are delivering. So thank you again for your attention, and as you have already pointed out, do not hesitate, to contact our colleagues. We do have a few of them around, and yeah, I hope it's going to be a good day for all of us. Thanks for your attention.
Thank you very much, Pierre. Before I hand over to my colleague, Carlos, I want to also mention that we have my colleague, Laurent Ferrari. Maybe I may ask my colleagues, I can start in the room to be up for people to see you. We have my colleague, Laurent Ferrari at the back. We have my colleague, Bob Osheng. We have my colleague, Carlos. Also, they are in the room. And then please, anytime, feel free to talk to them. Thank you so much. You can have your seat. And we have also, when Carlos will talk, you will see the role the community is playing. We have also some people from what we call the supporting organization and the advisory committee. So after the presentation of my colleague Carlos, we have some people from this SO and ACs in the room. So we'll ask them also to be off so that people see them so that they can share what they know. So with that, I would like to invite my colleague Carlos for this session to let us understand better ICANN and the environment. So Carlos, over to you.
Hello, everyone. Good to see you. My name is Carlos Reyes. I've been with ICANN since 2012, and I'm part of our policy team. The policy team works to support ICANN's policy mission, and we do that with the ICANN community. So I'll be providing an overview today, and I'm happy to take your questions. We have about an hour or so. So at certain points in my presentation, I'll pause just to make sure I can answer any questions that you may have. All right, next slide, please. Or is there a clicker up here somewhere? Great, I have a clicker. All right, so you've probably heard the term multi-stakeholder many times. And I think sometimes that we, as ICANN and our community and the internet community sort of get hung up on the term multi-stakeholder. But really what multi-stakeholder means, if we take the word apart, it's multi, so many stakeholders. And in practice, it means that all of these different stakeholders, all of these different interests, all of these different communities work together on a common mission. And at ICANN, we really take that to heart. It is our mission. So we work with our partners to make the internet work. And that involves obviously the regional internet registries, the network operators, the registries, registrars. There's an entire ecosystem of organizations, companies, institutions that we work with to make sure the internet works for everyone. All right, so specifically, let's look at our mission. The mission that we currently enact was provided to us by the multi-stakeholder community in 2016. If some of you think back to 2016, almost 10 years ago now, what happened at that point? You may have heard about the IANA stewardship transition. This was a process that initiated in 2014 where the government, the US government, ended its contract with ICANN overseeing the IANA, the Internet Assigned Numbers Authority contract. Now, as part of that, there were actually broader conversations about ICANN's mission. And each of these points is something that the multi-stakeholder community said, yes, this should happen at ICANN. So we already have the coordination and allocation of names, so domain names in the root zone of the DNS. That's the first point of our mission. The second point of our mission, we coordinate the development of policies related to generic top-level domains. And the third mission, or the third point of our mission, is coordinating and facilitating the evolution of the root server system. That's something that emerged from the IANA stewardship transition. Fourth, we also help coordinate the assignment of internet protocol numbers and autonomous system numbers. We do that with the address supporting organization, which I'll talk about shortly. And this is our interaction with the numbers community. Here in Africa, of course, you're familiar with Afrinic and our partner in the region for that work to carry out that point in our mission. And then finally, we collaborate with other bodies on protocols and standards. So all of these points, these 5 points, can be found in our bylaws, and this is what gives ICANN and the staff and the community the direction for our work. So how do we carry out this mission? The bylaws also outline a series of fundamental principles or fundamental bylaws and core values for how ICANN carries out its work. We do this by first and foremost preserving the stability, security, resilience, and openness of the internet. These are core principles of the internet since its founding. I think all internet organizations embrace these principles to a certain extent, so ICANN is no exception. And then for the second area, we do all of our work in an open and transparent bottom-up way. That means the community is at the core of this work. Community work and community interests and community voices drive the policy mission of ICANN, and then the ICANN staff, we operate to the extent possible openly and transparently. All proceedings of ICANN community working groups are recorded, they're often transcribed. If we have multilingual requirements, we provide interpretation. So we really try and make the work of ICANN as accessible as possible. And then finally, as staff, we're committed to operate efficiently and with excellence in order to uphold the ICANN mission and better serve the internet community. ICANN has 3 parts. Obviously, you've heard me talk about the community. That is the core of ICANN's work. We also have a staff that carry out a lot of the operations of ICANN, that implement policies that are approved by the internet community. And then we also have a board. So the board, like the board of any organization, approves the strategic direction of ICANN and also represents, or doesn't represent, but the community elects board members, and then the board approves their policies and considers the overall duty of care and the fiduciary duties of being a board member for ICANN. So our board provides that oversight for the organization and helps set its strategic direction. So let's talk a little bit about the multi-stakeholder community. It's volunteer-based, meaning oftentimes our community, they have other responsibilities. Some of them have operational responsibilities. Some of them work for our contracted parties. Some of them work for universities. Some of them work for internet service providers. So the community at ICANN is comprised of people who are active in the internet community broadly, and oftentimes their ICANN work is truly a commitment to the mission. Sometimes it can also be part of their job responsibility to track ICANN issues. But oftentimes people come to ICANN because they believe in the mission and they believe in securing the stability, resilience, and the future of the internet. So all of these different interests and voices come together within ICANN, and it's the community that develops policy, develops advice. We also have reviews within ICANN to ensure our structures and our policies are relevant. And they also help the ICANN organization with implementation. So whenever a policy is approved by the board, the organization, the staff, we work with the community to ensure that the policy is being implemented how the community envisioned during the policy development process. We already talked a little bit about the different backgrounds of our internet community, the ICANN community. As I mentioned, we have businesses, engineers, civil society representatives. We also have government representatives, either from regulatory agencies or telecommunications, infrastructure ministries. They participate in the Governmental Advisory Committee. We also have law enforcement representatives that participate in different ICANN community groups as well. Now, Yauvi alluded to the supporting organizations and advisory committees. This is how advisory committees have very specific remits outlined in the ICANN bylaws. We have 3 supporting organizations that develop the policies, and then we have 4 advisory committees that provide input to the policy development process and to the ICANN board and the ICANN community from different functional perspectives. So I'll be reviewing those different structures. Before we get into the structures, are there any questions about the ICANN mission, the internet community, as manifested in ICANN, or just broad questions at this point? Yes, sir. Feel free to approach the microphone so we can all hear you. I think maybe just they turn it on back there.
Bonjour. Voilà. Moi, c'est Patrick Atto. Je suis du point d'atterrissement virtuel du Burkina Faso. J'ai suivi votre présentation. Maintenant, ma question est la suivante. En suivant, je voulais savoir comment ICANN envisage-t-elle pour s'adapter à la gouvernance du DNS face à la montée des tensions géopolitiques.
So that's a good question. And ultimately,
Français, si possible.
oh, there's more? Oh, got it.
Okay, thank
Great.
you.
Thank you. That's a good question. So ultimately, ICANN's mission is rooted in the bylaws, and that's something that the community discusses. But you're right, there are challenges and trends, such as emerging technologies, that the community discusses, and over time, there may need to be adjustments to the ICANN mission. I mentioned the 2014-2016 transition, where our bylaws were revised. That was an evolution in and of itself, because when ICANN was founded in 1998, its mission was one thing, and then 15 years later, 16 years later, the mission had to evolve. So we're coming up now on 10 years since the IANA stewardship transition. We've had 10 years to work with these bylaws, but there is a mechanism, like any bylaws, there's always an opportunity to revise either aspects of the bylaws or even fundamental pieces of the bylaws, the fundamental bylaws that we have. But any of these conversations, especially the mission, any of those conversations would have to happen within the ICANN community. So if the community itself, the multi-stakeholder community, determines that, maybe we need to add a new point to our mission, or we need to refine a point, then it would be a community conversation to update the bylaws and then to specifically amend them with text, et cetera. So amending the bylaws, it's something that most organizations do, and it's something that ICANN would do if that is something that the community asks us to consider. So it would be a community process. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Merci.
Any other questions? Okay. Well, thank you. So now that we have that context about the mission and the bylaws, we'll talk a little bit about our community. As I mentioned, we have 3 supporting organizations that develop policies. Each supporting organization has a very specific area, its remit, it allows the supporting organization to focus on particular aspects of DNS policy, domain name system policy. And then we have 4 advisory committees that provide input to the supporting organizations as they develop policies, and to ICANN, the community and the board about their functional remits. So the 3 supporting organizations, we have the address supporting organization. This develops policies related to internet number resources, so IP addresses, autonomous system numbers. We have the country code name supporting organization. This supporting organization develops policies related to country code top-level domains. So for example, we're in Ghana, that would be .gh, but if you think about any other country or territory that has a CCTLD associated with it, .za for South Africa, .eg for Egypt, for example. Most territories have a two-letter CCTLD, so that supporting organization develops policies around CCTLD issues. And then the generic name supporting organization, that's the organization that develops policies for generic top-level domains. So .com, .org, some of the newer GTLDs such as .berlin, .car, things like that. As I mentioned, each one has a very specific remit, but there are communities within those supporting organizations that carry out the work. And that's where the multi-stakeholder model is in action. That's where you see different voices and stakeholders proposing different policies, discussing, debating, and then ultimately arriving at some consensus where there have been compromises to achieve a policy recommendation. The 4 advisory committees, these are, as the name suggests, they provide advice, and they're committees that have been set up to voice different functional interests. So the first one is at large. This is our advisory committee that voices the interests of end users, so everyone in this room. And the at-large community is organized regionally. So there's regional structures within the at-large community to ensure input is provided to the supporting organizations and ICANN from the different regions. The GAC, which is the Governmental Advisory Committee, this is how governments participate within ICANN. Governments can join the GAC and then appoint delegations to ensure that they're following internet discussions, DNS policy discussions within ICANN. We have the RSAC. This is the Root Server System Advisory Committee. So the 13 identities, there are 12 root server operators, and they participate in ICANN through this committee. And then the last committee is the Security and Stability Advisory Committee. These are technical experts who advise ICANN on their own individual contributions about the security and stability of the DNS and its allocation systems. So in more detail, the address supporting organization, as I mentioned, this is the supporting organization for Internet Number Resources. Yesterday, Hans Petter did a good job of explaining the Address Council, the ASO Address Council, which is the policy body of the address supporting organization, and it's structured regionally as well. So you have 3 seats for each region for a total of up to 15. What's important to note is even though some ICANN community groups have this regional structure, their mission is global. So once someone is elected to the council or to an advisory committee, they bring their regional perspective, but their mission is global. They're looking at the overall DNS or the overall security and stability of the DNS. And that's important because ICANN's mission is global. And our work can be carried out regionally and can be informed regionally, but our mission as mandated by the multi-stakeholder community is global in nature. Again, the CCNSO, I mentioned this is for country code top-level domains. Similarly, they have a council that manages the policy work of the supporting organization, and there are 3 seats for the for the 5 regions. And then finally, the GNSO, the Generic Name Supporting Organization. This is not structured regionally, but it's structured by the different stakeholder groups and constituencies that participate or have interests in generic top-level domain policy. So you have registries, registrars, non-commercial interests, and commercial interests, all participating in the council. This is a very complex slide, but you can find this infographic available on our website in multiple languages. What it does is essentially explains that every supporting organization has a process by how they develop their policies. And at a broad level, there's really 3 phases, if you will, but can be broken into very specific steps. The first phase for any of these supporting organizations and their councils is really identifying an issue and scoping that issue. And that's probably the hardest step in all of this, really, because a policy has to be developed in a way that is within the remit of the supporting organization. So for example, the CCNSO cannot develop a policy about generic top-level domains. And similarly, the generic supporting organization, generic name supporting organization cannot develop a policy about internet number resources. Each supporting organization has a mandate, has a remit, has a scope, and policy issues that they tackle or address have to be within that mission. Sometimes I use the example of going to a restaurant. If you want pizza, you should probably go to an Italian restaurant. Because if you go to a sushi restaurant, they probably don't have the ingredients to make a pizza. They can try, it won't be good. So this is why the scoping conversation is so important, and to make sure that the issue is something that the supporting organization can actually address. So that's the first step. All organizations have this step, this scoping effort to make sure that a policy is relevant. And then the second step, broadly, is the work. That's when the supporting organization and the council decide to develop a charter for a working group. They populate that working group with volunteers from the supporting organization. They invite experts to provide input. And this is what takes the most time. If you think about your parliament or your Congress at home, all of the debates that they have about legislation, those are lengthy. They take a long time because you're compromising, you're debating, you're really trying to find the best solution for a challenge. And the working group phase is where the ICANN community really gets to interact with each other and develop a recommendation that will ultimately result in some sort of policy for the board to consider. The final phase of the work is really related to approvals. Once a working group has spent the time and taken care to develop a policy recommendation, it's approved by the council or it's considered by the council. If a council wants more work, they'll ask the working group to revisit something. But ultimately, the council has to make a decision about whether or not the policy is ready for the ICANN board. Now, when the ICANN board reviews the policy or it considers the policy, the ICANN board is really there to ensure the work of the supporting organization was carried out effectively, that all stakeholders were consulted, and that it's something that the ICANN organization can implement. The ICANN board doesn't get involved in the actual details of the policy and how that was developed and whether or not it's the right policy, because that's the work of the supporting organization. So the ICANN board will then consider it. It considers the implications of implementing the policy, and then if the board approves it, it becomes ICANN policy, and the ICANN staff then implement that policy. So as I mentioned, at a broad level, each supporting organization has a process that they follow for a specific issue. Any questions? Great. Yes, go ahead.
Okay, thank you very much for your presentation. My name is Kone Bakeno. I'm from Burkina Faso. My question is related to the sovereignty and governance. How does ICANN plan to balance global internet governance with regional aspiration for greater digital sovereignty, particularly in Africa?
Thanks for the question. In your question, you mentioned internet governance. And ICANN is simply one organization in the internet governance ecosystem, or the internet governance community. I think at my first slide, I'll go back, I mentioned that our mission is to work with our partners. So ICANN's mission is really only about the domain name system. That doesn't mean we don't follow other issues. We do. We have excellent colleagues that track internet governance issues. But ultimately, a lot of these conversations around sovereignty, digital sovereignty, data sovereignty, et cetera, these are national conversations that are happening. And what we've seen, a lot of the national conversations that also take a multi-stakeholder approach. So they work with the private sector in their country, they work with the universities in their country, the technical community in their country. That's usually how you get those conversations. Now we can help inform them and educate them about our mission and how we work as ICANN, but those conversations often happen at the national level. And how then those conversations interact with ICANN, we work with our partners to address those issues. So it's not something that ICANN can handle on its own, but it is something that we collaborate on.
Okay, thank you very much. I have a second question, but I get my answer during when you were answering this question.
Oh, okay, well,
Thank you.
thank you. Bob, do you want to add something?
Yes, Carlos. I don't know if you probably could clarify, just elaborate a little bit further. At the board level, so can the board reject policy, or can the board not accept policy that has come from?
Yeah, that's a good point. So Bob was commenting sort of the different options that happen, or the different options for the board. Let me go to that slide. There we go. So for each supporting organization, there are different thresholds for votes and what the board can do. But oftentimes what happens is the board has a policy recommendation from one of the supporting organizations. It can, if it agrees with the recommendation, it'll approve it. But if the board has questions, oftentimes it sends it back to the council. Because if you mention, as I mentioned earlier, the board is not the one that's going to deliberate or debate or discuss the specific policy issues. That's for the supporting organization, because that is the mission of the supporting organization. So if the board has questions, it'll likely send it back to the council, and then the council will have to work with the working group that developed those recommendations. Now, in the rare instance that the board has the power to reject a policy proposal, again, it'll likely go back to the working group, because it doesn't mean the issue goes away, but maybe the issue needs to be reconsidered in a different way, or there needs to be a new discussion about a policy recommendation. So there are options at that point, but typically, if there has been a proposal for 2, 3, 4 years, there's been a lot of debate, a lot of discussion, and a lot of stakeholders have been consulted through working groups or through public comment, which is something I'll address toward the end. But the board has options, and it always tries to work with the supporting organization in that community to ensure some type of success, right? Because there has been an effort, and there have been a lot of opinions that have been documented and expressed. Good point, Bob. Yes. Yeah. Yavi has a point.
Thank you very much, Carlos. And Carlos presented one of the slides. When you see the trade circle, you see ICANN organization, you see the board, and then you see the community. So I want to draw our attention to the fact that we have, to add to the answer to your question, we have an advisory committee. In that committee, we call it the GAC, Governmental Advisory Committee. In this committee, you can go to ICANN website, you search for Governmental Advisory Committee. So we have people who are like the voice of the government in that committee. So I'm coming back to that because for some reason, sometime, we don't have representatives from some countries active. We don't have them active. So it is an appeal because sometimes maybe they are busy. And you may see probably also countries in Africa where you don't have a GAC representative. So when we are organizing ICANN Day, is to help everyone, to help us to fill that gap. Because I can give a concrete example. Someone was representing a country in the Governmental Advisory Committee. Probably that person was at the ministry or from the regulator. So sometime when that person is no more working with the ministry or with the regulator, this person sometimes, maybe, I don't know, for the reason, didn't inform the government, the ministry, or the regulator. And then we have this seat vacant. And there's no voice from that country to raise advice or concern from this country to this group. So that is a very important point. So you can go to the ICANN website. We in this room, we all of us, you can go to the ICANN website at any time. This is our role, your role as the community. You go to ICANN website, you see the name, you'll see GAC representative. And maybe you know that person. Maybe that person is even no more in the country. You see? So now it is also the way you can help the governance. This is the way you can help the governance. So you draw their attention to the government or to the, we see this name of this person as a GAC representative. But this person has left the ministry like 4 years ago, 5 years ago. So I think these are actions also we can take to improve the governance, because the model my colleague presented, we have the voice of everyone. This is what I want to add to that very important slide that my colleague presented. Thank you.
Thank you, Yavi. All right, we talked about the 4 advisory committees, their remits. So we mentioned the At-Large Advisory Committee, which is the voice for end users. It's organized regionally. The GAC, Yavi just gave a really good overview of the GAC and its purpose in advising these supporting organizations and the ICANN board. We talked about the Root Server System Advisory Committee, and we talked about SSAC. Again, each advisory committee also has a process for developing advice, largely along the same lines as the supporting organizations. They scope out an issue, they put together a working group, and then they develop advice. The distinction here is that when the board receives advice, it's not binding. So policies are binding, but the advice of the ALAC or the RSAC or the SSAC is not binding. With the GAC, there are certain provisions in the ICANN bylaws where the board has to consider GAC advice, specifically because of the interactions between the ICANN mission and public policy. So there's a special process for the GAC, but GAC advice receives special consideration in the ICANN bylaws. I mentioned public comment. So one of the reasons I like to highlight public comment, especially for audiences that may not already be part of the ICANN community, public comment is a mechanism to provide input to ICANN and all of these community groups, even if you're not part of one of these groups as a member. So if we think back to the 7 groups, you could be part of the community, the numbers community, and then get elected or appointed to the council, the Address Supporting Organization, Address Council. You could work for a CCTLD and then get appointed and elected by that community to represent that community in the CCNSO Council. The GNSO has different structures, non-commercial and commercial constituencies, as well as stakeholder groups. So you could get involved there and then get elected to the council. But the GAC, as Yavi mentioned, you have to be part of a government, either in a ministry or as part of a regulator, and then get appointed to the GAC. RSAC, obviously you have to be part of a root server operator, so working for one of those 12 organizations. And then the Security and Stability Advisory Committee, these are independent experts, so there is a membership process there. But if for some reason you cannot, or your career doesn't align with one of these organizations, the At-Large Advisory Committee, which is the voice of end users, that's structured in a regional way, and it has different membership tiers, either as individuals or through an organization. So there are different ways to participate in the ICANN community, but maybe you're as I mentioned, not employed by a CCTLD or you're not employed by the government of your country, but you still want to participate, then that's where we have public comment. And public comment, every policy recommendation that the ICANN board considers goes through some sort of public comment process, either at the working group level, at the council level, or at the board level. So there are multiple opportunities for the public to provide input that will then be considered by that body. So as a working group is developing its recommendations, it can publish its proposal for public comment. It would then take that input and consider what to do with it. Again, there's another opportunity when the council is getting ready to vote on that policy recommendation. And then again, when the board is ready to consider that policy proposal. So usually a proceeding will open. We have a website. You see all of our public comment issues. And it's open for a minimum of 40 days. This allows everyone the time to develop their input and then ultimately submit it. If you go on our website, you create an account, and then you're able to track different proceedings, when they open, when they close. You can see the history of your submissions and manage that through your ICANN account. Once it closes, the ICANN organization develops a summary of all of the submissions. That's one of our commitments to transparency. So your comment is not only available publicly, but also summarized. And that report is published. And then the proceeding closes, and it's up to the group, either the working group, the council, or the board, or sometimes the staff, to take that input and address it in some way. So if you're wondering about different ways to get involved with an ICANN, I always recommend joining one of our open communities, the different constituencies of the generic name supporting organization that represent different interests, like the non-commercial constituency, the not-for-profit organizations constituency. We also have the business constituency. Lawrence is here from the business constituency. We have an internet service providers constituency. I think Hervé actually, his organization, Orange, participates in the ISP-CP. We have a constituency for intellectual property interests. Let's say you are a brand manager for a company. Let's see, we also have registries and registrars, so the contracted parties at ICANN. That is all within the generic name supporting organization. And then the other open community would be the at-large advisory committee and the at-large community. Within at-large, there's AFRALO, the African Regional At-Large Organization. Aziz is the former chair, and he's been an active participant within AFRALO for many years. And then from there, you can contribute to the at-large advisory committee and their advice. So there are different pathways for getting engaged in ICANN. I know it can be a little intimidating. We do have a fellowship program for anyone who's interested in being introduced to ICANN. If you have any students, or if you are a student and you're interested in ICANN, we do have a next-gen program as well. And these are great programs that are structured around introducing ICANN, introducing the work of the community, and getting people involved. After those two programs, we have a newer program called the Policy Accelerator, and that's something that my team, the policy team, runs, where we provide in-depth education about a particular policy issue so that you have the tools to participate in working groups. So we have a lot of different opportunities for people to join ICANN. and the ICANN community. You're always welcome to observe one of the working groups. I mentioned one of our principles is to work openly and transparently. So most working groups have some sort of observer status. You can join the mailing list. You can listen into recordings and calls. So all of those resources are available for you to observe the work of the ICANN community, or you could write a public comment submission. If you don't have the time to track a working group, or you're just getting started and you want to provide some input, but you're not ready to commit to ICANN working group schedules, you could consider a public comment submission. Any questions? Have any of you, I'll pose some questions for all of you. Have any of you been to an ICANN event, either an ICANN public meeting or a DNS forum or any of the other events that our engagement team organizes in Africa? If you want to raise your hands, yes? Great. Okay, good. So as Pierre mentioned, we do have an opportunity.
Just a quick question.
Yeah. So we do have an opportunity for you to ask any of us questions if you have questions about ICANN or any of our events. Let's go to the microphone. Yes.
Okay, thanks for the presentation.
Of course.
So I'm kind of new to ICANN, so I'm trying to understand. So the point you raised about the government advisory committee and that some of the African countries don't have members and that. So maybe my first question is, does a country need to have a member there? What's the benefit for the country if they do have a member in that committee? The second question, a follow-up to that, is what could be the reasons countries are not sending representatives? Besides that, maybe people move around. Is it maybe the costs of participation could be too high for some of the countries?
Good question. So in terms of participation and the costs associated with participation, as I mentioned, most of the work takes place over, I mean, we're all used to it now, right? We have email and Zoom and all of these different tools for the work that happens asynchronously. But we do have ICANN meetings where all of these groups come together to discuss issues. So there are costs associated with that. Even the private sector, we do have, or regardless of your stakeholder group, we have travel support available, and there are slots for every ICANN community group. Every group has decided that they are going to allocate X amount of slots for travel. The GAC has X amount of slots. The council has X amount of slots. And that's so that even though some organizations, some governments can pay for their participants to attend ICANN public meetings, there's always resources available for those who would like to be supported in that way. Every community group has a different criteria and selection process for how travel funding is allocated, but it is something that is available for the ICANN community. Since 2008, ICANN has been providing travel support. Actually, the first ICANN public meeting with travel support was in Cairo. And we have 3 meetings a year, so that's just part of our operating budget. We do make those resources available for the community. In terms of why governments may not be appointing representatives, oftentimes it's just, in speaking with my colleagues who support the GAC, sometimes it's as simple as awareness. They may not know about the GAC, they may not know about ICANN. Sometimes it could just be human resources constraints. Smaller countries have to prioritize what issues they track and where they can contribute and which organizations they want to contribute. You know, when you think about the different challenges a government addresses, internet governance and specifically DNS policy may not be something that's a top priority for a lot of governments. So it's just a matter of how a government prioritizes their resources and whether or not they have the expertise for someone to contribute. But that should not be an impediment in any way. We have trainings. You'll hear later from my colleague Yazid. He is part of our technical engagement team. So we have trainings to bring government representatives up to speed on ICANN and DNS policy issues. And not just governments, right? This is for everyone. Because some of these challenges are actually present throughout the ICANN community. It's not something unique to governments. Bringing in new members and making sure that they're prepared to contribute. And then your first question was about what benefits. You know, ultimately it's about it's sort of in line with the conversation about priorities. If a government has a specific objective for DNS policy or they want to influence DNS policy in a specific way, then they would get involved in the GAC and work with their colleagues in the GAC to issue some sort of advice. But it's really like public service anywhere. And the mission here is the internet, the stability of the internet, the resilience of the internet, and contributing to the evolution of the internet. And ultimately, all of these ICANN community groups take that to heart, and they're trying to improve the internet, either for their local communities, their country, their population, their interest group, or their constituency. So it's more about what objectives they may have and then how they can affect that through policy making. Yes. Yavi has additional comments, and then we'll go to the question here.
We have Pierre Dandino. Maybe we'll let you ask the question. Probably, maybe Pierre Dandino will have an input or contribution to respond to the question. But I want to read one question for Carlos and Pierre. Mr. Adeoye Malumi is asking, how do I join the Open Community Group? So, Pierre, when you take the floor, maybe you can also try to make your input. Carlos, and then we have a question. Why don't we ask your question? If you ask your question, you can sit down, and then Pierre and Carlos, they will take care of your question. Please go ahead, your name, and then you ask the question. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm Kingsley Ohenabamo, Tech and Innovation Policy Advocate. I wanted to find out on the issue of the government advisory committees. We know the internet societies at the national level. Ghana is one of the most active space. We have an active internet society in Ghana. This is just a question in the form of also an inquiry. How does ICANN, going forward, liaise with the internet societies, perhaps, to have working groups that will work with the ministries, yes, the ministries, the respective ministries, so that can also help facilitate for representation and inclusion. Thank you very much.
Maybe Pierre will take the floor and Carlos can continue. Pierre.
Thank you, Yavi, and thanks for those questions.
Can I ask my
questions? I think Carlos provided a few.
Can I ask my question?
Answers. Sure.
Yes. Yavi and Bob, can you please tell us the number of African countries that have been consistent in GAC representation? It was 2004 that I attended the first ICANN meeting, and then there were language barriers that prevented some of the government from sending their people. And again, the countries I met were Egypt, South Africa, Kenya. Then I was in the government. I used to work with the regulator. And so I was representing Nigeria. And when I finished, my handover and my report stated that we need to continue the representation at the ICANN Government Advisory Group. So that if there are countries here that are not active or are not sending representatives, maybe it will help, sensitize their government. If we know the countries that are not there or countries that have been attending. I know there's an African group in GAG. This year when I attended the ICANN meeting in Seattle, I think there was the African group and working with Smart Africa. So I think that will help us sensitize those that are not part of it. There's the question of government not knowing, and there was the language barrier, which has been broken. And then there's also the fact that their priorities will be to attend the treaty-making organizations meetings than ICANN meeting. But today, because they now are aware about the internet, the AI, and the development in the internet space, I think if we encourage them, they'll attend. Thank you.
Thank you. That's a great point. I'm glad you highlighted the evolution of the GAC 20 years ago, 2004 to now. Similarly, as we have this interpretation team here in the back, when you go to an ICANN meeting, especially a GAC meeting, you'll see 6 languages, sometimes 7. So the language issue is something that we definitely wanted to address. I can reach out to my GAC colleagues to find out which countries from Africa have representation or not. I do know the African Telecommunications Union has observer status in the GAC. The African Union Commission also has observer status, and the African Parliamentary Network on Internet Governance. So there are different regional organizations that can participate in the GAC, and they do have advisory status. We can check which specific countries. Now, it's one thing to have a member in the GAC, it's another thing to participate in the GAC, right? And again, that's just to your point about priorities and how governments balance their commitments to treaty organizations and other organizations. So I can check on that and let you know what the status is of different GAC memberships from Africa. The question about ISOC. So ICANN works with ISOC in many ways, and I may ask Yaovi to elaborate a little bit more about what happens here within Africa and the different ISOC chapters across Africa. The at-large community has, as I mentioned, regional structures. So within Africa, you have the African Regional At-Large Organization, but the members of the RALOs are or can be ISOC chapters, but they can also be other nonprofit or organizations that are involved in internet-related issues across the continent or across that region. So there is collaboration at that level. Obviously, ISOC is one of our partners in the overall internet community ecosystem. Every ISOC chapter has a different relationship within its own country, right? So for example, in the United States, there are many ISOC chapters. Some countries in Europe have many ISOC chapters, et cetera. So there may not necessarily be one interface between an ISOC chapter and a government. But what you'll see sometimes is a lot of ISOC chapters are engaged in the IGF process and the national, the NRIs, that the national and regional initiatives associated with the IGF process to contribute to some sort of national conversation, national dialogue around internet governance and internet policy issues. So if there is an ISOC chapter somewhere, obviously we encourage people to get involved in ISAC chapters and then also find a way to contribute to the ICANN community. Yavi, is there something you want to add about ISOC here in Africa?
First, want to thank Mary Uduma. People who don't know Mary Uduma, I think many people know her for her contribution. She has made a very good contribution. And on the question to know people who are not in the GAC, I will just say that Africa is trying to do well, to do better. That will be my answer for now. Africa is trying to do better. And maybe countries where we don't have GAC representative for now, maybe they are quite busy in other priorities, but I'm sure that we'll have all the African countries in the GAC. You just need to go to the ICANN website. You go to GAC representative, and then you'll see. So if you are in a country and you don't see your country representative in the GAC, as a member, you can just point that to maybe someone at the ministry. There is an opportunity in ICANN. Because I started ICANN with the Leland Initiative 30 years ago, and then I could not see a country in Africa today. No country in Africa where the government is not using internet. No country where there is no public service on the internet. So when we want to talk about benefit of being the GAC, there is definitely benefit. Because if, like at the ICANN level, we are going to have policies, and there in my country, I have something very important for me. GAC is one way. Now to the ISOC chapter, we have, as my colleague mentioned, we have ISOC chapters, many of them who are what we call the Atlas structures. So we have many ISOC chapters. Even in Ghana here, the Ghana ISOC chapter is one of the Atlas structures. So we already have this link. We work closely, and most of these structures, they are the one even helping ICANN to disseminate the word. So Pierre, I think Pierre is not microphone yet, but we'll have one question in the room. We take that question before we continue, and Carlos will continue. One question, over to you, please.
Thank you. My name is Soumé Pengene from Burkina Faso. I will speak in French. Moi, je reviens en fait sur le GAC. Oui. Vous avez dit qu'en fait, il y a certains pays qui n'ont pas de représentants, ou d'autres même qui ont des représentants, mais qui ne réagissent pas. Vous savez, en Afrique, on dit toujours, même pas en Afrique, dans le monde, on dit que l'État est une continuité. Vous allez trouver que peut-être ces gens-là ont été envoyés par leur État. À un moment donné, il n'est plus à ce poste. Donc, s'il n'est plus à ce poste, ça fait que ce même monsieur, de un, peut-être il ne va pas transmettre l'information, et non plus il ne va pas réagir aussi sur la page, donc ça reste vide. Donc, il y a ce problème-là qui est là. Moi, à mon avis, et en plus de ça, ça peut être il peut transmettre, mais il peut avoir un problème de langue aussi. Celui à qui on a transmis, mais s'il ne comprend pas en fait l'enjeu, ça va rester comme tel. Pour moi, à mon avis, peut-être ICANN gagnerait à peut-être approcher, je ne sais pas, peut-être ces États-là, pour leur dire en fait, votre page en fait n'est pas renseignée. Il manque d'informations. Ça fait longtemps en fait que la page ne vit plus. Moi, c'est mon avis. Hein. Peut-être on gagnerait en fait à combler ce vide-là si ICANN fait le pas aussi.
I don't know if you can take your headset and answer in French. So, c'est une très bonne question. Et je vais vous dire, j'ai dit qu'il y a beaucoup de progrès maintenant. Les choses ont beaucoup évolué. Vous avez vu un point important. Parce qu'aujourd'hui même, il y a communication entre le staff du GAC. Parce qu'au niveau de l'ICANN, nous avons du personnel qui s'occupe des différents départements. Et ce département fait beaucoup de travail. s'il y a un représentant au sein du GAC et la réalité est qu'il ne communique plus, bien n'est plus présent, il recevra un message. Donc, c'est pour vous dire qu'il y a un suivi maintenant, il y a un suivi. ICANN ne force pas, disons, qui doit représenter l'État ou pas. Des fois, vous pouvez avoir un représentant. Des fois, il y a le régulateur, il y a le ministère. Des fois, c'est seulement le régulateur. Donc, ICANN fait un suivi maintenant. Et mon collègue a parlé de compte ICANN. Donc, si vous êtes un représentant au sein du GAC et vous ne participez pas souvent, vous allez recevoir des messages. Et si finalement, on n'a plus de contact avec cette personne, le système est actuellement tel que nous, dans l'équipe d'engagement, nous essayons de contacter le pays aussi pour voir pourquoi il y a ce vide. Donc, quand on parle de modèle multi-acteur au niveau de l'ICANN, en fait, c'est le travail de tout le monde aujourd'hui. Et donc, c'est pourquoi je dis que n'importe qui, disons, qui s'intéresse à l'ICANN, de temps en temps aussi peut aller sur le site du GAC pour voir que si c'est vide. Si c'est vide, ça veut dire qu'il y a un problème. Ou bien si vous voyez qu'il y a le nom de quelqu'un qui peut-être plus de 10 ans a quitté le ministère, ou bien le régulateur, vous pouvez, disons, envoyer un message. Donc, c'est un bon point. En résumé, c'est que les choses ont évolué. Maintenant, nous suivons beaucoup. Et donc, c'est ce que je voulais ajouter. I don't know if Pierre is back. Pierre, we have your hand. You want to give you the floor to add more to the responses, or if you have a point to raise. Pierre, if you can talk now. I think we have a few minutes to the break. And what we can do, the next session will be for 2 hours, but even if you have a question, it is ICANN Day. Anytime during the break you have questions, you can bring them back to the next session and we can continue the discussion. But for now, we still have a minute to take 1 or 2 questions. If you have questions, we can take 1 or 2 questions before going to break.
Yes, my name is Bernard. Yeah, I want to know the relationship between ICANN and IANA. Sometimes it confuses me, so I want to have a clear, explanation.
Good question. Yeah. You want to take in my colleague Carlos?
That's a good question. Later today, maybe Yazid can also expand on this, but the IANA functions are part of ICANN. So after the IANA stewardship transition, the internet community had a discussion about where the IANA functions would reside, and they've been incorporated into ICANN. So when we talk about IANA, we're talking about those functions specifically, but it is part of ICANN, and there are different accountability provisions in place for how ICANN should be the steward of the IANA functions. There are different service level agreements for how those functions should be carried out. For example, the regional internet registries have a service level agreement with the IANA functions, but it is part of ICANN. So we talk about it separately because it's something that predated ICANN, and then the contract with the U.S. government, the IANA functions were a contract with the Department of Commerce of the United States government. That contract has since gone away, and it's now overseen by ICANN and the multi-stakeholder community. So ultimately, it's the community that governs how the IANA functions are supported by ICANN and through different agreements.
Okay, so you may also, sometimes people are confused. There is someone called Aina. No, Aina is a guy you can see. He was here since many days, Aina. But but what is also, you can notice that AINA is very, very linked to what IANA is doing. AINA is very, very linked to what IANA is doing, because when we talk about DNS, all these things is something he talk about every day. So you can see the guy, Alain AINA, yeah. So the IANA is part of ICANN, and then the function, when you take the domain name, the transfer, if we have a new country, we want to assign a domain name, we want to have the country code of this country in the roots. So it's the IANA department. And then your question is close to what is the relation between ICANN and the AFRINI, for example, which is one of the RIR he mentioned. So ICANN is the entity giving blocks to these regional entities like AFRINI, RIP, NCC. You heard that yesterday. So that is the relation between ICANN and the RIR. But IANA, you can hear also PTI. PTI, IANA. So PTI is within ICANN. They play this role for coordinating the resources at the top, like the country code top-level domain, the generic top-level domain, assigning a block of IP addresses and autonomous system numbers to the region. So these are the role that IANA is performing as part of ICANN. Yeah, so that is the question, the answer to the question. I don't know if you still have some hand up in the room. Yeah, go ahead, please.
There was an online question. Oh, hi, Pierre. Just briefly, there's an online question earlier about how to join an open group. On the ICANN website, the For Beginners section, there's a short survey that you can take based on your interests and your job, and it'll recommend an ICANN community group that may be of interest to you, and then explain how to join. So that's a new feature on our website. It's under the ICANN For Beginners area, and you can identify which group based on your interests. Pierre.
Yes, thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, no, I think most of them come for the good questions, and my colleagues provided, the necessary answers to you. I just wanted to actually point out one or two things. But this is about what I'm always calling localizing, ICANN. We from the GSE Africa, group, of course, we do what we can to really push for more participation from Africa. But there are one or two things that we noticed, and we would like you, if possible, to kind of consider those. The first of them is how do we report back home? When you go to ICANN meetings, we notice that there is no sort of reporting to the community at home. We see sometimes, the people, they are the only one coming, but whatever the knowledge they got there, whatever activity they should be conducting, it doesn't trickle down. I think we should be doing this via different mechanisms. You spoke about the ISOC chapters that are also, most of them are also our ALSs. But I think what is missing here probably is kind of lobbying. How do you lobby people locally so that the government and the private sector, for instance, understand why they should be around, and also why they should be sending people to ICANN's meeting. Indeed, when you compare ICANN to other sort of like-minded institutions, there's one or two things that are missing. And I personally discussed with one or two ministers in Africa about those issues. And clearly said, they say, well, in fact, we had no budget, for ICANN because we don't know exactly what it is. But there are institutions like you guys that, okay, we already have the budget and we send people to those things. So probably out of lobbying, I'm certain that you should be in a position also to further explain what they have, what is in it for the country, what can they gain. Is happening anyway in a few places. I won't be citing them, but some of them, we are now seeing them. They are not just coming because of the fellowship. They are being sort of sent to ICANN meetings, especially to the GAC, for instance, because the regulator, because the government understands that they should be around, and they are paying for that. So maybe more and more lobbying, and we are here to support. Apart from that, I think local, reporting back should be quite an institution, something we should try to put in place so that everyone knows, they have the knowledge, and also that we also know if someone is no longer representing the country, and make sure that we, as actually we talk to them, we inform, people. But you primarily should be the one to take, the lead, then do the whole what it takes so that the minister, the private sector people understand exactly why they should be around. So yeah, that's quickly what I wanted to contribute, localizing ICANN in some way. Thank you.
Yeah, I think Pierre said it. So we have to help everyone here. We have to help. The next session, we'll start with a presentation from Bob Osheng, our colleague, and then the topic is very, very important. After his presentation, you'll see why his presentation is very, very important, because there is a deadline, 19th of November. Just note 19th of November is the deadline. So when he presents, you will notice that. So we need to have action from all of us. So it will be about the next round of new generic top-level domain name, and then the domain name system in Africa. So in this panel, we'll have Mohamed Diop online. We'll have Mohamed Diop. We'll have also Lawrence from Microboss, and we'll have Wisdom Donko. And I think also Mr. Lucky will join us for this. So I want to hand over to the organizer about the break, how we manage the break. So we have the break for, I think we set the time for 11 to start the next session. So maybe 5 minutes before 11, we can be in the room. Then we start the next session on time. Because of people attending remotely, we don't have to punish these people. They are changing their agenda. They are connected. And sometimes they are connected and then they see that we are not in the room. So we don't have to punish them. Thank you very much for your attention and participation.
This is Main One. C-Squared's mission is to digitally connect Africa. We invest in infrastructure that enables effectively broadband internet access. We do so on an open access wholesale model. So our customers are ultimately other telecommunications operators and internet service providers. We've got infrastructure in 5 markets across Africa. I'll do them in order. Uganda was first, Ghana, Liberia, DRC and Togo. We've also got capacity on the Equiano cable submarine system, which is a system that was originally built by Google, and we are the landing partner for that system in Togo, which we do in partnership with the government, who is our local shareholder there, joint venture partner. We see our objective as bringing internet to the large population in sub-Saharan Africa at increasingly affordable and reliable qualities. The internet's an incredible enabler of development. Access on affordable prices allows people to open up their worlds to information, education opportunities, financial services, e-health type of services. The applications that sit on top of the internet, as everybody knows, are effectively limitless. And without affordable infrastructure to deliver those services, the population struggles to actually reach their ability to access them. It's something that our shareholders also believe in. So we have 3 shareholders, Convergence Partners from South Africa, Mitsui & Co from Japan, and then the IFC, which is part of the World Bank Group. All of them believe in not only the opportunity from a commercial perspective, but also with a developmental impact. And I'd say that actually the developmental impact is something that is at least as important as any sort of financial effects of this investment that they've made.
For more than 10 years now, WACRIN has supported the advancement of research and education in West Central Africa. We serve our community with 3 key areas: connectivity, advanced digital services, and developing human capital. Through affordable high-speed connectivity, Researchers, staff, and students can collaborate with their colleagues within the region and beyond. Our video conferencing tool has come in handy in the COVID-19 pandemic period to support academic continuity. The tool is connecting thousands of students with their lecturers and academic supervisors and keeping administrative work going through online meetings. With EduRoam, learning is exciting. Through this authentication service, students can securely connect to available Wi-Fi when they visit other institutions across the world. EduID allows students and researchers to log into and access web-based services anywhere in Africa by using their home institution credentials. No need for re-registration or request for permission. National RENs and their member institutions can access Wakren security and hosting services. Our modern infrastructure and capacity ensure that subscribers get the best of both services at affordable rates with high reliability. Network Operations Center as a Service, NOCAS, is designed for national RENs and R&E organizations looking for constant and effective monitoring and maintenance of their networks. Wakren has publicly scheduled and on-demand capacity building sessions for the brains and hands that handle the national and campus networks in the region. Over the years, users and beneficiaries of our network, services and capacity sessions have created value for their communities and by extension, the society. Wakren has been able to serve its community thanks to the European Union's support under the Africa Connect Phase project. The journey of unearthing potentials and creating opportunity for real socio-economic value continues.
For more than 10 years now, the Ghanaian Academic and Research Network, Garnet, has supported the advancements of research and education in Ghana through the facilitation of internet connectivity and access to global research and education content. We are poised on our mission to promote research collaboration among researchers and educational institutions locally and internationally. Our vision is to build and operate a world-class network infrastructure and services to link the Ghanaian research and education community to support teaching, learning, and research among all public and private institutions of higher education in Ghana, and by extension, connect members to the global research and education network communities. Our key product offerings are capacity building, connectivity, EduRoam, federated identity services, video conferencing, and tertiary mobile data bundle. Our affordable high-speed internet connectivity allows users to collaborate with their colleagues seamlessly. Our tertiary mobile data gives students, faculty, and staff the cheapest data packages for their research work. Our video conferencing tool has come in handy by supporting academic continuity and making learning exciting. Garnet is steadily growing and impacting its community with services that are tailor-made to meet the needs of its members. Garnet is currently serving more than 42 public and private institutions in Ghana, with many more institutions on the way to joining the Garnet community. We are open to all accredited tertiary institutions in Ghana, including research and educational institutions, libraries, and teaching hospitals. You can find Garnet on the first floor of the Vice Chancellor's Ghana Office Complex on the UPSA Road in Accra and across all social media platforms. Visit our website at www.garnet.edu.gh or send us a mail at info@garnet.edu.gh. It is time to join the ever-growing network of professionals that gives you value for your money.
This is Main One.
C-Squared's mission is to digitally connect Africa. We invest in infrastructure that enables effectively broadband internet access. We do so on an open access wholesale model. So our customers are ultimately other telecommunications operators and internet service providers. We've got infrastructure in 5 markets across Africa. I'll do them in order. Uganda was first, Ghana, Liberia, DRC and Togo. We've also got capacity on the Equiano cable submarine system, which is a system that was originally built by Google, and we are the landing partner for that system in Togo, which we do in partnership with the government, who is our local shareholder there, joint venture partner. We see our objective as bringing internet to the large population in sub-Saharan Africa at increasingly affordable and reliable qualities. The internet's an incredible enabler of development. Access on affordable prices allows people to open up their worlds to information, education opportunities, financial services, e-health type of services. The applications that sit on top of the internet, as everybody knows, are effectively limitless. And without affordable infrastructure to deliver those services, the population struggles to actually reach their ability to access them. It's something that our shareholders also believe in. So we have 3 shareholders, Convergence Partners from South Africa, Mitsui & Co from Japan, and then the IFC, which is part of the World Bank Group. All of them believe in not only the opportunity from a commercial perspective, but also with a developmental impact. And I'd say that actually the developmental impact is something that is at least as important as any sort of financial effects of this investment that they've made.
Okay, thank you very much for being in the room. Apologies to those online. We are late for 2 minutes. Sorry for that. This session will be in two parts. The first part will have a presentation. We have two presentations. The first one will be from Bob Osheng. We have only 2 hours, but his topic will take some time, and then we'll have questions after some few questions after the presentation from Bob Osheng. Then we'll have another presentation from Mohamed Diop. And after the presentation from Mohamed Diop, now we'll have Mr. Lucky Masilela who will come, and then we'll have other speakers to join, panelists to join. We have Mr. Sagwe from Ghana Domain Name Registry, and then we have Mr. Lawrence from Microboss. So we want to invite now Mr. Bob Osheng from ICANN, who is going to present about a very important topic. So I want to give the floor to Mr. Bob Osheng. Thank you very much, Bob.
Okay. It's still morning. Good morning. Good morning once more. So Yavia said this is a very important topic. It means you must listen, isn't it? My name is Bob, and I want to talk to us today about something with a very long name. Obviously, most of the topics we've been discussing have got very long names, so this is another one. Something we are calling the new GTLD program next round. That's a lot of things. And that first slide has other things on it. If you look at the very top, you are seeing something there, new GTLD program, next round. Something towards the other side, we always had included an inclusive internet. So we want to try and bring all this discussion together. And really glad to be here, obviously, and to share with you on this project and this initiative that is currently being implemented within ICANN. And interesting that it follows what Carlos discussed in the morning. So this is one of the products or outcomes or outputs of a policy process that took a very long time, almost 5 years, to get to this level. So this is something that's gone through the community, the bottom-up process, the multi-stakeholder process, received detailed inputs, very diverse inputs over many years, went to the board, got approved, and handed to the staff to implement. So this is a full circle of how a multi-stakeholder process and the internet or the global internet community works within the ICANN ecosystem. And hopefully I will try and clarify. It has a number of things. Some of them might appear technical or confusing, but do indulge me, and please feel free to ask questions, whatever they are, and we'll endeavor to answer the best we can. So if I could get the next slide, unless I can move it myself. Was that me? Oh, that was me. Okay, Wayne confirms that was me. So this is the agenda outline. So first of all, I want us to just remind ourselves of the ecosystem. ICANN is always misspelled. So when I'm asked, where do you work or who do you work for, and I say ICANN, and most of the time when you read and you check how someone has written that spelling, you can suspect how that spelling will always not be this one. So you have ICANN, and one of those N's is names, and the other N is numbers. And yesterday we discussed a lot about one of the N's, which is numbers. And so today is more about names. Now what you realize is that each of those N's have got its own ecosystem around it. If you went to the numbers ecosystem, you'll find the RIRs, which work in a very different way compared to the names ecosystem. And how is the names ecosystem organized? And you can juxtapose this against the numbers ecosystem, and you'll find very different, groups of players. And somehow, and you could be on both sides, but aligned to each of the arrangement in the respective ecosystem. So if you're on the numbers ecosystem, then you're talking about RIR, you're talking about ISPs, you're talking about members. If you come to the names ecosystem, then you have a registry operator, then a registrar, and a registrant. On the numbers ecosystem, the final end user probably does nothing to receive the number on their device. So if you went online today, obviously all of us are online today, isn't it? Who applied for their IP address on their phone or their laptop before it went online? None of you, isn't it? But if you have a domain name, you are the same end user, you have a domain name, there's no way you have it by default or automatically. You must have done something to have it. While on the number side, probably you did nothing and you have a number. Maybe what you need to buy was maybe a SIM card. So the processes are very different, but they work very closely together. So this will be a little journey on the numbers, on the names side, and both of these is what ICANN is about, names and numbers. They're just numbers. Is Elaine here? Is it Elaine Ayana or Ayana Elaine? Yes. So this is how the name side is organized, and we'll look at my right. This is my left. This side. For this particular presentation, we'll focus more on the registry operator. But I'm saying that the entire ecosystem goes all the way to registrant. You'll also notice the naming structure here. All of them are R's. I promise I did not come up with that. I found it as well. Maybe the fathers might enlighten us why they decided to use all R's in this process. So in that structure, from the registry operator to the registrant, who is the final end user for a name, at any one particular time, there is a series of agreements or contracts that connect all of them all the way to ICANN. Can this point? Okay. So on my, this is still left. On your extreme left is ICANN, and on your extreme right is the registrant. And in between, you have these various players that I talked about in the names ecosystem. And I'm saying this because this particular session is about the DNS ecosystem or the names ecosystem. And sometimes we jump to, discussing a component of the ecosystem without really appreciating the entire structure and value chain within the ecosystem. So we have different players here. And between each of them, there are various agreements and contracts that link them together all the way to ICANN. And so I will not go into much detail here, but you can be a registry operator, meaning you have a particular agreement with ICANN. You can also be a registry operator without any agreement with ICANN if you're talking about CCTLDs. Obviously, it goes without saying that we have very broadly 3 categories of top-level domain names, or TLDs. We have GTLDs, which is the subject of this presentation, which is the short form of generic top-level domain names. We have CCTLDs. Carlos talked about the CCNSO, which is country codes, and country codes are for jurisdictions or autonomous economies that have been recognized by the UN. And you have another category of TLDs that can either be GTLDs or CCTLDs, and we call them IDNs, or internationalized domain names, meaning it is either a generic name or a country code name that is written in a different script other than Latin script. Latin script is 0 to 9 or A to Z. So if you have a domain name that is not written in A to Z or 0 to 9, for example, in Arabic or in Chinese, then we call it an IDN, an internationalized domain name. So those are the 3 broad categories of domain names. But for this purpose, we are talking about GTLDs for our guidance. So the new GTLD program, next round. So when I see next round, I ask myself, was there a last round? And if yes, when was it? Who knows when the last round was? Anyone? So Lawrence is disqualified from any answers. Unlucky. Yes, when was the last round? He thinks it is 2012. Who has a more recent memory? Because that sounds like a very long time ago. Some people were not born in this room then. I don't know if Aziz was born by then. So there was the last round, and it is important for our context so that you can also understand our struggle with this title, why we have a new GTLD program and could not stop there. Because there is something in 2012 which is still a new GTLD program. So how do you differentiate both new GTLD programs? So we could only call this current one, this one, next round, not even current round. We call it next round. If you went to a better English class, you can also help us with this title. We are still open to comments and feedback. So the top-level names, obviously this is something we know. This is what a TLD is. And for this particular session, we're talking about GTLD specifically. And I've already indicated that we have, GTLDs in other ways of writing other than Latin, and Latin is A to Z or 0 to 9. So therefore, you can today represent TLDs in other writing scripts, and there is a very important objective around that, about inclusivity. So I want to concentrate a little bit on this particular slide, which talks about the expansion of the DNS. You see at the middle, 1,200 plus GTLDs. Well, we could choose to write a specific number there because that statistic is specific, but it's easier to say more than 1,200 domain names. So this happened in 2012, which, as he answered, is our reference for the last round. So in 2012, ICANN overseen the expansion, or we are calling it the largest expansion that has ever happened in the recent history of the domain name space. And out of that, a number of things happened. Now, before this, and why we are saying this was the largest expansion, there had been other, should we call them proof of concepts or initiatives to expand the domain name space. Just like the internet has been expanding since its early days, so has been domain names. By the year 2012, we had 22, what we're calling legacy TLDs. So your list of com, net, info, edu, we had a list of up to 22. So you can see here, I can't point. So that list was 22 up to 2012. And you'll also notice that by then, those names were largely 3 letters. Now, after 2012, you now have 2 new features. You have names in scripts other than Latin, meaning Chinese, Arabic, Cyrillic, and other ways of writing, but you now also have longer names. Now, this was in response to the request from you, the community, that you needed more choice to register, names of interest. So if I wanted bob.com and it doesn't exist, maybe I could register bob.africa. So that responds to the need of the community to expand the choice available to them. Remember, this is in addition to country code top-level domain names. So you could actually say, in theory today, that we have, give or take, maybe 1,500 top-level domains available to the global internet community to choose from, depending on your need. And with this, the community still felt and took almost 5 years to deliberate and approve further expansion of the same namespace to even add more names over and above what we already have today. This is already existing, but the community has chosen to expand this even further. Hence, the basis for this next round that we are today discussing. So ICANN is going through a process to implement that decision of the community, and this is what it entails. I hope it works. Wayne. Okay. Yes, this one. And so at a very high level, why would someone think of registering or having a top-level name? Remember, we're talking about a registry operator. There are a number of things, and there are people in the room here that are more competent to talk about this than me. But from our perspective, at a very high level, registering a TLD depends on really what is your motivation or your context. And context here, you could be a government, you could be a brand. A brand here is, let me use the brand Club. Is there a club in this country? Club. Anyone heard about Club? Where are you looking at me suspiciously? So when I say club, what comes to your mind? Okay, club can be a beer. What else? So I like what you think of first when I say club. But I'm saying I meant the other club where I come from. So the context for registering a TLD really vary. Not everyone registers domains, say, to monetize, which is also part of motivations for registering domain names. For those of you who have registered, domain names, maybe you have a .africa name, a .com name, you probably purchased that domain name, or you are paying for it annually. That is monetization. But you have names that have been registered by brands. So, for example, BMW, MTN, for example, And I don't think they will be available for everyone out there to register them. So their motivation for those names are very different. So people register their names for different reasons, and they're justified. Some of them are to protect their brand, some are to localize policies, some of them are for security reasons, for example, banks. And therefore, because of these diverse and very wide needs of the global community, they made a decision to recommend that that expansion even be done further, so that those names, or those people that would like to register names, also have a new opportunity to do the same in this coming round. So this is a very difficult slide to present. And the most difficult part of it is the third bullet here, which is how much will it cost you to apply for a TLD. But before I get to how much, who can apply? Anyone who is not an individual. So you have to be a corporate entity of whichever nature, whether not-for-profit, governmental or intergovernmental organization, as long as you are a corporate and you can enter into valid contracts. So you cannot apply for a TLD, top-level name, as an individual. So Bob cannot apply, but Bob Incorporated can apply for a TLD. When will this application happen? We are projecting that we'll open to receive applications in 2026 and the April timeline. And at the moment, we have no reason to doubt that that deadline still is valid. And therefore, we are looking forward to opening this round for the global internet community to apply for names of their choice in April. How much does it cost you to apply for a domain name? In 2012, the fee here was $185,000. In 2026, the application fee has been set at $227,000. And this is, Lawrence always likes reminding me that this is not Naira. This is USD for context. And to amplify the fact that is this reach? Is this within reach? Is this affordable? Is this even something that, this region can be part of? So it is an expensive undertaking. And in the wisdom of the community, when coming up with these final proposals, they also insisted that the cost of implementing the program has to be borne by those that are applying to utilize the process. And there's a lot of questions in terms of why would this be this expensive? Where will this money go? So we have a whole booklet, I should say, on fees that tries to really distill where this money and how this money will be used. Essentially, it goes into what we are calling evaluation panels. The decisions, and you will see the entire process of an application, what happens from the day you apply to the day you have this name alive, if a name can be alive. I don't know whether alive and live is one and the same thing, but you understand what I mean. So from the day you apply to the day the name goes live, there's a lot of things in between. And most of the time, those processes have to be paid for. So the cost of those processes, which you will see here in detail, is funded by this fee. And it's not supposed to come from any other funding process within ICANN. So we'll come to that, but as we speak, this is the fee for the next round. And how will you apply? So we are working on an online system for everyone that we are calling TAMS, TLD Application Management System, through which the entire application process and interaction with your application will be happening. So I know we have a lot of questions waiting for me around this. but I'll be happy to engage on that. I should add that the application window will remain for 12 to 15 weeks when it opens. So keep that in mind as we go a little bit down on this journey. Now, in terms of case studies, this segment, I just wanted to quickly show you, at a very high level, how in the last round, names have been used innovatively. So Microsoft, for example, is the domain name today, and if you're using Microsoft services, maybe you'll notice that you are using a .Microsoft name for all their services. Amsterdam is a city, and they have another interesting use case on how they have, the motivation to use their name as a TLD for specific services to the community in Amsterdam. Bank is an interesting case because its target is very specific. It's not looking for everyone, it's looking for banks, and they are implementing policies that are relevant for banking institutions. And that's what they're promising their target consumers, that if you register in our name, then we will implement by default the following security measures that are really relevant for banks, because they understand what is common to banks largely. So that's really their projection, their image, and their selling point for that particular TLD. And goes without saying that in the room is .Africa, which obviously I am not competent enough to talk about when the real .Africa is in the room. But today, this is also available to you, and it has got its own position and posture on where it makes sense to register .Africa. All these are today available for us courtesy of the last expansion. Okay? Now, going back to the cost that I've highlighted, and whenever I talk about that slide, I think the next question is, or the next sentiment that I do get is, this is not for Africa, or I don't think this is meant for us. Well, I should say that, probably reiterate that in the last round, that same fee was $185,000, and I don't think that was any cheaper. Can this be done in Africa, or can we get applications from Africa? And something that I know Lucky will comment about, because he had a real experience going through this, not just for one name, but for, not for two, but for very many names that are actually live today. So I do feel and believe that, yes, there is a case or a business case for more names in Africa. It only depends on why are you applying, or what is your motivation. I always ask this question differently. What is the cost of not applying? I think we quickly look at, well, this is really huge. I was listening to a presentation from some brands in India, and they were asking themselves, what is the cost of a 30-second advert on YouTube for some of them? And when you start crunching the numbers on where some of our spend go to, depending on what is the context of the organization, then probably this starts becoming maybe even cheaper. So it really depends on how you look at it and your context. Is it expensive? It is very expensive. What is the cost of not doing it? You can, depending on who you are, you can also do the cost-benefit analysis and come to a decision. But fact remains that this is an opportunity. Now, there's the cost of not doing it, and the cost of whatever it is that is an asset to you being held by someone else. So I come from Kenya, and therefore I can use an example in Kenya. just in case I could have challenges at the airport when I leave here. So I'll for safety reasons, I'll use examples in Kenya, isn't it? So we've heard about M-Pesa. It's a money transfer solution. I'm sure we have the same here. And it is associated with a particular company for us. So for a moment, think about that same product being a domain name. And today, the reality is that name is available. I mean, in theory, I can apply for it. Anyone can apply for it. So to my point about what is the cost of not applying, so assuming Safaricom or Vodacom, who are the owners of M-Pesa, don't bother about this as a TLD, and I apply for it, and in theory, I get it. One part. Or actually, their competition applies for it and gets it, which is a little bit more complicated, but also in theory, very possible. Which one will be cheaper for Safaricom at the end of the day? So this is an important decision point. And most of the time, I do advise that costs are not one perspective. It is also important to look at the cost of not doing something. In the previous session, Carlos was talking about participation, whether in GAC, whether in CCNSO, and I think the cost element is always there. What is the cost of participation? But what is the cost of not participating? If I take the name .Africa, for example, if Africa was not interested completely, it is also possible that someone could have applied for that name, and if Africa was not interested completely, that name would be with a different operator today, isn't it? Now, we don't have a process of deregistering a name that is live. All our processes can only intervene before that name goes live. But once it goes live, there is no turning back. Maybe that is the next policy that you people should come up with. But as it stands today, unless whoever is operating, something terrible happens to a current operator. And if it is a GTLD, we will just take that name to an escrow operator, maybe, or someone will take it up. But we will rarely have a name going offline. A CCTLD, maybe. A GTLD, very difficult. One of the rules today of names that are not available for registrations are, for example, country names. So you can't register .Ghana. And you can also not register a name, obviously, that is already registered, so you can't apply for that. But you can also not register a capital city without the consent of the respective government or authority. Those are safeguards that are built in. But any other name, obviously, in theory, is available. It could be a trademark, it could be a brand, and depending on who has applied for it, there could be multiple applications for a particular name. You will then defend your application. But there is no guarantee that no one else can apply for M-Pesa, for example, because M-Pesa is known to be Safaricom's. It could be a favorite, cuisine in India. I would say that's the M-Pesa I'm registering. So, who says that that cannot be valid? It could be, an important destination maybe in India. So their M-Pesa is, this destination that they know about, or culture. So any other name, obviously, is a debate. And that's why we have those panels to consider such cases where we have contention in names. Okay? That was me digressing. But I would like to come back to your views on whether this is expensive and how expensive it is. I'm just trying to paint a picture of the other aspect of what, as countries, as corporates, as brand owners, as trademark owners, you need also to consider when you make this decision on whether not to apply for names or to apply for names. The decision is yours. But also, most importantly, because of the recognition of that cost at the same time, while the community was deciding to make this cost be recoverable from applicants, hence its high cost, they also recommended a support program to support especially underserved regions that would apply and would find this expensive. So part of the next round program is an inbuilt process that we are calling applicant support that is meant to discount that application fee. And it targets very specific categories of organizations or applicants. And if you are successfully evaluated to apply for applicant support, then you will get at least 85% discount on the fee, okay? So applicant support has got two components of support. There is financial support and non-financial support. The non-financial element is largely around, capacity building, mentorship, and really materials to help a new entrant be able to successfully apply and operate their name. The financial support is meant to reduce that cost. So from the 227, you can discount it to 85% if you are successful under applicant support. But there's a caveat in this applicant support because you have to fall within these 4 categories of organizations for you to be considered for support. You are either a not-for-profit organization, you are either an IGO, which is an intergovernmental organization, say WACREN, Africa Union, East Africa Community, or other IGOs as recognized by treaties, or indigenous communities group. So in our country, we have people called Maasai, which you might have heard about. If they have an outfit that represents them and they would like the name .Maasai, for example, then they are eligible for this discount. And then lastly, we have a category that we are calling small, medium enterprise organizations in developing economies, which is every economy other than Europe and North America. How do we define medium, small enterprises? The rules that we are going to work with for this round has put a cap for medium, small enterprises at $5 million of annual turnover. So if you are an entity whose annual turnover is up to or less than 5 million USD, then you also qualify for applicant support. So these are the 4 categories of organizations that are eligible to apply and to be considered for applicant support. Now, applying for applicant support means you want to apply for a top-level name. That's really what it means. And it still then begs the question that you need to probably better understand the entire process, because once you go through applicant support, the next step is to apply for the TLD actually in April next year. So applying for applicant support is really intending to apply for a top-level domain, and that's very important to understand. So evaluations will be on a number of areas, of course, public responsibility, financial need, and financial viability. So applicant support has been on for the last almost 12 months. It is actually closing next month, as Yavi was saying. We opened applicant support on 19 November 2024, and we intend to close it on 19 November this year. So in a little bit less than a month, okay? To date, we have a number of applications that have come from different regions. And what you see here, this is as at 22nd of September. little bit a few weeks ago, you have from Africa 10 applicants from 6 countries. So we are keeping these applicants confidential. So you didn't know, the intention is really not to disclose who they are, but to also give you a sense of how we are performing in terms of interest, if I could put it that way, compared to the rest of the region. So you have, I think, the highest numbers coming from the Asia-Pacific region, with 18 applicants spanning, I think, 7 countries there. And we were hoping very hard that we will not have, the global West, Europe and North America, even though the program does not discriminate as long as you are within those organizations that I did mention, the 4 categories. So it doesn't matter whether you're in Europe, North America, or in Africa. The opportunity is available for all of those categories of organizations, but our focus and resources in creating awareness about this has been in the underserved regions, and most importantly in Africa, the reason why we are here today. So this is how we are performing today. You still have a little bit of a month to make a decision if you would want to take advantage of this particular opportunity and benefit from a discount. It closes on 19 November 2025. So the next segment, I'll just highlight very quickly some of the resources that are available at your disposal. I think the first one is this graphic that I hinted about in terms of what will be the applicant journey for this next round, so that we put into perspective this cost that is involved in applying. As I indicated, it is a very extensive evaluation process with a lot of players, and probably I'll use a few examples here. So in the last round we had, so for example, so before I go to the example, we have on my extreme left, this is my left, though it is your right, is application submission period open. I don't know if you can see it very clearly. Again, these slides are available for distribution, so feel free to come for them if you need that. So you start the application from this is your left as well, and you end on delegation. The last point is delegation. Okay, that's when the name goes live. And at that point, there is no going back once it goes live. In between, there are a number of things. And I wanted just to point maybe 2 critical ones. There's something called reveal day, okay? So the window opens for 12 to 15 weeks, as I indicated. We receive applications. Everyone is invited to apply. You make your payment. After that, the window closes. And then we have something called so we have a replacement period. So you see the first yellow, obviously once we receive the applications, there's some administrative checks that we do just to confirm that an application is complete and all the documentation is in. So just really done within ICANN. And then we have a reveal day where all names that have been applied for are then visible to the applicants. Okay, why is that important? In this process, there's something called contentions, which is a very, very big deal. And Lucky can talk very eloquently about what it takes. And if this application is expensive, then wait until you get to contention, depending on what name it is, okay? So there's a reveal day, so you see what other names have been applied for. Now in this time, something that is different from last time, there is a very small window for you to change your name. As long as you carried something we're calling a replacement string. So say I've applied for .bob, but because I want to avoid a contention, and I will explain what a contention is, I have said that I'll have a replacement name as Ochieng, okay? So that if I find there's a lot of Bobs, then I'll switch to Ochieng so that I avoid this contention that is ahead, where I can then lose my application altogether, okay? So we have a replacement string. So you look at all applications and then you make a decision. You have 14 days to do that. After those 14 days, we will then confirm all the applications. So at that point, you cannot change your application. And you have already seen if you are potentially going to be in contention or not. Now, after that, you see the second yellow is the string confirmation day. So this is where these names are published for everyone to see. This is a very important process. And I should add that probably you are not following this process to apply for a domain name, but it is still very relevant for you. Why? This is when you can then see if there are names that, depending on who you are, it could be a country, you could be a brand, you could be, any type of organization. And there's an application that you either agree with strongly or strongly object to. You have a chance to raise that particular feedback, depending on whether you are a government, you are community. So at this point, we have what we call community input period on this string. So anyone can actually make a comment. If you're a government, you could send what we are calling an early warning that there's a name we have seen and potentially we will have a problem with it. The GAC within ICANN can at this point even write a GAC advice on a name, okay? So essentially we are saying that these names will be published for public input into the names. So you can object, you can support, you can say anything. This feedback will then be taken into consideration by the evaluation panel. So at this point, you are just saying, nothing happens, you just say. And you have potentially around 90 to 115 days to make that particular point on any of those names. And I am stressing here that this doesn't matter whether you have applied for a name or not. And I'm also stressing that once a name is live, it cannot be removed, okay? And I said that one of the rules is that you cannot apply for some names. For example, you cannot apply for the ISO 3166 list, names that are in that list, so country code names, or the three-letter equivalent of those names. Every country has got a three-letter equivalent in the ISO 3166 list. For example, Kenya is KEY. Now, Comoros is COM, okay? But we have .com today, isn't it? And how did that happen? So that was before these rules came into place. Apparently, I think lawyers will remind us, the law does not apply, is it retro something? Yeah, so today you cannot register .KEY. Any of those letters you are seeing on the ISO 31 list, alpha, I think there's alpha 2 and alpha 3, whatever it is. Those ones are blocked, so you can't apply for them, okay? But you can see that when those rules were not there, this happened. We have .com, which is the three-letter code for Comoros. But we have no process to reverse a name that is live. That's why this is important. So with that, so there's a lot of processes. In terms of contentions, it means that you have more than one applicant for the same name. Essentially, that's what it means. So you have two people or more that have applied for .bob. And in such cases, essentially what happens is that such an application goes through an auction process where you actually outbid the other applicant. This is why this particular point of replacement string was introduced, because if you don't replace your string, you already know that there's potentially a contention ahead, and therefore you are ready and happy to go through that contention to defend your name. In the last round, we had auctions going for, as high as, over $100 million. So it can be very expensive, depending on what name is in contention and who are the applicants behind such names, okay? So that is how the journey will look like. It's quite a long process, and in between we have third-party evaluation panels to make these independent decisions, and not ICANN. Very lastly, this is the timelines that we are talking about. So I've said that applicant support, which is that blue line, has been on since November 19, and we intend to close it 12 months later on November 19 this year. So you still have a window, if you are those organizations that I listed, to apply for applicant support. And you see 2026, which is the red line there, is when we intend to open the round for for submissions. So April 2026, and that window will remain open for at least 15 weeks. With that, I suspect there might be very many questions, but I will just be here. Maybe I'll give it to Yalvi. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Bob. I think we can take a few questions because we'll have another presentation from Mohamed Diop online, but we can take like 2 questions before we hear from Mohamed Diop on the next round of new generic top-level domain names. So he mentioned 2 dates, 19th of November and April next year. So we have 1 question here. Do we have another question in the room? Go to them. So we have 3 questions. Please go to the mic now. So we will take the 4 questions. Then Bob will answer, and we'll hear the next presentation. Bob will still be here for the rest. So go ahead, please.
Thank you. I'm Frank Anati, Internet Society Ghana, but I'm putting on the hat as a non-commercial user of the internet. So I would like to ask, when it comes to the contention resolution, what are the options when it comes to that? Do we have support as non-commercial users, or let's say someone who is applying as an applicant support program applicant, or when it comes to contention, you have to actually fight on your own? Thank you.
Yeah. So my name is Wallace Chigona from the University of Cape Town. So maybe just on the charge, on the costs for registration. So is that once-off fee, or once-off fee, or do you pay this like an annual basis? Is there an annual fee you have to pay to maintain the domain? Yeah, so that was my main question. And the other issue is, who are the members who resolve the contentions? Yeah, who is in that team?
Ok, merci. Merci pour la présentation.
I hope this works.
Ok, merci pour la présentation. Moi, je reviens en fait sur le New GTLD. Bon, vu le prix qui a été annoncé, je dirais que c'est difficile. Pour moi, c'est...
1 minute.
Je disais que le prix annoncé pour le new GTLD, pour moi, ça s'est créé encore une barrière pour l'Afrique. On a beaucoup crié ici de la fracture numérique. Et la fracture numérique était grande entre les pays développés et puis l'Afrique. Aujourd'hui, on vient nous parler en fait d'un new GTLD qui va coûter en fait 227 000 $. En termes...
I think I didn't get the entire question. I don't know if you got it.
Okay.
No, this is the last question. Okay.
Oh, it's not finished.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay. Je disais que ça s'est créé encore la fracture numérique entre les pays développés et l'Afrique, vu ce montant-là. Parce que ce montant-là, si nous convertissons ça dans nos monnaies locales, ça fait beaucoup. Et quand on regarde ça, cet argent-là, ça peut faire en fait peut-être créer des emplois, des infrastructures en fait pour ces pays-là. Pour le citoyen lambda, il ne verra pas en fait l'importance en fait de ce truc-là. Donc, à mon avis, peut-être c'est de trouver au niveau de ICANN un mécanisme pour pouvoir accompagner, comme ils le font déjà, les pays africains, pour qu'on ne soit pas à la traîne, comme dans les autres cas où au début, en fait, on a de la fracture numérique là. Sinon, on risque de recréer encore une autre fracture numérique. On est en train de combler une fracture numérique qui existait. Avec ça, c'est de recréer encore une autre fracture numérique. On va mettre du temps encore pour rattraper cela. Donc, c'est le lieu pour moi, si ICANN peut trouver en fait un mécanisme de façon à alléger. Quelqu'un a déjà posé la question tout de suite, à savoir si le paiement là, ça se fait du coup ou bien c'est de façon échelonnée. Donc, il faut vraiment trouver un mécanisme. Sinon, je ne pense pas qu'en fait, beaucoup de pays africains ne vont pas souscrire en fait, à ce nouveau truc-là.
Merci. Bob va répondre à ça. Certainement, il va encore parler de ASP. Il a parlé d'un mécanisme. Mais on va prendre la dernière question et puis the last question.
Okay, so I also concur with the points that were mentioned. My name is Frank Asifua from the Association of African Universities. So my question is, after you do the initial payment and then you go through you start the process and there's contention, does it mean that if you are outbid, you lose your money? You're already not in your head. That's it. That's what happens. Okay. So the next question is, what if I'm in contention, but I have I don't know if I can say moral rights to that domain. Let's just say it's my name. Let's just say, right? It is my last name, and I'm in contention for it. And someone with more financial muscle outbids me for it. Isn't there a possibility where the two cases can actually be stated so that you can actually listen to the value that the person who is applying for that GTLD would be able to offer in order to be able to make that possible? If not, and it's always financial, there might be a challenge regarding that. Anybody who has a financial muscle always wins in that case. So maybe I'll have to.
Thank you very much. So we let Bob ask the questions. Bob will be here. So Bob we can allow you to ask in 30 seconds your question. Please go ahead in 30 seconds. And then Bob will answer all the questions.
Yes, thank you. So, pretty simple. As a registrar, I just want to find out, now that you are opening the top-level domain names, and we can have groups like clans, okay, coming for such domain names and all that, how would you be able to safeguard this domain name so that people will not register domain names for clandestine activities, maybe for hate speech or cybercrime activities and all that, but then because they came under a certain name, it would legitimize the domain name. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So we have Bob answer this question, and then the next, and then we have Mohammed Diop. But Bob will be here again before the end of the session. So Bob, over to you.
Yeah, so I'll be pretty brief, and please let's touch base between today and tomorrow if you want a deeper dive on some of the comments I made. Maybe I can answer this in reverse. So starting with the last one on hate speech or content in general, which is a completely different area. Probably this is an after delegation issue, okay? So this is really a completely different process. And this is not just on potential next round that will be received. This is a problem today. And it's not just a problem for GTLDs, it is a problem for names in general. For GTLDs, the registry operators, and Lucky is here, who is a registry operator, in their contract with ICANN, there is an element on DNS abuse that they have to enforce on their names and report to compliance. And if that is not done, then they have penalties associated with that. But the content in general is probably out of scope for ICANN to police, even though there are specific clauses that are targeting DNS abuse that is being enforced, but only for GTLDs. And this will be the same even for new names that will come after the next round. From AAU, Frank, I think your challenge is on contention. So can you lose your name? So let me, first of all, give a context to it. This evaluation is done by a competent panel. And maybe someone asks, who is doing this, or where are these people going to come from? Part of this process is a recruitment process for vendors. And if I don't know if you could just show the ICANN Next Round website, or if you pass by, I'll show you. We are publishing on a rolling basis requests for proposals or RFPs for different services. So we have listed a timeline on when we'll be recruiting for this particular service provider, because they are independent, competent organizations that we are going to onboard to provide these services using a very detailed guideline and process. So their decisions is what will determine who actually carries the day in terms of contention, if it is a contention services provider, okay? So they'll go through a process to determine that two applications are both competent, and therefore the only last resort approach to determine who the winner is for those applicants to outbid themselves. And that is part of the rules that is guiding them. So it means that you have all met every criteria. It's only that both of you have a legitimate claim to the name. And unfortunately, only one operator can, operate a name at a time. And therefore, in that case, they have a last resort process to determine who that becomes, provided for in the applicant guidebook. That is the basis of the evaluation. And that is those applicants outbidding each other. And in this case, that is the way it will go. So if someone has got a significant financial muscle, probably I can give you an example of .app in the last round. The applicants, because this is now public, so the applicants were both heavily financially able. It was Google and Apple. So who has more muscle than the other? Who do we think took .apple? So you can see that in this case, both applications are competent. So who do you give it to? There's actually a legitimate claim for both parties. So in this case, Apple prevailed, not because, it's debatable, not because they had higher financial muscle, but that auction went for 25 million. So yes, at that point, then whoever has the muscle will actually take that name. Digital divide. Is this really feasible for Africa? Remember, this is applying to operate a GTLD. It is not registering a domain name. So while on one part, yes, you can rightly argue that this actually makes this out of reach for certain regions. And that is the basis for the applicant support program, whose spirit is really to give a chance to the underserved regions, but also still maintaining organizations that can actually run a top-level name. This decision of running a TLD is a critical responsibility, because if anything happens to that name, then it means everything behind it has a problem. So imagine today if .gh or .com had a problem because of the registry operator. Every .com name or every .gh name will be affected. So whoever takes the responsibility must meet very stringent rules. And for GTLDs, ICANN has got an obligation to ensure that only organizations that meet both technical and financial criteria get to run those names. Otherwise, you and me can still register, whatever name we want as second levels or third levels. This is open. This is not under contention. But the top level has got a lot of responsibility that comes through it. So there's a threshold that has to be maintained, and ICANN has got a responsibility to ensure the stability and resiliency of that system for the benefit of the global users of that name. Annual fee, yes. So there's an application fee, and then there are annual fees that are different. So if you are a GTLD operator, you have annual fees, and Lucky can correct me when it kicks in, of $25K every year. I think the payments are done every quarter, but Lucky could clarify for us whether there's a threshold when you start paying that fee. So there will be annual fees, which is separate from the application fee. The application fee is once off. NCUC support. So objection, or some objections, will need to be adjudicated. So it means that some objectors will need to actually pay the service providers for contention and objection services. ICANN is not going to pay that. And I can come back and confirm, but at the moment, the GAC has got provision within the fee to fund objections from the GAC. So the GAC can apply for support to pay for the objection if there's a name that they're objecting for, and that one will be paid for. So I need to check if there's any provision for NCUC or any other advisory committee, but I know that the GAC will have support for objections or payments. Okay, in the interest of time, allow me to then shift to other presenters. And as I say, I am here the whole of today and tomorrow, so please, we can sit down, and I can assure you I will not charge anything.
So, round of applause for Boss, who will stay with us here. Bob will stay with us here. And before we ask Mr. Loki to join us, we will have a presentation from Mohamed Diop online. So Mohamed Diop will try to take a few minutes, let's say maximum 10 minutes, to share some information about the domain name in Africa. So Mohamed Diop, thank you for joining us. Over to you.
Thank you, Yaovi, and also thank you to Bob. It was a very instructive presentation. We learned a lot, and it's a big process and a very strong and heavy process in order to have a new GTLD round. So I'm gonna try to give you a little bit update about the different actors that we have working around these businesses. Let me go quickly because I know that Bob already take time to explain you in detail what are going to be the challenges and the process. So I'm going to try to be a little bit more explicit regarding when it comes to Africa, specifically who are the actors who are around. I think that he talked about also the first round and what IDN did, what are the new opportunities they have there. the role of CCTLD as well, and what make challenging the open up of a new round, the next round of GTLD. So we know that when we talk about domain name industry, they have so many actors around. I think that since the beginning of IES, we heard about many organizations, and we still continue to hear about many of them. IFSTARS, AFTLD, IF Registrar, I mean, all these organizations are part of what we call the domain name industry. We also have some other actors that work closely to us and open up, like the Unicode Consortium, the ISO you heard about, even when Bob was trying to give you some ideas about what are the CCTLD database coming from, and this is the ISO, so International Standard Organization. So we have many actors. So let's come to what we get here, because it comes to ICANN, like the registry, the registrar, and the registrant. So when it comes to registrar are organizations that have agreement with ICANN. They have to be compliant, and they have a special status. You hear about the numbers. Let's say 15 years ago, we were talking about 1,000 registrars worldwide. At that time, there were no registrar accredited by ICANN in Africa. Since 2006 up to now, we have now, let's say, 13 operational, from South Africa to Morocco, going through Ghana, Senegal. We have different actors. All the names are on the slide, and it gives you an idea about who they are. These organizations are critical when it comes to domain name, because a registrant, an African people who want to register a domain name, cannot go straight to a registry and register a domain name. They all have to go through a ICANN accredited registrar. It might be located in Africa or outside of Africa. So now why are we talking about this IF registrar organization? Because since registrars are very critical to the businesses, and since the registrant need to have a reliable and trusty environment in order to register a domain name and know that there is no abuse, so they have a very well-qualified people who register the domain name, protect their interests, doing all the jobs. So this function is very important, and I think that's why you're going to hear about IF registrar, but there are 13 in the continent, and they are supposed to hold the businesses within the continent. So who are, and what is a registrar? A registrar, they already explained it to you. This is the contractual ICANN businesses, and they have agreement with the registry, they have agreement with ICANN, and it is through that agreement that they are allowed to register domain name for the end user. They have different business models. You know, I mean, it can be traditional reseller focus or low cost or whatever. So there's multiple business models. So why I'm talking that way, because I want to show to African that there are still needs for businesses, and there are still opportunity for businesses who want to invest in the domain name industry. So this gives you an idea about the stakeholder policy when people talk about who they are. You heard about the registry, okay? GTLD, CCTLD, you heard about the registrar, you heard about community, registrant, and end user. So there's something new coming. When you heard about GTLD, for the past round, I think that you already have a number regarding how many new GTLD get on top of the top level domain tree. We talk about 1,200, I mean, numbers right now. But there's something new that makes the interest increasing as well, is what we call the universal acceptance. It means when you heard about the languages, when you heard about how many languages that we have worldwide, and communities and people want to use the internet using their own languages, their own dialect or whatever, in order to discuss within themselves. So IDN is something, but when you heard about applications, specifically like emails, there is also something coming, and I think that ICANN is very involved in trying to make this thing happening. Like making people using their languages for all the services, not only domain name, but also applications. So if you look at the new round, the first round that ended in 2012, we're talking about what? 1,900 plus applications submit. And if you look at Africa at that time, it was only 17 applications in Africa. So 13 years later, the question is still there on the table. I mean, you have numbers, even if the process is not end up, but you have numbers about how many new GTLD are trying to get involved. We don't have the same enthusiasm that we have in the past, but it doesn't mean that there's no interest. It means that maybe the process have been slowing down a little bit, but they still have interest. But the interests are not necessary where the business is located, because some community want to have it, but maybe they don't have all the resources needed in order to make it happen. So, so numbers are there. When you talk about universal acceptance, when you look at how many TLD zones you have, more than 1,180 domain names operation right now, it means new GTLD was a little bit successful when we talk technically. On the business side, maybe not necessary, and maybe you're gonna see the numbers, but technically we see numbers increasing. Domain name servers, applications, IP addresses for these new things. So there's new things happening. When we look at the numbers in terms of total domain name registered for these TLDs, we're talking about more than 360 million domain names running over more than 1,000 and plus. And if you look at the ratio on how many new TLDs from the new GTLD have registered under that 360 million, we have less than 10%. But okay, even if you look at the numbers of registrars from 2006 up to now, we only have 13 in Africa. You know, there are not many. If you look at the numbers, the increase in terms of numbers are not necessarily there, but the potential is still there. So let me share with you, for example, this. Look, this is the new GTLDs from the latest stat that we have from VeriSign Lab. Thought about less than 10%. So this gives you an idea, 32 million out of 366. So 30 years after we launched the new GTLD program, we don't have, the new GTLD program did not represent more than 10%, but it is still. So why I'm raising this point? Because sometimes people want to discourage people when you want to do something, saying that, well, Africa is not strong enough, we don't have the numbers, we cannot compete. No, I mean, we really need to not be ashamed of having small numbers. What does it mean? It means that we have the potential to grow. It doesn't prevent us from having voice. I mean, it's not because we have small numbers in registration that we should not be part of the challenge or being part of the new program. We can. And especially if you know that even for the first process, the first new GTLD rounds, I can have put on the table $1.8 million to support applicants that did not have the money, but shows interest in a community who are interested in having new GTLD on the program. So the same approach have been implemented here as well, with what we call the waivers and 75 to 80% reduction on the total cost of the application. So it means ICANN has still trying to encourage small applicants, community or countries who want to bid for the new GTLD program but don't have enough money for it. So I think that we do not have to be discouraged by the numbers because the potential are still there. And for registrar, I still want to show you that registrar business is still active, is still challenging, but the potential is still there. And I think that what ICANN was trying to do since the beginning is to give more opportunities for underserved region like Africa and others to be able to be part of the process. So our challenges for the past 20 years was most about being there, participate, being heard. But now the challenge have shifted, and what we're trying to do now is to be more active in terms of participation, in terms of increasing the business, in order of impacting our local economy rather than just trying to be there. And if you heard about what Pierre Dangino was trying to raise, like what people do when they come back in their country and in their home, how they're going to impact local communities or local contribution in terms of what can I do for people to know more about ICANN, to be more involved, to have decision impact more their local economy. It is still challenging. And I think that that's our new challenge is how can Africans, they might be businesses, that might be civil society, government, regulatory body, how we can impact more our local economy. How can we be more productive in trying to raise and create opportunities for new jobs, new skills, not only fighting for some rights, but impacting the development. So I think that one of the angles that we should take that right now is more under the umbrella of the multilingual environment, the multilingual and dynamic environment where people are trying to give voice to their communities. I think that this is one of the areas where we are expecting to give more things coming, because Africa, out of 7,000 languages worldwide, Africa have more than 2,000 and plus languages. So it means when we heard about new GTLDs, I heard about, I'm looking at that direction. What can we do in order to have more African languages being available? And how can we have our local community seeing themselves as being part of it? So this movement have started and increasing in North Africa, in Eastern, Middle East, in any other region. So we are waiting to see that impact and that move in Africa as well. And I think that this is, for me, one of the key areas that we are looking more and more people getting involved in the challenge of having new GTLD. And I think that if you look at the map, the world map of languages, it gives you an idea about where we are looking these moves coming from, is where we have languages that are not represented, that are not in the Unicode Consortium database. These are the challenges that we are waiting. And I think that what I'm trying to do through my presentation was just to show to people that when we talk about new GTLD program, don't think only about technical. Don't think about just a domain name, registration under the tree. No, it might go beyond. It represents the opportunity for local communities and for internet users, no matter where they are, no matter how many people they are. They can be 1 million, they can be 10 millions, they can be 100 million. No matter the numbers they have the right to use their languages, to be on the internet and to exchange within themselves and to show to people what they have, their culture, their heritage, their businesses. I mean, these are the challenges we are trying to raise. And these, I mean, nobody have the right to tell to other people that you should not be there. We have the right to be there. And I can give example of Senegal, Ivory Coast. Senegal, you have 40 languages. Ivory Coast, you have more than 50 languages. If you look at how many languages are on the Unicode Consortium, you only find 1 or 2, is the French. When we talk about our local languages, they are not there. So for me, this is where I'm looking, the new GTLD program being more active. And I think that CCTLD are playing a great role as well, is if they have the opportunity to submit an application where they can use their CCTLD under the local languages. This is also an area where people are gonna see more chance to be present and to use their languages and their culture on the internet. So this is maybe something that I wanna share with you guys. We have all the actors, the African Union, the Regional Economic Community, the private sector, civil society, all the multi-stakeholder community, they're going to be part of that process. It's not technical only, it is business, it is governance, it is civil society, it is representation of all actors, it is legal, lawyers have to be involved. So it's a process. And I think that the more we're going to be convinced that we need to build Africa using our talent, using all the different components of our economy, if you think that way, I think that we're going to make it. If you don't do that, we're going to still look at the people changing the digital economy, having more people getting involved from developing countries. But if you look at underserved region or developing countries like you find it, Asmin in Africa, they're going to be just like spectators. They're going to look at the scene, but they're going to be real actors. Thank you very much. This is the only highlight that I want to share with you guys, and I think that this is going to help you ask more questions to Bob in order to finalize the process.
If you have seen Mohammed in one of the meetings, INET, ISO meeting, you can raise my hand. If you see Mohammed, you'll recognize him, Mohammed Diop. And Mohammed, he has a special warning is always within the community. We want to thank him a lot for his energy. So Mohammed, stay with us. I would like to invite two people to join the panel here. We have Lawrence Olawale from Microboss, and then we have Mr. Sagwe from Ghana Domain Name Registry. And we want to also thank Mr. Loki and invite him because he wants to help me to manage the last 30 minutes of this session. We had a lot of information. Again, some people have questions for Bob. For country perspectives also, we'll hear from our colleague from Ghana. And Mr. Lawrence also is in the business conscious from ICANN. So if you want to know more about the business constituencies, you can talk about Lawrence. Again, we have a booth, ICANN booth at the back there with a lot of documents. So in the next 30 minutes, Mr. Loki will help me to complete this session so that we hear more from participants. We'll have your input. So let me hand over to Mr. Loki. Thank you. Over to you.
Okay. I'm thrown into the deep end. Good afternoon, colleagues. And I think this session has been quite exciting, extremely informative about the next round. I have a few slides that I will share with you in the last 10 minutes of this session. But for now, to attempt some of the issues that we need to be hearing, I'm going to invite a esteemed panelist to give us a show and on what they would like to tell us. I'll start with the colleague on the far right. Since it was your birthday yesterday, your Independence Day, you have the...
Oh, okay, thank you. So again, my name is Lawrence. I run a mid-sized tech firm in Abuja, Nigeria, and have volunteered actively within the ICANN ecosystem. I would like to stop at that, but to say that domain names have actually become real assets, so much to the fact that in today's world and marketplace, not only could it cost you top dollars to go after a particular domain name, because again, they are unique in their creation. You can only find one domain per zone, so to say. But we've also seen domain names be passed on even as inheritance to one's children. That's the extent to which the domain has become a real asset. Coming back to what is happening in our ecosystem, especially today with the next rounds happening, this is again another opportunity for players and actors to get into the domain space. And from the statistics that has been shared so far, we'll see that we as Africans are doing badly. There has been a lot of initiatives that have even been put in place, one of which Bob talked about earlier on, the Applicant Support Program. I know it's not particularly suited for some of our top brands, because where you are doing over $5 million US, you cannot qualify to get applicant support. But for those in the civil society and the social space, there are some African names that could eventually find themselves at the root of the internet. And let's not forget that when you get these particular names, your association is not only contributing, to something that is top of the public global interest, but you are also owning a fraction or a piece of a critical internet infrastructure. So maybe between now and the 19th of November, there is still that leeway to get into it, but I also keep making this argument, please forgive me, that for those of us in my region, Africa, having to put $227,000 out there, which is just the cost of the application. There are different costs to putting those applications together. There is a cost to your compliance requirements for you to be able to meet up to being an applicant, so to say. And even after that, there are still some other costs. But the truth is, when we look at the value that you're going to be getting eventually on the long run, there is nobody, and I'm sure Lucky will be able to allude to that, there's no one that make this investment, that the investment doesn't grow. As long as you're growing your numbers, as long as the system remains stable and resilient, and people know that whenever they use the TLD, whenever they search for the TLD, it's out there, it doesn't fail, you will definitely be adding value to your systems. I'll stop at that.
Thanks for that, sharing those important points around domain names, and especially the portion of it being an asset, a valuable asset, where you can convert it into true value over years. And as an inheritance, it could be a family name that you can keep for the next 100 years, So, Mr. Segu, your takes on all of this, and probably tell us about your company and what you do, and your take on our topics there. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Yeah, my name is Benedict Segu, with the Ghana Domain Name Registry. We are basically a registry, or the CCTLD in transition, in the name that we are not a fully recognized registry. We are going through the process we call the delegation or redelegation to take over the management of .gh domain name. And for the people who know the history of internet in Africa, know that Prof. Kenu has been holding the fort for Africa and Ghana as well. He has been the manager of the .gh known space to ensure that bad actors don't get into the space. And then he has been safeguarding that for the past 30 years, which is something that has really done well. When you look at when the GTLDs are mostly profit-oriented, and this one he has done without even the mindset of making profit, and he has really put us in the space that we are today. On the issue of the registry, the challenges that faces CCTLDs, Ghana is not immune to it. I think the first one is the availability of registrars. Ghana, we have only 2 recognized registrars. But when you go into the community, we have numerous resellers. And these resellers are not active because of the initial cost of setting up to become a registrar. So most of them just stay on the side and then just piggy bank on other people who are really doing well. So we as a registry are looking at bringing more people on board locally, because we're not just looking at just bringing foreign registrars into the country to just come and take the space. Our major focus is to grow local content and also make local content stay in the country. So we are looking at having a registrars who host here or who have their services available in Ghana. And also, because the CCTLDs are not motivated by profit, one of the key challenges is the cost of running the registry, which sometimes becomes challenging if you have a small registrant. Because in Ghana, for example, we have about 5,000 to 8,000 registrants, and if you have a staff of 20 and you have to manage them and also keep your service running, it becomes a key challenge. And because we are not just competing as a registry, we are competing with the top-level domain names, the .coms and those things. And those ones make it easier for people to get the domains. Now, if you want a .ga domain name, the process of getting it becomes a little cumbersome that people prefer just going to the top registries or top registrars and then getting any name that they find available there. Unlike the .ga that maybe you have to get your name served from a hosting service before you come and update it in our records. So that's also one of the challenges that we face. And we believe that it's getting to a point where we are also going to integrate the EPP services that other registries are also doing so that we'll be able to have a good registry that runs and then also that also ensures that there is stability. Because we're not just going to add up numbers just because we want to break even or make profit. But we are going to ensure that the brand Ghana also stays relevant and that also maintains its identity. And when it comes to the CCTLs or the .gh or any other domain names, I think one motivating factor is the brand or the identity of the domain. And we know that Ghana, for example, has become a good brand in terms of trust and transparency. So people love to identify themselves. Hello? Yeah, so people easily identify themselves with the Ghana brand so far as we are Ghanaian. So I believe that is one of the areas that we are also trying to also ensure that the brand Ghana can be able to carry the name of the registry as well. Thank you.
Okay. Gentlemen, I think for the last hour and a half, Bob and Mohammed were talking about the next round, the GTLDs that's coming. What is your take? Are you going to be participating? Do you look to do that? Or you see it as a competing exercise with your current challenges of a limited number of registrars? Or is it going to be an opportunity to open up?
Yeah, I believe it's an opportunity and also a challenge as well. Typical example is when you take the name like Dutch Radio. The radio stations, because it also identifies with them, they are easy to go with it. So how do we also compete, also make it more relevant for radio stations in Ghana to also have that identity? Then you come to the issue of we also having an extra, those extensions also available. If you have .radio, .gh, the value it will add to it. And then also the major challenge is with the, because some of these are professional bodies. If you take ACCA, for example, having a domain name that the accountant want you to get on top, it's easy for them to say that, oh, because I belong to this profession, I'm moving to this profession instead of maybe sticking to a country code domain name. So I believe that is also going to be a major challenge that we are going to face as a registry.
Okay, Lawrence, your take?
Yeah, so I believe that the next round is a huge opportunity for we as Africans to leapfrog in this particular space. It used to be the case that we will say that there was no business case to own a top-level domain. But when you look across the space, there are so many fintechs, so many unicorns, companies that were not existing some 2-3 years ago, but today are doing tremendously well across different spheres. A lot of these companies can innovate on top of their brand TLD. So if you were to make that investment based on the fact that you already have a clientele that is close to or grossing over 1 million subscribers, and you decide to get your own name, which also not only gives you end-to-end control over the internet, where you're able to implement your own policies and innovate, but you also cut away from vices like DNS abuse. That is a huge issue. So where companies, where brands even decide to cooperate to get a particular TLD that works for them, and they look at the financial outlay of having to get this, and like they will do where you want to make an investment in your company and get returns over the next 2-3 years, you will find out that when you really look at the value of owning a TLD, not only will you be making a very good investment, but over time you will also be recouping the funds as well as building systems that could help you scale globally on the internet. So yes, we should, despite the cost, we should definitely engage to know more about what this opportunity entails and how to key into it. Like Bob mentioned, applicant support opened last year, November. It's going to be closing in about a month's time. And they are the ones with the numbers, but we might be doing very badly in that space. But applicant support was one thing that was to guarantee some 85% rebate, reduction in prices, especially for African entities. So if there are some of us here that can get on the train, there is still an opportunity to do so. But between now and when the next round starts, which is just 6 months away, we can sit down with, to educate our spheres of influence and other stakeholders to let them know that if we decide to go in this direction, you're not only going to be putting some good names at the root of the internet. We are here in Accra, Ghana, so why can't we have .accra? Yeah, you might say the business, looking at .gh, there might be some slow growth, but eventually the numbers you'll be talking about today will be different from what you'll be talking about in 10 years' time if you put some consistency to growing the brand.
Okay, I mean, that sounds like a good approach. But Bob, your application support program, are you happy with the numbers that are currently showing, especially from Africa? Now, if I recall, in the last round, the 2012 round, there were about 13 names that were applied for from Africa. And currently, there is about 5 names that are active with a total number of 62,000. Well, what's your view on the success of this program and its uptake?
So we have 10 applications from Africa at the moment. We have 60 applications in the overall pipeline, as I shared. You know, depending, if we were to make last round as a reference, someone would say that we already have a huge success, because in the last round we had only 3 applications for applicant support and only 1 prevailed, which is .kids today. So, and as we speak, we already have 2 applications that have been fully approved for applicant support. Well, so depending on how we want to quantify success, I think there is better awareness this time around, and we are really still, going out of the way to sensitize. And in fact, we are calling on, our cumulative networks to help us in sensitization. Part of the challenge last time was a feeling that there was not enough time to engage and create awareness about the opportunity. And in the last round, even if you're applying for applicant support, you had to pay the full fees first as you apply for support. And if your application for support was successful, then you'll get the reimbursement, which meant that you had to be able to afford the fees. That is why it is being implemented differently this round. And we are having applicant support coming ahead of the actual round, so that those that will be successful will only pay the balance of the fee after the 85% net off. So we were hoping that with the change in strategy in application, rolling it out well ahead of time, much more time in terms of awareness, communication, and engagement across the continent, that we will really get everyone that really needed to know about this to take advantage. But we are cognizant of the fact that the decision to apply or not to apply after being informed, remains with the respective organization. So if after knowing about this, someone chooses not to apply, then that is an informed decision, which is important, so that we can say that, well, Africa knows about this, the Middle East knows about this, and they are contented with the numbers that we are seeing. So for us, it is really, the question we're asking ourselves is, have we reached out
to the whole continent. And is everyone who should be aware about this aware? After that, if only 10 apply, then it means that those are the people that made the decision, and the rest, out of the information that they had, chose not to apply, which is also a decision that we respect. But I probably, while holding the mic very quickly, I should add that if you really intend to apply for a GTLD, then you cannot wait for the opening of the round to start putting your application together. You have to start now because it is a very comprehensive documentation process. You know, you have to think about how to make it sustainable after delegation. You have to think about, you know, what do you need in terms of technical support, you know, internally as an organization, what do you need from finance, from marketing, from, you know, technical. So you cannot do it effectively on 30th of April or, you know, whichever date that the round opens. You need to start now. So that is important. And once more, even if you're not intending to apply, it is still important to follow the process because you also have the right to defend particular names from other applicants.
Yeah, it's like you read my question. That was going to be my next question. The process of application, you know, securing a back-end provider in RSP, you know, what is that? But let me go to Mohammed. There was a question that was posed earlier from the audience here around abusive names, how to deal with that. What is your take on abusive names, managing that? What needs to be done?
Well, thank you, Lucky. You know, I mean, this is the most critical part of educating the intermediate that get into the process of allowing people to get domain names. I think that for me as a registrar and as, for example, the organizer and the chair of the IF registrar organization, what it takes to us, I mean, most of our time, we are struggling to educate customer and people who get into the interface, resellers and others, to take what we call the best practice in terms of compliance and the respect of confidentiality and protecting the interests of the end user. And why it is sometimes very dangerous not to support registrar accredited by ICANN, but pushing only for resellers. Reseller did not have that contract. They are not binding in order to serve respecting certain criteria. So if you want African people to have more trust in domain names, they need to be protected against abuse, against misleading, against all the different problems that the end user can face when they are using a domain name. Imagine you build your own business on a domain name and you wake up one day, somebody else hijack your domain name and start doing something else on it. No more transaction, no more revenue on your website, and all your business is based on e-commerce. So it means if you don't build a trusty and a very strong and trust environment for African people to do businesses, I don't see people joining very easily in it. If we look at the parallel in the mobile operator environment, you see that people are investing a lot in order to allow mobile transaction to be more secure, more easy to do, and so forth. So businesses are moving very fast when it comes to set up what we call a merchant account and allowing people to pay online or whatever. So I think that the challenge is help African people, small businesses and users to get their domain name in a very secure and well manner. And for this to happen, registries have to educate registrars and resellers and the whole value chain in order to ensure that there is no weak. I mean, the whole process has to be strong. The weakest part of the chain will be the weakest of the whole chain. And I think this is the challenges. So I think that we all gain on increasing the trust and the confidence in the value chain for the domain name registration and handling domain name process and educating people how to secure and preserve a secure environment for the DNS.
Right, thank you on that one. Now let me look across the floor and see if there are any questions from the room. Please, yes, the mic is out there. We can take questions. And
Good afternoon. I'm Abubakar Sadiq Adams. So please, I want to find out whether the new generation top-level domain names is not going to become a burden to the consumer. Because, for example, in Ghana, they've tried to have .gov.gh, .com.gh. So imagine in case they have like hotel.gh. And we also have hotel at .hotel. If a hotel like Alisa Hotel decides to buy hotel.gh, somebody else can also go and buy Alisa.hotel, which means that for them to be protected, they have to buy that domain name too. And if, let's say, there's also .hotel.africa, that would mean that if they want, somebody can also go buy the same domain name, and for them to be safe, they have to buy that one too. So in essence, don't we see that maybe the more top-level domain names that we are creating, and also making them, because we are giving them credence, we are making them very legitimate. And if those domain, if I don't go to that site to buy my domain name, someone else can buy it and transfer traffic to that place. So are we not creating more cost for the consumer, and also maybe making it easy for people to cyber squat? Thank you.
All right. Any other question from the floor? All right. The IP lawyers here. Do you want to take it, Lawrence? Yeah?
Yes. So that's a very interesting question, and I'll approach it from two angles. First angle is, this is where owning your top-level domain comes in. There are a lot of brands who have now gone to invest in their own brand TLD. We now have lots of them, .fox, .ibm, and co, because that belongs to them. They don't have to keep defending their brands. Some still do across different TLDs, but you know that when you're looking for anything that has to do with Microsoft, there is going to be a TLD that ends in Microsoft. That's one end. Number two, one of the core reasons why we have the GTLD program ongoing is to create diversity at the root. You have different options. Before the 2012 round, there were just about less than 20 top-level domains that you could pick from. And thereafter, we had about 1,500 delegated at the last round. And with this forthcoming round, I've had different people, projecting some 1,000, some 1,500 additional TLDs coming on board. I have not heard anyone talking about 800, 700. I'm scared at those numbers myself. But the bottom line is that when we have a lot more diversity, you can decide to just go get your TLD under .hotel. If what you're running is a hotel, under .bank. If what you're running is .bank, or any of the other open or closed TLDs. I'll yield to someone else that might want to speak to this.
Yeah, okay. Mohammed, just give a shot on that. You have a response on that?
Yes, I have two remarks. The first one is, I just want to remember in 2000, when we talk about the internationalized domain name, one of the big names, I don't going to give you the name because he's one of the people, the most influential in the internet. We said that we want to introduce internationalized domain name. His reaction was, he was an English-speaking guy. He said, but we won't be able to know what you're putting there. So it means, remember that. I mean, people did not think about what's going to be your interest. Why are we talking about new opportunities? When people are using their own languages to be a GTLD. So somebody who is not speaking your language have no interest in it. So our local community cannot read English or French or Spanish. So they don't care about what you put on the website as a .com because they cannot read it. And that's why you see the numbers limited. If you compare 360 million domain names worldwide, it doesn't mean a lot when we talk about a population of how many? 7 billion people? But look at the mobile phone. That's not the same reality because people, they're using their mobile phone to speak their own languages and to access the information they need. So think about opportunity for communities. Don't think about confusion that can happen because that was the argument of that guy. In 2000, I'm telling you, 2000, 25 years from now, the guy said that we don't need the IDN because it's going to create confusion on the domain name business. So we cannot accept as African, we are not serving our community. We did not give them opportunity to use their languages to be on the net. And we talk about confusion. No, think about opportunities. So when it comes to also CCTLDs in our countries, imagine that the confusion that can happen at the international level can be removed when locally you have a policy within the country where people, if they want to put hotels under the CCTLDs, why not .hotel.gh? Why not .bank.gh if the business is still growing? So think about all many opportunities that the CCTLD, the GTLD can handle when we talk about domain names, but not think about, the consequences in terms of 1% of people impact when you forget about the 98 or 99% that did not have the opportunity to join. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, Sergi, you want to say something?
Yeah, I think when we talk about the burden on the registrants, I think it also offers an opportunity for the registrants. Imagine a multinational company who wants a local presence in a particular country. And at that country, also, the people there trust their local CCTLDs. It means that you have to also register the local CCTLD to also have the same market force or to have that presence that you seek to also have. So it's good for you to do. And then also, let's say a company starts as a local business, reverted.gh, that now you have intention of moving to Nigeria or operating within Africa. Then it will also be good for you to also buy .Africa, to also have that market expansion, not just because you have the name. Same comes to, when it comes to even the registration of businesses, every country has its own jurisdiction and the requirement. And multinational companies, when they move to any country, they also register in the the country that they are going to operate. So I believe that it offers opportunity for businesses, and then it also help them to build their brands. Because if you're a hotel and somebody's searching for a hotel, and at the present time, the search engine is going to obviously bring up the domain names with the hotel extensions. And then you want your name to be there, so you also have to also be there as well. Thank you.
Okay. Colleagues at the back, can you put up that .Africa slide, the last one on the proposition or the proposal? But otherwise, we'll take a question from the floor. Yes, sir.
Hello, thank you very much. My name is Elliot Hammond. I'd want to know from our facilitator managing the .com.gh, or basically for those managing the African, what have you learned from some of these top level domains across the world that you can share with us? And what are you doing to also ensure that what they've shared with you, you translate it to we, the users down here, so that we may be able to buy your products? The reason why I'm saying that this is, when you come to Ghana, getting a domain, sometimes it's really very, very difficult. And as compared to that of which you want to apply outside. There is a policy in Ghana that says that all government institutions should use the .gov.gh. But then I can point to you that there are so many government companies that are not even using it. Who is even enforcing it? There is nobody from NITA here that maybe I can ask this direct question to. There is also a policy that you use the email address of the existing domain. And then you go to the ministries, departments, and agencies, and people are using Gmail. And I don't get it. Who is the person there to ensure that these things should be done? And what is Internet Africa doing to make sure that these government agencies, or maybe the government, what arrangements do you have with them to make sure that the products that you have, they should be able to buy it so that we can move forward on our own? Thank you.
Yeah, okay, I think that's
Yeah,
a
thank
lot
you
for
very
you
much.
there.
I think we have learned a lot from our brothers and sisters, especially those from Nigeria and then Kenya. And the one thing you see that when you go to Nigeria, for example, there are over 75 registrars. Kenya is doing about 500 registrars, which means that if you want to buy a domain from them, you just go anywhere, you just search online, then you can get 1 or 2 registrars that you can easily register with. And it also gives you the leverage. I know most people prefer maybe a particular registrar because of its hosting service. So if the hosting providers are a lot or the registrars are a lot, then you don't have the issue of saying that you are going to only one registrar, that maybe you have to walk in or you have to do a bank transfer or any other services. So what we have learned is to bring in a lot of registrars. At the beginning, I said that in Ghana, here we have only 2 registrars now. And we are also working on getting the resellers, giving them facility, even building up, talking to the local data centers and cloud hosting providers to set up an infrastructure way that these resellers can be transitioned from just resellers to registrars within the shortest possible time. And the registry is ready to assist them in that capacity. On the issue of government institutions using Gmail, I believe the present minister and the past minister have been drumming that, and there's always been a guideline on how to use it. So what basically they are saying is, if you are an individual and you are dealing with a government company, and then the government send you an email, and it is Gmail, Yahoo, or any other thing, just rest assured that you are not dealing with the right person. So these are the things we also have to insist on as a consumer. If you are seeking a service from NITA, and then the NITA correspondence is sending you response on Gmail, you have to know that you are not dealing with the right person, or you may be getting yourself into another serious issue altogether. So we as consumers also have to insist that these services are being used. So I think what we also have to do as a country is also ensure that when we receive a service from government institutions, and then it's not riding on the .gov.gh, you need to ask questions. Of course, we have government companies who operate as an corporate entities. So those ones can register for the .com.gh, especially the banks. The banks use the .com.gh. So what basically I'll tell you is government services write on the .gov.gh. The commercial ones may use the .com.gh. Thank you.
All right. How are we doing time-wise? It's time, I'm told. Yeah? 5 minutes. Okay. Thank you. We have 5 minutes, and I think what I want to do with the next 5 minutes is just quickly talk to some of the things that Bob mentioned. He was throwing me in the deep end on a number of instances. We, as .Africa, we applied and were successful. Then at that time, the domain name was $185,000 US. And we're quite excited about it, and we still are. The numbers have grown. We're sitting at about 56,000 names, and over the entire globe. Our biggest market is still in Africa, followed by North America. And what do we think about the next round? I think before I talk to the next round, one of the issues that came up around abusive names and names that would incite violence, we have created a government reserve name list. So what we did during the application process, we invited each of the 54 countries to provide us names that they did not want to be resolving under .Africa, names that would be considered as abusive or names that would be inciting violence. Those were ring-fenced for nobody can use. They are locked up in not something stronger than Fort Knox. And then there are also names that the countries would consider their own names. Niger.Africa, nobody can get it from Niger, but Niger will have it. And the rivers that would be in Nigeria, or your most important mountains will be, for your country, and nobody else would have access for that under that TLD.Africa. And what does the next round mean for us? I mentioned the challenge in the numbers growing, but the majority of the names that were applied for in the last round from Africa were just one company called MultiChoice. They had this huge business case, DSTV, CakeNet, MyAfrica, but that did not quite take off. They then abandoned all those names. It is not like the names beyond your single company. The other company that still has names resolving is MTN, and they're using it for their own internal use. Then it's .Africa, then we have .Cape Town, .Joburg, and .Durban. Those are the names on the continent that are still resolving. I believe there is still a business case, as Mohammed has rightly pointed out, extracting value. Lawrence has spoken to that. And this is what we think as a company as .Africa, that this model that we are seeing on the screen now is what we believe can assist in ensuring that you can participate and make this a viable business case. We need to change the end user. We need to change the collaboration. We have to see a collaboration which involves a city, and that will make it much easier. And you need to have a custodian. You need to have a captive market. You need to understand the domain name as a service tool. You must begin to use it for e-commerce, to transact, for that institution to provide a service. For example, think of your municipality allocating each resident that is paying for water or electricity, receiving an email address where they are going to be receiving their bill, their water bill or light bill, and they pay a utility fee for that, a small amount, which then would be responsible for the hosting services, your website. And these are some of the considerations that we think the potential applicants in this house must look at. We can talk more about this model and furnish it and polish it, and finding an RSP that would do that. I think on the continent we have 2 or 3 RSPs that have applied, back-end providers. So we still are fine with 2 or 3 back-end providers, but the most important thing that Bob has raised is the timing of your application. It is a tedious process. It is very demanding, but it is not difficult. It is doable. We all will encourage you, personally I'll encourage you, go for it. Raise your hand, be part of this next round, and put up your name. And there is support out there. Thank you.
A round of applause again for the panelists. So we want to have a picture for the panel, if you want to have the photographer. And we want to ask a service for the participants. We are a bit late, but we want to take a photo with everyone, if you can help us. We know it's critical to work at this time for photo. We should be walking to another place. But if you don't mind, after the photo of the panel, we all move here. We take a photo with everyone. The staff and SOAC people here, they can be here, and then we take the rest. So please, the panel. We have a photo with the panel, and all of us move here.
Yaovi, don't forget to put me there as well.
Okay, the photographer is there. Mohammed has been moved. Wayne, please coordinate.
Somebody move me.
Yes.
Who moved me? Somebody move me from the screen. Who touched the screen?
Please, you move in the middle. Yes, okay. It is you who removed yourself. Okay. Okay. SOSC team, they were requested to come, and then SOSC team. Okay, everyone can come. I think you will stand here, and then so that we save time, we are standing between this photograph and lunch. Everyone take the low deck, please. Thank you. Yeah. When you come back, you won't. When you come back, you won't be seen. You've decided I should not be in that picture. No, it's okay. You know, it doesn't matter, it's okay.
So you know where to get.
Yeah. Those who are sitting, we will assume that you were not interested. Is that a good assumption? Avi, whenever you're ready. Okay, we are ready for the photo. It's totally fine. It's totally fine. 1, 2, 3, we are saying I can. 1, 2, 3, go. We have to say that again. 1, 2, 3, go. Thank you. Even as we have our seats, kindly listen to what I have to say. A few announcements. A few announcements. A few announcements. If we could settle so that we can be able to... Sorry, if we could all settle so that I can be able to make the announcements, please.
Important announcement, few announcement, please. You want to do it quickly? Please, can we sit down for the announcements, please?
Thank you. Today, lunch will be served at the Opera. Once you get your voucher, the ladies at the door will explain to you. Number 2, this afternoon, once you come from lunch, the organizers of AIS, in collaboration with the partners, have organized a small package for all the delegates. Make sure that you get a pack for you, just a small souvenir to remind you about AIS 25 in Ghana. This evening as well, shortly you will receive an email telling you, those who are on site, about the cocktail in the evening that starts at 6:30. It will be at the garden area. And in the case it rains, we will communicate the change of venue. And because we want you to enjoy yourself, we don't want you to be rained on, no? Or you want to be rained on? No way, exactly. So put on your dancing shoes. It's going to be a good one. We have not finished the AIS. Please remember there are other sessions, and I also want to remind you of the session in the afternoon that you all agreed to for ICP2 review after the ICANN session comes to an end this afternoon. So I wish us all bon appetit. And thank you to all those who are joining us online. See you in 45 minutes, having eaten and having picked your delegate pack. Thank you.
C-Squared's mission is to digitally connect Africa. We invest in infrastructure that enables effectively broadband internet access. We do so on an open access wholesale model. So our customers are ultimately other telecommunications operators and internet service providers. We've got infrastructure in 5 markets across Africa. I'll do them in order. Uganda was first, Ghana, Liberia, DRC, and Togo. We've also got capacity on the Equiano cable submarine system, which is a system that was originally built by Google, and we are the landing partner for that system in Togo, which we do in partnership with the government, who is our local shareholder there, joint venture partner. We see our objective as bringing internet to the large population in sub-Saharan Africa at increasingly affordable and reliable qualities. The internet's an incredible enabler of development. Access on affordable prices allows people to open up their worlds to information, education opportunities, financial services, e-health type of services. The applications that sit on top of the internet, as everybody knows, are effectively limitless. And without affordable infrastructure to deliver those services, the population struggles to actually reach their ability to access them. It's something that our shareholders also believe in. So we have 3 shareholders, Convergence Partners from South Africa, Mitsui & Co. from Japan, and then the IFC, which is part of the World Bank Group. All of them believe in not only the opportunity from a commercial perspective, but also with a developmental impact. And I'd say that actually the developmental impact is something that is at least as important as any sort of financial effects of this investment that they've made.
For more than 10 years now, WACRIN has supported the advancement of research and education in West Central Africa. We serve our community with 3 key areas: connectivity, advanced digital services, and developing human capital. Through affordable, high-speed connectivity, researchers, staff, and students can collaborate with their colleagues within the region and beyond. Our video conferencing tool has come in handy in the COVID-19 pandemic period to support academic continuity. The tool is connecting thousands of students with their lecturers and academic supervisors and keeping administrative work going through online meetings. With EduRoam, learning is exciting. Through this authentication service, students can securely connect to available Wi-Fi when they visit other institutions across the world. EduID allows students and researchers to log into and access web-based services anywhere in Africa by using their home institution credentials. No need for re-registration or request for permission. National RENs and their member institutions can access WACRIN security and hosting services. Our modern infrastructure and capacity ensure that subscribers get the best of both services at affordable rates with high reliability. Network Operations Center as a Service, NOCAS, is designed for national RENs and R&E organizations looking for constant and effective monitoring and maintenance of their networks. WACRIN has publicly scheduled and on-demand capacity building sessions for the brains and hands that handle the national and campus networks in the region. Over the years, users and beneficiaries of our network, services and capacity sessions have created value for their communities and by extension, the society. WACRIN has been able to serve its community thanks to the European Union support under the Africa Connect Phase project. The journey of unearthing potentials and creating opportunity for real socio-economic value continues.
For more than 10 years now, the Ghanaian Academic and Research Network, Garnet, has supported the advancements of research and education in Ghana through the facilitation of internet connectivity and access to global research and education contents. We are poised on our mission to promote research collaboration among researchers and educational institutions locally and internationally. Our vision is to build and operate a world-class network infrastructure and services to link the Ghanaian research and education community to support teaching, learning, and research among all public and private institutions of higher education in Ghana, and by extension, connect members to the global research and education network communities. Our key product offerings are capacity building, connectivity, EduRoam, federated identity services, video conferencing, and tertiary mobile data bundle. Our affordable high-speed internet connectivity allows users to collaborate with their colleagues seamlessly. Our tertiary mobile data gives students, faculty, and staff the cheapest data packages for their research work. Our video conferencing tool has come in handy by supporting academic continuity and making learning exciting. Garnet is steadily growing and impacting its community with services that are tailor-made to meet the needs of its members. Garnet is currently serving more than 42 public and private institutions in Ghana, with many more institutions on the way to joining the Garnet community. We are open to all accredited tertiary institutions in Ghana, including research and educational institutions, libraries, and teaching hospitals. You can find Garnet on the first floor of the Vice Chancellor's Ghana Office Complex on the UPSA Road in Accra and across all social media platforms. Visit our website at www.garnet.edu.gh or send us a mail at info@garnet.edu.gh. It is time to join the ever-growing network of professionals that gives you value for your money.
This is Main One.
C-Squared's mission is to digitally connect Africa. We invest in infrastructure that enables effectively broadband internet access. We do so on an open access wholesale model. So our customers are ultimately other telecommunications operators and internet service providers. We've got infrastructure in 5 markets across Africa. I'll do them in order. Uganda was first, Ghana, Liberia, DRC, and Togo. We've also got capacity on the Equiano cable submarine system, which is a system that was originally built by Google, and we are the landing partner for that system in Togo, which we do in partnership with the government, who is our local shareholder there, joint venture partner. We see our objective as bringing internet to the large population in sub-Saharan Africa at increasingly affordable and reliable qualities. The internet's an incredible enabler of development. Access on affordable prices allows people to open up their worlds to information, education opportunities, financial services, e-health type of services. The applications that sit on top of the internet, as everybody knows, are effectively limitless. And without affordable infrastructure to deliver those services, the population struggles to actually reach their ability to access them. It's something that our shareholders also believe in. So we have 3 shareholders, Convergence Partners from South Africa, Mitsui & Co. from Japan, and then the IFC, which is part of the World Bank Group. All of them believe in not only the opportunity from a commercial perspective, but also with a developmental impact. And I'd say that actually the developmental impact is something that is at least as important as any sort of financial effects of this investment that they've made.
For more than 10 years now, WACRIN has supported the advancement of research and education in West Central Africa. We serve our community with 3 key areas: connectivity, advanced digital services, and developing human capital. Through affordable high-speed connectivity, researchers, staff, and students can collaborate with their colleagues within the region and beyond. Our video conferencing tool has come in handy in the COVID-19 pandemic period to support academic continuity. The tool is connecting thousands of students with their lecturers and academic supervisors and keeping administrative work going through online meetings. With EduRoam, learning is exciting. Through this authentication service, students can securely connect to available Wi-Fi when they visit other institutions across the world. EduID allows students and researchers to log into and access web-based services anywhere in Africa by using their home institution credentials. No need for re-registration or request for permission. National RENs and their member institutions can access WACRIN security and hosting services. Our modern infrastructure and capacity ensure that subscribers get the best of both services at affordable rates with high reliability. Network Operations Center as a Service, NOCAS, is designed for national RENs and R&E organizations looking for constant and effective monitoring and maintenance of their networks. WACRIN has publicly scheduled and on-demand capacity building sessions for the brains and hands that handle the national and campus networks in the region. Over the years, users and beneficiaries of our network, services and capacity sessions have created value for their communities and by extension, the society. WACRIN has been able to serve its community thanks to the European Union's support under the Africa Connect Phase project. The journey of unearthing potentials and creating opportunity for real socio-economic value continues.
For more than 10 years now, the Ghanaian Academic and Research Network, Garnet, has supported the advancements of research and education in Ghana through the facilitation of internet connectivity and access to global research and education contents. We are poised on our mission to promote research collaboration among researchers and educational institutions locally and internationally. Our vision is to build and operate a world-class network infrastructure and services to link the Ghanaian research and education community to support teaching, learning, and research among all public and private institutions of higher education in Ghana, and by extension, connect members to the global research and education network communities. Our key product offerings are capacity building, connectivity, EduRoam, federated identity services, video conferencing, and tertiary mobile data bundle. Our affordable high-speed internet connectivity allows users to collaborate with their colleagues seamlessly. Our tertiary mobile data gives students, faculty, and staff the cheapest data packages for their research work. Our video conferencing tool has come in handy by supporting academic continuity and making Support teaching, learning, and research among all public and private institutions of higher education in Ghana, and by extension, connect members to the global research and education network communities. Our key product offerings are capacity building, connectivity, EduRoam, federated identity services, video conferencing, and tertiary mobile data bundle. Our affordable high-speed internet connectivity allows users to collaborate with their colleagues seamlessly. Our tertiary mobile data gives students, faculty, and staff the cheapest data packages for their research work. Our video conferencing tool has come in handy by supporting academic continuity and making learning exciting. Garnet is steadily growing and impacting its community with services that are tailor-made to meet the needs of its members. Garnet is currently serving more than 42 public and private institutions in Ghana, with many more institutions on the way to joining the Garnet community. We are open to all accredited tertiary institutions in Ghana, including research and educational institutions, libraries, and teaching hospitals. You can find Garnet on the first floor of the Vice Chancellor's Ghana Office Complex on the UPSA Road in Accra and across all social media platforms. Visit our website at www.garnet.edu.gh or send us a mail at info@garnet.edu.gh. It is time to join the ever-growing network of professionals that gives you value for your money.
This is Main One.
C-Squared's mission is to digitally connect Africa. We invest in infrastructure that enables effectively broadband internet access. We do so on an open access wholesale model. So our customers are ultimately other telecommunications operators and internet service providers. We've got infrastructure in 5 markets across Africa. I'll do them in order. Uganda was first, Ghana, Liberia, DRC, and Togo. We've also got capacity on the Equiano cable submarine system, which is a system that was originally built by Google, and we are the landing partner for that system in Togo, which we do in partnership with the government, who is our local shareholder there, joint venture partner. We see our objective as bringing internet to the large population in sub-Saharan Africa at increasingly affordable and reliable qualities. The internet's an incredible enabler of development. Access on affordable prices allows people to open up their worlds to information, education opportunities, financial services, e-health type of services. The applications that sit on top of the internet, as everybody knows, are effectively limitless. And without affordable infrastructure to deliver those services, the population struggles to actually reach their ability to access them. It's something that our shareholders also believe in. So we have 3 shareholders, Convergence Partners from South Africa, Mitsui & Co. from Japan, and then the IFC, which is part of the World Bank Group. All of them believe in not only the opportunity from a commercial perspective, but also with a developmental impact. And I'd say that actually the developmental impact is something that is at least as important as the any sort of financial effects of this investment that they've made.
For more than 10 years now, WACRIN has supported the advancement of research and education in West Central Africa. We serve our community with 3 key areas: connectivity, advanced digital services, and developing human capital. Through affordable, high-speed connectivity, researchers, staff, and students can collaborate with their colleagues within the region and beyond. Our video conferencing tool has come in handy in the COVID-19 pandemic period to support academic continuity. The tool is connecting thousands of students with their lecturers and academic supervisors and keeping administrative work going through online meetings. With EduRoam, learning is exciting. Through this authentication service, students can securely connect to available Wi-Fi when they visit other institutions across the world. EduID allows students and researchers to log into and access web-based services anywhere in Africa by using their home institution credentials. No need for re-registration or request for permission. National RENs and their member institutions can access WACRIN security and hosting services. Our modern infrastructure and capacity ensure that subscribers get the best of both services at affordable rates with high reliability. Network Operations Center as a Service, NOCAS, is designed for national RENs and R&E organizations looking for constant and effective monitoring and maintenance of their networks. WACRIN has publicly scheduled and on-demand capacity building sessions for the brains and hands that handle the national and campus networks in the region. Over the years, users and beneficiaries of our network, services and capacity sessions have created value for their communities and, by extension, the society. WACREN has been able to serve its community thanks to the European Union's support under the Africa Connect Phase project. The journey of unearthing potentials and creating opportunity for real socio-economic value continues.
For more than 10 years now, the Ghanaian Academic and Research Network, Garnet, has supported the advancements of research and education in Ghana through the facilitation of internet connectivity and access to global research and education content. We are poised on our mission to promote research collaboration among researchers and educational institutions locally and internationally. Our vision is to build and operate a world-class network infrastructure and services to link the Ghanaian research and education community to support teaching, learning, and research among all public and private institutions of higher education in Ghana, and by extension, connect members to the global research and education network communities. Our key product offerings are capacity building, connectivity, EduRoam, federated identity services, video conferencing, and tertiary mobile data bundle. Our affordable high-speed internet connectivity allows users to collaborate with their colleagues seamlessly. Our tertiary mobile data gives students, faculty, and staff the cheapest data packages for their research work. Our video conferencing tool has come in handy by supporting academic continuity and making learning exciting. Garnet is steadily growing and impacting its community with services that are tailor-made to meet the needs of its members. Garnet is currently serving more than 42 public and private institutions in Ghana, with many more institutions on the way to joining the Garnet community. We are open to all accredited tertiary institutions in Ghana, including research and educational institutions, libraries, and teaching hospitals. You can find Garnet on the first floor of the Vice Chancellor's Ghana Office Complex on the UPSA Road in Accra and across all social media platforms. Visit our website at www.garnet.edu.gh or send us a mail at info@garnet.edu.gh. It is time to join the ever-growing network of professionals that gives you value for your money.
C-Squared's mission is to digitally connect Africa. We invest in infrastructure that enables effectively broadband internet access. We do so on an open access wholesale model. So our customers are ultimately other telecommunications operators and internet service providers. We've got infrastructure in 5 markets across Africa. I'll do them in order. Uganda was first, Ghana, Liberia, DRC, and Togo. We've also got capacity on the Equiano cable submarine system, which is a system that was originally built by Google, and we are the landing partner for that system in Togo, which we do in partnership with the government, who is our local shareholder there, joint venture partner. We see our objective as bringing internet to the large population in sub-Saharan Africa at increasingly affordable and reliable qualities. The internet's an incredible enabler of development. Access on affordable prices allows people to open up their worlds to information, education opportunities, financial services, e-health type of services. The applications that sit on top of the internet, as everybody knows, are effectively limitless. And without affordable infrastructure to deliver those services, the population struggles to actually reach their ability to access them. It's something that our shareholders also believe in. So we have 3 shareholders, Convergence Partners from South Africa, Mitsui & Co. from Japan, and then the IFC, which is part of the World Bank Group. All of them believe in not only the opportunity from a commercial perspective, but also with the developmental impact. And I'd say that actually the developmental impact is something that is at least as important as the any sort of financial effects of this investment that they've made.
For more than 10 years now, WACRIN has supported the advancement of research and education in West Central Africa. We serve our community with 3 key areas: connectivity, advanced digital services, and developing human capital. Through affordable, high-speed connectivity, researchers, staff, and students can collaborate with their colleagues within the region and beyond.
Good afternoon.
Our video conferencing tool has come in handy in the COVID-19 pandemic period to support academic continuity. The tool is connecting thousands of students with their lecturers and academic supervisors and keeping administrative work going through online meetings. With EduRoam, learning is exciting. Through this authentication service, students can securely connect to available Wi-Fi when they visit other institutions across the world. EduID allows students and researchers to log into and access web-based services anywhere in Africa by using their home institution credentials. No need for re-registration or request for permission. National Rent and their member institutions can access WACRIN security and hosting services. Our modern infrastructure and capacity ensure that subscribers get the best of both services at affordable rates with high reliability. Network Operations Center as a Service, NOCAS, is designed for national rent and R&E organizations looking for constant and effective monitoring and maintenance of their networks. WACRIN has publicly scheduled and on-demand capacity building sessions for the brains and hands that handle the national and campus networks in the region. Over the years, users and beneficiaries of our network, services and capacity sessions have created value for their communities and by extension, the society. WACRIN has been able to serve its community thanks to the European Union support under the Africa Connect Phase project. The journey of unearthing potentials and creating opportunity for real socio-economic value continues.
Thank you. Good afternoon,
For more
everyone.
than 10 years now, the Ghanaian Academic and Research Network, Garnet, has supported.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. I hope you had a good lunch. You have tuned into my time by 20 minutes. I don't know how I'm going to recover that. 15 minutes for yesterday. So you owe me 5 either way, right? Please let us consider those who are joining us online by sticking to time. At this point, I'll welcome Mr. Yaovi to take us through session 3 of ICANN Day. I think he has planned a number of presentations, one panel discussion, and I think an open mic at the end. So, Mr. Yaovi, over to you.
Thank you, Susan. Welcome back to ICANN Day. First, our apologies to participants online. They were on time. When I connected, they were really on time, but we are late. So we'll promise that we'll do better next time for participants online. So this session is about the Coalition for Digital Africa. So there is nothing that I should say now because the presentation is about that. We'll have 2 presentations. The first one is from June Okal, who is from the ICANN staff. June Okal will present remotely. From June's presentation, you will understand the Coalition for Digital Africa. Then we'll hear from another presentation will come from the Association of African Universities. So before handing over to June, I want to have Mr. Frank Assefoa. Applaud for Frank Assefoa, who is joining me, please. So the 2 main presentations, the first one will come from June Okal, who will make a global presentation, then a specific project from the Association of African Universities. We'll hear about that. Then we have other partners on the same project. We have ISOC. We have our colleague Jean-Baptiste Milogo is in the room, so I'll call Jean-Baptiste later. Then we'll have also other partners, AFTLG, Africa Top Level Domain Organization, Barack Otieno. There is another partner of the Coalition for Digital Africa, ATU, African Telecommunication Union. But they will present another project on IPv6, and there is a link between this project and what we are doing on ICANN. So with that, if June is ready, June is going to give us a high-level overview of ICANN, and she will stay to respond to some of the questions before we move to Frank. So, June, over to you.
Thank you, Yaovi. Just to confirm, you can see the screen and hear me loud and clear. I think you said you can hear me, right?
Yes.
Great, and can see the screen? Sorry, Yaovi, are you able to see the presentation?
Yes, we can see the presentation.
Okay, great, fantastic. All right. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening from wherever you're joining us
John,
today.
for participants, we have interpretation in French. So, and then you can, people speaking French, we have also French interpretation. So, June, over to you.
Okay. All right, so let's talk about the Coalition for Digital Africa. It's great to see everyone in the room. It has been fantastic to join the sessions throughout the day. Susanna, I'm sorry people chewed into your time. I hope you're able to recover it before end of day. Maybe on the dance floor, I would argue for them, you know, in the evening would be the best time. But let's get into it. So the Coalition for Digital Africa, this is an initiative that was envisaged around December 2022. When we had the last Global Internet Governance Forum in Africa, which was in Addis Ababa at the time. The intention and the pain that we were trying to solve for was around the diversity of efforts and energies and resources, where you have different partners working on the continent to attain and obtain the same goal, but don't talk to each other. And I'm sure you see this a lot in the ecosystem. And so the intention of the coalition was to question and see how do we bring all these partners together in the same room where we can speak to one another, pull our resources together, as you know, which is the African way to do things, so that we can work together to achieve greater results. The core and the focus for us is, sorry, and I must remember to speak slowly for the interpretation. Yes, I apologize, forgive me. But the intention is that we have a similar commitment to expand access to the internet across the continent and to support the development for Africa's digital economy. We have three main focus areas. First is around infrastructure, which you heard Pierre speaking about earlier, which is to ensure that we have a robust DNS infrastructure in Africa. The second is around connectivity, but moving beyond the quote-unquote catchphrase of just connecting people. The main point for us is how do we ensure that there's meaningful connectivity, and we're doing that through different projects focused on multilingualism, which Mr. Diop spoke to earlier when he was talking about the different languages and the work that AF Registrar's done, but also targeting local content development on the continent. And then lastly is capacity development. How do we ensure and equip the African workforce with the necessary skills to enable them participate meaningfully, engage meaningfully, but also to be heard in the spaces that we have a right to be in, as Mohamed Diop was saying earlier. So where we are at so far, 3 years in, is we've had reach across 34 countries and growing. We have 14 partners currently, and maybe just to highlight and showcase all the different partners, we have the Association of African Universities that is in the room today and is at home in Accra. So they bring the academic side of the multi-stakeholder groups. We have the Africa SAT, which is the collaboration and the coalition of different SATs across the continent. When it comes to the treaty-making entities, we have the Commonwealth Telecommunications Organization, the ITU, as well as the Africa Telecommunications Union, who will present shortly afterwards. Just the different regulators across the continent and in the different countries pulling in together. We also have the Internet Society, and I remember earlier in the day there was a question about how not only does ICANN work with ISOC, but then also through the coalition, we work very closely with the different chapters across the continent. In terms of technical partners, we have the NSRC. I remember there was a joke about Ayana and Aina, and so Alain and his team are part of the NSRC team as well that supports in doing technical training for the different capacity development projects we have. And then in terms of the CCTLDs and the different TLD groups we have on the continent, we have AFNIC, which is the Association for French-Speaking CCTLDs. We have AFTLD, the Association for Most African TLDs. And then we also have LUSNIC, which is the Portuguese-speaking TLDs. Predominantly or partly in Africa, I'd say most of the members are, but then also Brazil and Portugal as well. We also have Smart Africa, AFNOG, the Lawyers Hub, and Smart Africa. In terms of some of the projects that we've done and we've rolled out, I'll just highlight a few because I know some of the partners will speak to the others. Under the projects of ensuring and the initiative of ensuring connectivity and a robust DNS infrastructure, we have a project on the L-root servers, so ensuring that this infrastructure is deployed across different countries on the continent. In the first phase of the project, we deployed infrastructure in Kenya and Egypt. In the second phase, we've been able to deploy 2 instances in Libya and 1 in South Africa that are currently running. On the CCTLD project, we've undertaken training with different partners and stakeholder groups to enable and offer capacity to different African CCTLDs. In the first cohort, which I know Barak and President Eitayo will probably speak to afterwards, we targeted 10 African CCTLDs, both English-speaking and French-speaking, in the first phase. That went very well and was concluded last year. This year, we're focusing on the Portuguese-speaking countries, so the 5 of them. And as a matter of fact, last week, they had a training in Maputo, Mozambique, that was co-located with the Lusophone IGF. So very targeted, focusing on the business and marketing side of our CCTLD. I had earlier some questions that were asked to the GDNR team and Ghana.com on, how do we ensure we get more people coming on board and using CCTLDs? And so those are some of the things that we address in the CCTLD trainings, just to help the different CCTLD managers question and think about what's the best way to address this market and increase our market share in the ecosystem and the space. I'll let the other partners speak to the others, but in the interest of time and on a very high level, that's what we're trying to achieve and accomplish within the CDA. We do have some very aggressive goals and are very keen to expand and make sure that we have wider reach across the continent for the benefit of Africans. So Yavi, I'll just pause there and hand it over to you for the other partners to present, and then maybe we can come back and address any questions that come up.
Thank you very much, June. So June tried to help us in a few minutes to understand when you hear Coalition for Digital Africa. So she mentioned what it is about. She mentioned many partners, and also she mentioned which focus area are in this program. Maybe we can take 1-2 questions if you have some questions for clarity, because what you are going to hear, the next step is some of the projects within the Coalition for Digital Africa. One of them is the one of the partner running the Association of African Universities. So we have a presentation on that. But before that, if there is any general question, understanding question, we may send this to June before we hear from the Association of African University. If you are online, you may put also your question online. So no question at this stage. So I would like to invite Mr. Frank, who is going to present what we are doing. They have been doing in one of the projects under the Coalition for Digital Africa. Mr. Frank, over to you.
Thank you very much, Yavi, for that introduction. So I'll wait until my slides are on, but my name is Frank Asifua. I work with the Association of African Universities. We are a membership body of over 440 universities across the continent, and we have been doing all we can in order to be able to improve the quality of education on the continent. We are active in every country on the continent. Okay, all right, so my slides are up. Nice, thank you guys. Maybe you click in it. All right, great. Okay, so the vision of the AAU is to be the leading advocate for higher education within Africa, and this is one of the mandates we got from the African Union in order to be able to execute our activities on the continent. As I mentioned, we are an associative body of over 440 member universities across the continent. Now, we're part of the Coalition for Digital Africa, and the project we're running is Universal Acceptance. Yes, great. Okay. I'm going back. Okay, great. So these are the 5 main pillars that we came up with when we decided on the project, which is UA readiness and EAI readiness in academic institutions project. Now, the thought process was often when we're doing capacity building, we do it for the experts who are in the field in order to be able to execute the activities that we want. But often what happens is because of turnout or moving to various companies, this memory gets lost. So we thought the next available method would be to teach the next generation that is coming up in order to be able to immerse into these things that we want them to do. And that would make it easier for them to be able to embrace it, and then we'll see a significant growth over the future. It will not be a quick jump, like how if you're teaching an expert who is actually in the role to handle the activity, but we felt it would give us long-term benefits from that. So these are some of the objectives for the project. The first objective was to evaluate the member universities and see whether they were UA ready already. So when we say universal acceptance and UA ready, I think Bob mentioned a bit about it. June also mentioned a little bit about it. But it's basically anybody being able to reach out to either your website or your emails correctly. So if there is a person who lives in China, has a Chinese URL or email, if they send you an email, will it actually come through your website? Will it come through to your email? We evaluated a lot of institutions, and you see the statistics that many of them were not ready. So when you type it into the email box, it gives an error because it doesn't recognize the characters, because most of them are Latin, as we've also heard from Bob earlier in his detailed explanation. So the second thing we did was to create the awareness and offer support in order to develop capacity for member universities on how they can be UA ready themselves. Also, the third objective was to offer information to the higher education institutions so that they could institutionalize this process so that it does not become a one-off training or a training that we have to run over and over whenever there's churn out. So that was another objective that we had when we were building this project. Now, the fourth objective was to encourage higher education and research institutions to participate in the work of the USAID so that it will be helpful for all of us to be universally accepted. So front is back and back is front. Okay, great. So as June mentioned in her presentation, capacity building is a very important step that could help us in order to be able to bridge the gap. We noticed that globally, a lot of institutions or a lot of continents are higher in terms of their UA readiness as compared to our continent. So we felt it was important to speed up the process to be able to train experts on the field to be able to actually make ourselves UA ready. So we focused on three main areas to help with academia. And the first was with capacity, with technical workshops. We also felt that if the information regarding UA readiness is integrated into the curriculum, every computer science student that is coming out has a basic knowledge of this, and they can then implement it going into the future. And by that training, you are able to make sure that the next generation of software developers or computer scientists all have this idea in their mind, and whenever they are building, they are able to use this information in order to build systems that are UA ready. And the third thing was we organized webinars as well in order to be able to reach people who might not be able to be with us in person in order to be able to execute our goals for this project. So we held three workshops, technical workshops. We held one in Ghana, Namibia, and Morocco. And that's the statistics of how many people participated. The countries are the individual countries or various countries that were represented in that training. So we're able to have a group of ICT directors across the higher education institutions on the continent set up. So there's an active WhatsApp group. We have annual meetings. Last year we were in Morocco for the General Conference of the Association of African Universities. We also held some side pre-conference events as well as events during the conference as well in order to be able to further engage them. So that has also been another way by which we are able to institutionalize what we are doing with UA readiness in order to keep it in the minds of the directors of ICT that these are the things that are important and how they will be able to get support in order to be able to achieve them. So and then the next pillar was making sure that the curriculum of the institutions are integrated with UA readiness. Now, this was a very difficult challenge because, as you know, when you're trying to change your curriculum, it is very difficult because it usually goes to the regulatory bodies for them to evaluate, and sometimes in some countries, there's a specific percentage of change that you have to add in order to go through a whole process of evaluating your curriculum, which is sometimes very expensive and tedious for the universities. So we did a pilot with these universities. 3 of them were shortlisted, but Kabale University was the one that was able to move forward the most. We were able to have discussions with them. They were ready. And then we were supposed to do it over the break, but there was a little bit of a gap, difficulty, but we're still in negotiations, and hopefully we should be able to see that up and running as quickly as possible. Their process was expected to finalize in August 2025, so that the curriculum could be reviewed with the staff in order to be able to make their decision regarding it and integrate it into their curriculum. We also held webinars with deans of computer science students across, dean of computer science faculties, in order to be able to help them with this UA readiness and how they can make their emails compliant as well. And these are the numbers that we got from them. We held 2 events, one for the Anglophone and one for the Francophone region. And these were we had around 280 participants in total, for that training. And there were always technical support ready whenever a university wants to make the change on their system in order to be able to do so. So we saw that most universities run either Drupal or WordPress, and we're able to get experts in order to be able to support them to be able to make those changes. Okay, so one of the things that was a key outcome by working with the heads of computer science and then the technical team in the universities was that we were able to pilot the changes that were made in WordPress in order to be able to make them compliant. So what we did was, after we did that session with the universities, we actually created a report and we wrote back to WordPress that this is the challenge we're seeing, that most of their systems are not UA ready for the websites as well. So we wrote to them and we sent them that report with some of the universities that were able to successfully make their websites compliant. And WordPress wrote back that they would work on it in their upcoming updates in order to be able to make all WordPress websites out of the box UA ready. So we felt that was a very significant milestone because WordPress powers more than 35% of the internet, of websites on the internet. So if we are able to make this step and then all these websites are compliant, that means 35% of websites in the world would automatically be UA ready. And that's what we felt was a very significant milestone to be able to reach. So while we had the webinar with the institutions, we noticed that no 2 countries are the same. Every country, 54 countries are very unique, and each of them has their own guidelines with regards to curriculum and how they will be able to make changes, how many hours they would dedicate to the course, and even how to bring the lecturers on board themselves in order to be able to make this work. So these are some of the questions that were raised during the webinar with the Deans of Computer Science, and it was really helpful in order to be able to come to an agreement on what could be done in order to be able to make this important step forward. So, as I mentioned, one of the objectives was to assess the readiness of universities with regards to emails and then their websites, whether they were compliant to universal acceptance. And when we did the baseline study in 2023, October, these were the numbers we got. Out of the institutions that we evaluated, we got only 54 of them who had their websites compliant. That means that if you had a Chinese email address and you went onto their website, you would be able to put in that email address and it would accept it. We also saw with the emails that around 282 were compliant. We saw that most of them used services that had already done it out of the box. It was just a few of them that were running systems that needed support with that. But over the period, we then use that as a time to help the others in order to be able to increase their numbers. And as you see, as at May 2025, the numbers jumped drastically from what we had when we began the project. So what were the lessons that we learned while we were doing this with the universities? We were able to realize that directly engaging with the universities was very helpful. Being able to sit down with the head of computer science or the IT team in the university moved a whole lot of steps forward. Because when you're sending emails, you're getting instructions and things like that, it usually does not move the needle. But because we're able to have these workshops and these webinars with the experts, they were able to get the changes done, most of them, even before they left the workshops that we held with them. We also felt that faculty planning was very important when making decisions regarding how to include UA readiness into their curriculum, because they are definitely going to teach the subject. So it is important for them to also be on board when we were having the discussions. And we saw that most of the universities that were able to progress faster were able to bring their computer science departments on board, and we had that discussion, and that was really helpful as well. And we saw that the training, when we held it with the ICT directors and faculty together, it really made a lot of changes, because both of them knew what was happening in their university. So they could then deliberate in detail regarding the issues that they were facing and how they were going to be able to address those issues. So those are the 3 lessons that we learned while we engaged on this project. I'd like to thank you very much for your attention.
Mr. Frank, thank you very much. I'm sure that everyone knows what we talk about when we say universal access. I'm sure, universal access. But I want to draw attention to the fact that we should not make confusion about his topic. He mentioned universal acceptance. Universal acceptance. So I just want to clarify that universal acceptance. We used to say UA, universal acceptance. No, universal acceptance of what? Universal acceptance of what? Universal acceptance of domain names. Universal acceptance of domain names. Because in the session in the morning before we went to break, Mohammed mentioned that even from the presentation of my colleague Bob, since 2012 now, we have domain names which are longer, not longer now. Generally, we have two codes for countries. For Ghana, which one is the code? Who can give me for his country? Cameroon? Can you give me for your country the 2 code character? Which country? GH. Cameroon? CM. Which country again? NG for Nigeria. So my point is that, you see, there are 2 characters. So during the presentation in the morning, in 2012, even before that, we have more longer characters. .Africa, for example, how many characters? I cannot count. Africa, 6? 6 or 7? Okay, Mr. Lucky will correct me. So they say 6. So Africa is 6. So what I'm saying, giving this detail is now, Bob mentioned that also, and also Mohammed said that, now we are having domain names in characters, not limited only to ASCII characters. So you have countries in Africa today, they have domain names in Arabic. They have domain names in Arabic. So Mauritania, you have the country code in ASCII for Mauritania. You have also the domain name for Mauritania in Arabic. Egypt, you have the same thing. Morocco, you have MA for Morocco, and then you have also that domain name in Arabic. So the problem ICANN is trying to solve is that the community wanted domain names in their own characters. So now ICANN is helping the community so that people can communicate. So if someone using an email address with a domain in Arabic, if your system is not ready, the person will send you a message in English. The message will be in English. But just because the domain name that person is using in Arabic, you will not get the message in English. So someone will send you a message with a Chinese domain name. The address, one part of the address is from the domain name. So someone, for example, can send you a message in English, but because the person is using an email address and the domain name is not just in ASCII, you may not receive it. So if you don't receive it, we say that your system is not universal acceptance ready. So I want to invite you to pay attention to announcement on ICANN website. Generally, we talk about Universal Acceptance Day, UA Day. So anytime you hear this announcement, UA Day in your country, please try to participate in this activity, UA Day, because during these sessions, you'll see how you can make your system ready. Please, if you go back to ICANN website and you read about universal acceptance, there is a tool today. When you put the email address, you can put the email address of an entity in your country. If the email system is not ready, they will get the result. Then you can pick your phone, talk to these people. You can tell them, talk to ICANN people, and then we can see how to help them. So AAU now is leading this effort within the Coalition for Digital Africa with academia. So he mentioned that they have more than 400 members, and then according to what he presented, I see more than 300 university systems are ready. He mentioned website. Why? Because when you have a website, like a form on your website or a newspaper, if someone has an email address, not simply in ASCII, but in other languages, and your system is telling the person or a university, enter your email address, so your system will tell the person if it's not ready that, okay, enter a correct email address. But that address is correct because your system is not ready. It's not just a question of language, it's also a question of length. So people doing programming, also is something important for them to know that the length of the domain name, the top level domain name, can be longer, and also the domain name can be in other scripts. So I want to stop there. Before we move to the other partners to listen from them, we want to open the floor for questions and comment before we have the other partners in the Coalition for Digital Africa. Please, you can come to the microphone or you can put the question in the chat room. Please, over to you. Any question? Clarification? Or is it confusing? He said he did a good job. so everything is clear. So who can tell me if his system is ready? How can you know that your system is ready? Now, this is a question to the floor now. How can you know? It's not just a question of the universities, this topic. It's a question for everyone, every institution, every internet user. So being ready, universal acceptance ready, is not just a question of universities. So if you have your system, your organization, you have an email system or you have a website, your website should be ready. We are not talking about universities only. He was presenting the case of universities. So any question? Comment? So they say that it is very clear. So let's applaud Mr. Frank. So I'll test many email addresses from your institution later to see if they are ready. So if they are not ready, I'll send you an email and we can see how we can we can communicate and to make them ready. So with that, I want to invite to the floor another partner of the coalition to join us here, Mr. Jean-Baptiste Milogo. He's from ISOC. So ISOC is one of the partners here. So I will invite Mr. Jean-Baptiste Milogo. We are also expecting other partners, but I want to invite Jean-Baptiste briefly to sit down, and then I will give him the microphone to tell us what they are doing first in the project, what they are doing in this project within the Coalition of Digital Africa. So, as I mentioned, one of the partners is Association for African Universities. The project was Universal Acceptance Readiness with Academia. So, another project with a partner is about the Internet Exchange Point. But first, what is an Internet Exchange Point? What is that? It's a cable, or what is it?
Thanks, Yaobi, and thanks to ICANN and CDA team for giving this opportunity to talk more about what we are doing as partners. So the Internet Exchange Points.
Excuse me, I forgot to talk to me. What is ISOC first, and then you talk about what is ISOC?
No problem.
Yeah, Internet Society.
Thank you. So I'm Jean-Baptiste Milogo. I work for Internet Society as Director, Internet Technology and Development, most focused on African region. And our work related to infrastructure development, so exchange point, or also policy work. We can also engage with country to go to share some best practices who can help to develop or to refresh some regulatory framework. We are also working in our side to connect or to support to bring online those who are not connected, and in our region we have those target communities. So Internet Society is a global organization. I think we talk about on this today, but I think tomorrow we'll have more opportunity to go through some of our projects where we are supporting communities.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
So let's come back to, so tomorrow we have as ICANN Day, tomorrow we'll have ISOC Day. So we'll have a lot of information about ISOC tomorrow. So he wants to come back to our topic, the project we are working on together, and he was started by Exchange Point when I stopped him. So you can now tell us about the first and then the project.
So, thank you. So first of all, you all know that when you want to go to internet, you use your, I would say, your local access to be able to browse, to go to check some content. And basically, those content could not be, and sometimes are not localized in your region, and you use networks to go enrich them maybe of a site. But this brings some issue in terms of latency. It means that it takes you a long time to get access to content, but it also brings some financial issue. For operator, it's a lot of investment. National, I will say, national backbone or a metro ring in the city, and to get access to those content. So with an exchange point, what we try to do in short word is to bring a national operator to talk each other in the country. Because in general, for a long time, people were trying to be connected outside the country. It means that if I'm MTN here, I want to talk digitally perspective with someone from Vodafone or from Airtel Tigo. It means that we go outside, we pay the road, we pay everything, and for our customer, it is a long time. So when we try to connect in the city, in the same country, in the same switch fabric, It will help us when I have a content at the MTN side and I'm from Vodafone, we don't need to go outside. It will maybe save us, bring some saving in terms of the path we are using to talk each other. But for our customer, it improves the experience. So for me, Internet Exchange Point is this kind of infrastructure where provider or internet provider talk in the same country, exchange data, and they bring value to the market. They contribute to create a local market of content where we can maybe bring our content there and make things more available and better internet to the customer. So just a junction where provider or content provider, internet service provider can exchange traffic locally to make internet better, to make it maybe more accessible, and to build a kind of local market for content, for our local content.
Thank you, Jean-Baptiste. I think we all understand now the exchange point. So what he means is that he said we should, our operators, people now are exchanging locally, they talk locally. They don't have to talk through outside. So if I can say that, so they talk locally. So my question, in this project, the Exchange Point project, was a new point you added, or were you working with previous organization or Internet Exchange Point? Can you briefly tell us what you have achieved through this partnership in the coalition?
Thank you, Yaovi. So basically, our contribution here was we commit with ICANN through the Coalition for Digital Africa to support 5 IXP in 3 years. And so starting 2022. So up to now, I think some of the numbers have been shared in the first presentation, but up to now, what we have achieved, 3 countries have been fully supported: Benin, Rwanda, and Malawi. And currently, we do have 2 other countries ongoing. There was only one on the presentation, which was Madagascar, but we have now, we are now supporting Gabon. So, but I would like here maybe to take this opportunity to explain a little bit how we come to select those countries, because the IXP funding from our perspective is still ongoing, and it's good to let community know how we proceed for those who want to apply for next opportunity. So in general, at ISOC, the funding opportunity is managed by the foundation. And we do have up to now 2 calls for application per year in January and also somewhere in July, where new exchange point, new community or new organization who want to maybe apply for can apply. But we also support some existing exchange point because for some reason, some of them are not growing as expected for governance issue, for technical issue. So those organizations can also apply. So, and when they apply, there is some external expert from the community who assess the application, and the foundation will assess, will go through a kind of due diligence to be sure that the proposal is something we can fund and we can have some results. So basically, that is how we proceed for all our funding and proposal. And when we fund a community, so to reply to one of your questions, the 5 countries we are supporting now, there is some existing IX. For example, Rwanda RICTA is an existing IX. RENEX, we support them with capacity building. In Malawi, there was an existing IX in Blantyre, but the plan was to help them to develop another one in Lilongwe. So for Malawi, it is a new one, but running by an existing IX community. For Benin, it is a new one. For those who know Benin, there was Benin X, but for some reason, there was a need to develop a new one, and they call it COTIX, like Cotonou X. So for Benin, it is a new one. And for Madagascar and Gabon, it is a support to existing community. Because for those who know Madagascar, I think there is a need to refresh the equipment, maybe to support them with the capacity building. So to summarize, we support new and existing, it depends on the context and also when the application go through the process and they have been granted.
Thank you very much, Jean-Baptiste. Do we have questions in the room for Jean-Baptiste? Or is someone online with a question to Jean-Baptiste? Please, you can go to the microphone if you want to ask a question. I see there's no question. Oh, please, you can go to the microphone for a question to Jean-Baptiste.
Thank you.
Please, we have also AU, if you have a question also, so you can ask them the question, or to June. Go ahead.
I think you're from Smart Africa, please.
No.
I'm from Internet Society.
Internet Society,
Internet
sorry.
Society.
Yeah.
Okay. What about the regional ISPs? Because our traffic still goes to from West Africa to, is it London Exchange of France? And then, first, it's impact on the cost and also the delivery and service experience. So I know that you're talking about the countries, but what of the regional IXPs?
Thank you. Jean-Baptiste?
Yeah, thank you. So this is a very good question because I have seen this conversation at, I think at ECOWAS in Abuja, but also at African Union. So our take on this is maybe a little bit, maybe we need to explain. For us, based on the experience, trying to build a regional exchange point it may be an option, but we can do it differently. Because when we try to develop national exchange point, several exchange points, for example, in South Africa, you have several exchange points, sometimes in the same city. If you take Accra here, I know that there is 2 exchange points. If you take Nigeria, we have a growth of, there is several exchange points, and I think IXPN have shown that there is a lot of value in this market with the level of traffic this year. So for us, if we manage to have good and perfect national exchange points, the regional one will come naturally. Because where you will see value, you cannot, when you try to develop somewhere a regional thing, it means that you will need to build some, I would say you need to invest in some infrastructure. But if you help each national exchange point of, if exchange point everywhere, anywhere they are and they grow, and the community know that they need to be all connected. In some countries, we have a lot of network. Maybe all of them are not connected on the exchange point yet. So there is a work maybe we can do. And naturally, somewhere, some upstream from Ghana will maybe drop a traffic in Nigeria for some reason because there is a content there, and it will maybe increase the level of traffic between Ghana and Nigeria. And if we go like this, you will see that in some period, we'll have a kind of concentration of services, of content somewhere, and it become natural. It's like airport. When we built airport, sometimes we make a comparison between international exchange point and airport. When you build airport, you need to bring value. You need maybe to have a lot of flag coming there, and they will bring some value. So our take on this is maybe, I think, different on what have been the narrative around this regional exchange point now, but maybe let's build by block, and each block will maybe see some value somewhere, and they will create a kind of ecosystem naturally, and we will see. Because if you take IXPN now, today, maybe some year back, the level of performance they have today was different. But when they have more and more members, some content provider will come there, and when they come there, they create a kind of marketplace, and this will maybe push someone from Burkina maybe to drop traffic in Ghana and Nigeria instead of trying to collect this traffic from Europe. And maybe naturally, we will find where the market, the big market is. So our comment on this is in this direction. We need to have strong exchange point. Most of them currently need maybe sometime good governance, technical fine-tuning, switch fabric, maybe the switch is not, cannot, maybe the plan is not maybe very high to support the need. So we think that we need maybe to go in that side before going to the regional construction.
Thank you very much. I hear you. But the truth is that those that are ready, and I think that's how you will attract others in the region. Like in West Africa, if we have some countries that are ready, their exchange points are working, and we try to establish a regional exchange point as a project, I know that other countries will come to realize that there's a value in that the countries that have joined, their traffic or their costs of trafficking or of moving traffic has reduced drastically, and also they have more experience. Because there are some that you drag, some countries that you drag, and they will not come up. But I believe that the regional exchange point is very critical if we are to develop our regional data exchange first, and also digital economy. And we are talking about e-commerce, and if that e-commerce can work in our region, I think we need that regional exchange point. We are asking the Internet Society to consider that. Thank you.
Thank you. Maybe comment? One more comment. I think I clearly understand, Mary, what you have shared. One thing also we want to highlight here, when you request exchange point in Ghana to be connected to exchange point in Burkina, or to be connected to exchange point in Nigeria or in Ivory Coast, you will need to consider that there is maybe a new transmission path cost you will add on the exchange point operational cost. And this will bring some kind of fees for members. But when you check currently, if I take Burkina, we are connecting through Ghana, through Ivory Coast, through Togo or Benin. So it means that if today we want to be connected, or we want to use some traffic available in Ghana, the upstream, maybe our provider are using, they just need to request to the provider in Ghana, please, as you are connecting to Ghana Exchange Point, can you advertise my prefix there? Which means that if in the past I was taking this content with a long path, I will now drop it in Ghana and take it. And I'm sure that some providers here in Ghana are also available in Nigeria, which means that if for some reason from my packet analysis, I have seen that there is an interest for my customer to access to some content in Nigeria, I just need to select a good upstream who can drop me in Ghana and drop me in Nigeria, because they are connecting there and advertise my prefix there. Taking like this, it means that as consumer or as infrastructure owner in Burkina, my traffic can be, I can take traffic in Nigeria and in Ghana. It depends on how I manage to select first my upstream, what kind of analysis I'm doing on my data to be sure that it's more better for me to be connected in that side or in that side. So that is why we are saying that maybe we can maybe proceed step by step. I'm confident that we'll achieve maybe what we call today regional exchange point, but there is currently some provision we can use to be sure that the traffic remain locally in the same country, in the same region, without maybe adding a new structure. But there is some provision. We can do it because we are all connecting. There is a cross-border connectivity currently. So maybe we need to check deeply and see how we can improve the way we are maybe using or we are accessing to some data. And this can be some step, and later we can maybe go to another level, and because the market will maybe drive us to another side. Thank you.
Thank you very much. For those who are joining us, we are in a session on Coalition for Digital Africa. So we hear from Association of African Universities of one of the projects, which is Universal Acceptance Readiness within Academia, and then another project by the Internet Society. Before we move to another partner, I have a question I want to read in French. So if you don't mind, you take your equipment. I will read in French. It is in the chat room, a question. Est-il possible d'avoir un point d'échange africain où tous les pays africains peuvent se connecter et limiter les trafics entre les pays? I think this is a question to also like link to what you were trying to respond to before. If you can maybe give a brief answer to that one, to that question.
So I will maybe reply in French because...
Okay, the answer will be also in French.
Yeah, okay. So, merci beaucoup pour votre question. Si je comprends bien, vous demandez si on peut avoir un point d'échange où tous les pays africains sont connectés. Votre question rejoint un peu la question de Madame Marie sur la nécessité d'un point d'échange régional. Ce que je disais ou ce que je peux dire ici, c'est qu'un point d'échange, d'abord, c'est pour pouvoir permettre aux opérateurs de se connecter dans un endroit donné. Ça peut être un pays, ça peut être une région, pour pouvoir communiquer localement et réduire le temps d'accès à l'information. Et puis, mettre du contenu qui peut être accessible et apporter une meilleure expérience aux utilisateurs. Maintenant, lorsqu'il vient de créer un point d'échange, je dirais, centralisé, ça voudrait dire qu'il va falloir choisir quelque part un point où on va demander, où on fera en sorte que les pays soient connectés là-bas. Comme vous le voyez, cela va nécessiter une mise en place de systèmes de transmission de chaque pays vers le point central, si c'est vu ainsi. Donc, cela va amener, je dirais, un surcoût c'est comme si on fait une surcouche dans une connectivité interpays qui est déjà là. Ce que nous disons, c'est que si aujourd'hui les pays sont connectés tels qu'on le voit entre eux par la fibre, si vous êtes dans un pays A, donc vous devez vous assurer d'abord d'être connecté à votre point d'échange dans le pays pour pouvoir profiter de tout l'environnement local et ensuite choisir correctement votre fournisseur d'accès, le upstream comme on l'appelle, pour voir s'il peut laisser vous faire profiter d'un trafic dans un pays qui trafique parce que ce trafic vous est intéressant. Si on procède de la sorte, naturellement, on va se rendre compte que peut-être un trafic que vous ne prenez pas chez votre voisin parce que votre fournisseur ne vous amène pas là-bas, en demandant d'annoncer vos préfixes là-bas, vous allez profiter de ça. Et puis, vous allez vous rendre compte qu'une bonne partie de votre trafic, peut-être c'est du Nollywood, donc vous allez choisir quelqu'un qui vous envoie au Nigeria. Une partie de votre trafic, peut-être, c'est en Afrique du Sud. Vous choisissez un upstream qui a une connectivité directe depuis l'Afrique pour redescendre vers l'Afrique du Sud. Donc, ce que nous proposons comme étape intermédiaire, c'est de s'assurer que toutes les optimisations possibles actuellement qu'on peut faire, vous le faites. Et puis, il y a aussi ce qu'on appelle le remote peering. C'est-à-dire que sans surcouche physique supplémentaire, vous pouvez peerer par le jeu du BGP à distance vers n'importe quel point qui est sur le continent. Donc, ce que nous proposons ici, c'est vrai qu'il y a le besoin fondamental, c'est de garder le trafic en Afrique. Si le besoin tel qu'il est, c'est cela, il y a aujourd'hui des mécanismes qui permettent d'optimiser le trafic actuel pour s'assurer qu'on ne fait pas de grands détours hors du continent avant de venir. Ça peut être une étape et puis petit à petit, on se rendra compte aussi qu'on a la possibilité de faire venir du contenu que nous partons peut-être regarder ailleurs, localement, si le marché local est bien structuré et si l'ensemble des réseaux sont connectés localement. Donc, ça peut être une étape. Et puis, bon, petit à petit, on verra que l'objectif qu'on voulait viser via ce qu'on appelle point d'échange africain, on peut le réaliser différemment, mais sans envoyer beaucoup de nouveaux investissements en CAPEX et en OPEX pour les acteurs qui sont engagés dans le développement de ces infrastructures-là. Voilà ce que je peux dire là-dessus. Voilà. Et puis,
Thank you very much. I see a lot of interest for the topic. Before we go to the second part of this session 3, I just want to read a contribution for Sobeng Online. He said, I believe we have gotten to the point we need to consolidate by interconnecting national exchange points. Again, for example, GIGSA and ISPN connectivity over multiple submarine cable will be great. But we need government to wave high, cross-connected at the submarine cable landing stations. This brings cost benefit to small service providers and businesses. Such decentralized regional connectivity will be more beneficial for regional collaboration and continental sovereignty. So this is the contribution for Sobeng Online. So I want to ask you to give applause to the two presenters when they are going back to their seats. Thank you very much for your contribution, Mr. Frank. If the photograph is around, we may take a brief picture, but we can do that at the end. We can do that at the end of a session to save time. Let's move to the second part of the session, this session. We mentioned that in the Coalition for Digital Africa, we have partners, we have projects. So we want to hear for another Mr. Boateng, I think, who is going to make a presentation from ATU. So I will let Mr. Boateng present, then we can have some discussion after his presentation.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator, Good, I'll say, afternoon to everyone here. Yes, as it has been indicated, my name is Isaac Boate. I'm a Ghanaian, but now I'm a Kenyan because I'm based in Nairobi. I'm the head of standardization for the African Telecommunication Union. And then just as Mr. Bodrita said, there are a lot of projects that we're doing with ICANN as part of the coalition. So my work is very simple here, just to introduce how we're going to do the work, the project plan, and all that. Before I start, I will say on behalf of the Secretary General of the African Telecommunication Union, we would like to thank the host country, Ghana, and of course, working in collaboration with the partners, ICANN, Afrinic, ISOC, and all that, in bringing this AFNOC as well. I mean, they are the hosts in bringing this, and then we have the opportunity to present. So I wouldn't take much time. I'll just proceed straight to my presentation, and then I'm aware I'm the last presenter between now and break, so I wouldn't. Next slide. Oh. So my presentation is going to be around 4 areas. So I have why we applied for this. Let me give a little bit of a background. So I know about, let's say 18 months ago, we received a request to explore the possibility of working in terms of the coalition. And then, of course, this ICANN project actually came as a high-level project for us to apply. And then, apparently, this project is actually, as you have already seen, it's on IPv6. Yes, we had earlier done a little bit of work on IPv6 with the African Union and also the Huawei. And then we had come to the conclusion that when it comes to the deployment of IPv6 in Africa, there are a lot of issues. I mean, not only one, we have technical issues, we have financial, we have political issues, several issues that are contributing to the IPv6 deployment in Africa not going up compared to the globe. So out of that, we put up a proposal with ICANN for consideration to see how best we can do this. So essentially, like I said, we are very much aware at the beginning of this session, or I would say throughout this week, we are aware that when it comes to IPv6 deployment in Africa compared to the globe, we are nowhere. I mean, less than 10%, the statistics actually indicate in all the theories. There is let's say, misconception that because we still have not finished with the usage of the IPv4, clearly there's not much political will to, migrate to IPv6. And then, because of that, there should be a way to be able to convince, especially the political class, in terms of the decision makers, the policy makers, because everybody is moving. Why is Africa not moving? But again, like I said, the challenges are a lot. Policy issue, technical issue, financial issue, and even the issue of awareness. So these are the basis for which we put up the application. And then out of several requests to ICANN, I was told about over 1,000 requests to ICANN, our project or proposal was selected as one of the best to work with. And then we got this grant graciously from ICANN to work closely with them and make sure, as a AU body responsible for telecommunication and ICT, we are able to work and provide the objective for which reason we applied. I must say that we don't call ourselves ATU as experts of everything. We are just facilitators, and we are very much aware they are subject matter experts in the space. For example, we talk about AFRENEC, we talk of ISOC, we talk of AFNOC, and even the African Association of the Universities. They are all in the space collaborating. So one of our issues is also how we can collaborate with these entities to make sure the issue is addressed at a very high level. Because ATU having about 52 out of 52 member states, we believe these other entities can leverage on us to make sure we are able to convince the political class or decision makers in terms of how we can address this issue. So now, this is about the solution, how we are going to address it. Even though there have been work that have been done around it, we still believe we still have to, some work have to be done. So you look at it, we are approaching it in 6 stages. We're looking at it from a research perspective, analysis, what has been done before, what are the gaps, so that we are able to address it. We're looking at it from the point of view of training and capacity building, training the member states, those who have been in the space before, policymakers, technical guys, working with these entities, the AFRENEC, the ISOC, the AFNOC, and all that, working collaboratively to provide the needed training to help bring the awareness level. The issue of policy fragmentation or lack of policy around IPv6 is something that we have to tackle as a group or as a team. So we'll look at it from that perspective. And then the technical assistance, pilot deployments. As you are aware, the countries are not at the same level of deployment. How do we assist other countries? Because we look at it, we are made up of member states. So some countries may be here, other countries may be here. But how can we make sure we bring all of them to a level that they will understand and appreciate it and possibly adopt it or accept it? And then the final is the advocacy or the awareness creation. So the delivery, in terms of the activities that will be done at each stage of the project, like the phases, what I have already indicated, I wouldn't want to go through, but I'm here. The presentations have also been shared, the slides, so you can have a look. If you take about the assessment, these are about 4 key areas that we'll look at. Then if you take out the deployment, there's about 3 key areas, the possibility of helping to establish a national IPv6 task force that will work with the policymakers to address the issue. Then the issue of advocacy and also monitoring, how project sustainability. How are we going to monitor that? We know that now we are less than 10%. Our objective is to at least grow to, let's say, between 20-25% in terms of the regional or African adoption. Where are we? I mean, what do we have to do to make sure we come there? So that is the approach that we're going to do. In terms of, definitely there will be a question of, so you said we are going to work with all these entities who are already in the space. What will be their specific responsibilities? What will be their roles? We have already communicated. We've had some meetings with the entities that we've already identified. We've indicated to them our intention, how we would like to approach the project and who is going to do what from all the 6 phases. And this is just a brief summary. I would say, like I said, it's still discussion stages. We are not saying this is done. So if there's something that we have missed, we believe some of you here are already representing these organizations. So there's a team, there's a project team that is working around the clock to make sure we address some of the gaps that have not been, acted on or that have not been addressed here. So this is just the responsibilities that we've identified, at least for the time being, still proposal for improvement. And then this is, I will say this is the plan. Who is going to do what? From the side of the ATU, our principal is ICANN. We do report to ICANN. So I would say they are the head. A contract that we've signed with them, we have to deliver on terms of reporting what have been achieved. For the 6 phases, at each phase, you have to report to them what have you been achieved. Is it in line with the contract? So they are the superiors. Then at the side of the ATU, like I said, we have a project team within ATU headed by the Secretary General. Of course, I'm the project manager, and of course, other subject matter experts. And again, the partners. So here you can see we have AFRENEC, we have ISOC, we have AFNOC, and we have AFRATI. each of these entities or each of these institutions providing their specific roles, as I've already indicated. And then we will also deal with government, the private investors, the network operators, service providers. And of course, like I said, there are other things that we're also doing. So we decided to give this project to a consultant to lead, working closely with these entities that are to lead the project, because in terms of timelines, in terms of responsibilities and other things. So the consultant is, we went through a very, let me say, competitive tendering process. When we put out the tender out there, we received about 8 consulting firms expressing interest. So we went through rigorous evaluation process. And at the end of the day, based on the criteria and the terms of reference that was outlined, Meze Master Space Solution came out as the best based on what we have, the criteria and what we're looking for, what we intend to achieve. As a consultant, that will be helping us to lead this project. So with that, they also have their project team, they have the leader, they have the staff and the other support staff who's going to help the team on the left-hand side to manage the entire value chain. So at the end of the day, like I said, what are we seeking to achieve? What we use as a success matrix. We have done, the project is for 24 months. At the end of the 24 months, what can we report? What can we come back here to you and report? We have already indicated. The end game is to make sure IPv6 adoption has been able to at least 20% compared to the 10%. But there are others, monitoring, platforms, reporting, policy harmonization, people becoming more aware and all that, so that we try as much as possible to move from where we are now. So this is the success matrix. Again, I have, as indicated, the project team members and partners are working on it. And when there are new areas that has to be considered, we will continue to consider this and make sure we address the issue holistically. So essentially, this is where we are in terms of what has been done so far. On the 16th of September, that's about, I think, 2 weeks ago, we've just started the project though. We received the inception report from the consultant that was agreed. Then we move, the next thing is moving to the situational analysis that is currently going on, then capacity building in terms of the timelines that we have agreed, and of course the partners, what will be done, at which point in time are we contacting them. As I said, we have already written to all of them. We've had a kickoff meeting, so they know exactly where we are and where they are and how we can proceed on this. A little bit about ATU, because I believe not everybody might have heard of the African Telecommunication Union. Of course, we are a membership-driven organization. We are the AU, African Union Specialized Agency, responsible for telecommunication and ICT. We are made up 52 member countries out of 54. The only 2 countries that are not members of ATU is Seychelles and Eritrea. For specific political reasons, I cannot maybe explain. My Director General is the best to explain this, or Secretary General. And then we also have our associate membership. There are about 55 of them. These are players in the space. These are the African countries that are members of the ATU who are very active in the work that we are doing. And these are the sector, or I'll say associate members, who are also working closely with us. So you can talk of the network operators, you can talk of the platform providers, the content provider, the satellite and the sea cable guys, even the equipment manufacturers. They are all members, associate members of ATU, based on the interest that they have. We have at the moment about 55 of them. The ATU is an organ of the AU, as I've indicated. So we are very well structured in terms of how we do our terms. We have at the top level of the ATU the Conference of Plenipotentiaries. That is the Ministers' Conference. So ICT, Telecom Ministers, they meet every 4 years and they provide the strategic direction of the African Telecommunication Union. And that is where we also do our elections. The Secretary General is an elected position. So we elect ATU just like an ITU, but it's the African side of the ITU. So we elect our Secretary General every 4 years. And then below the conference or the ministers' meeting is the administrative council. This is more of the board of the ATU. So they provide, at the moment, about 23-member board. So they provide the yearly strategic direction for the ATU in terms of the strategic decisions taken for the last 4 years, and see the implementation of the projects and whether it's aligned with what the ministers have decided on. So the board meets once every year, again, to also look at it. And then we have the Technical and Development Conference. That is supposed to meet once every 2 years, but for some financial or resource constraint, we have not been able to meet. We are planning to meet next year, and the process is currently ongoing with some of the member states, or a member state that has agreed to host that conference. And then we have the Secretariat, headed by the Secretary General, working with the subject matter experts. So we have the Radio Communication Director or Coordinator, we have the Development Director, we have the Standardization Director, Finance and Administration, and then we have the Programs Director, with these sections also having their own assistance in that direction. This is by way of letting you know that for the 2023-2027 strategic plan or objective, these are the 4 key areas that we are looking into, and that is what the council is measuring us in terms of the area: promotion of infrastructure and connectivity, promotion of human resource development, promotion of enabling environment. So the IPv6 infrastructure and enabling environment is something that works clearly and works well in these 2 areas: promotion of data services and promotion of cybersecurity. But then all these 5 areas are anchored on collaboration. So we very much believe on collaboration. That is why we are here again working with these entities to make sure we are able to address the issue. This is a bit about the company that we are currently working with. If you like to know some more information about him, it's on the slide. You can also contact me. They are in the space of ICT telecommunication for so many years, over 20 years. They are an ISO accredited organization, licensed by and recognized by the Kenyan authorities in terms of the licensing authority, the ministry, and all the entities that have the mandate in that. So that is the company that we are working with. And then this is just a call to action that we welcome all manner, shape, and form of partnership, provided they are within our strategic plan and within our constitution. And so we will strive to work with everyone. I mean, no matter how you see you and whatever you bring to the table. So, Mr. Chair, thank you very much for the opportunity provided us. And then I'm here to get some more questions. Thank you.
Have a seat, please. Thank you very much. Today is ICANN Day, so we mentioned part 2. Why we mentioned part 2? Because we are talking about ICANN globally, and then you can notice now there's a lot when you come to the ICANN environment. And this program is funded by, I don't know how many people know the ICANN Grant Program. ICANN Grant Program. Yes, exactly. So this project, ATU is a member of Partner in Coalition for Digital Africa. But the funding of this project is from the ICANN Grant Program. So recipients were announced on the 29th of May this year, and the grant for this project was $398,000 US dollars. So that is the grant for this project. So if you go to ICANN website, you'll see the other beneficiary. So there is a link between presentation this morning, the next round of new generic top-level domain name. I don't know, we don't know yet what will happen from some money from the next round, but the money to this program, the ICANN grant, came from what we call the auctions. And then in the ICANN system, so that was something which came from the community also. And then that was just a round. So probably we'll hear about other round for the ICANN grant program. So it is quite important to understand the ICANN environment, how things are going. So with that, I think we still have some minutes for questions to this important project. Please go to the microphone, and Mr. Boateng is available to respond to our questions. Please, any question in the room, please go to the microphone. We'll also give floor to people in the chat. The first question is from Mary Odumo. Yes. Please go ahead for your question.
Thank you. Thank you, Boateng, for this insightful presentation. And it's good to know that there's now a collaboration or coalition between the ATU and the DNS industry in Africa, especially the one that is being led by ICANN. First, I know that in the past, ATU has a lot of financial issues and difficulties. I don't know whether your members are coming up now to, support and fund, pay their dues for you to continue. Now I want to ask, do you have the Association of Regulators, telecom regulators, as your members, or they have their own association? Why I'm asking this question is that I think it was yesterday when we were talking about getting government into the DNS world in Africa and or Afrinic processes. So, and I think we were talking again this morning about our countries not being represented at the GAC of ICANN. So I don't know, I wanted to ask whether two things, are the regulators, you are members or they have their own? Secondly, have you been promoting ICANN or creating ICANN as a visible, a process or a space that the ministers in your in the ATU can participate? Are you telling them about, now that this project is coming, I think is a platform for us to be able to get the government, the ministers, or the experts in telecoms and ICT to be part of ICANN processes.
Thank you very much. We'll take the two colleagues from the room. I have two questions in the chat. I'll read them later, and then Mr. Boateng will respond. So please, over to you for your question.
Thank you for the presentation. My name is Shehu Mohammed. I have two concerns. The first is your strategy for implementation of this project. In step 2, which covers training and capacity development, you mentioned that you are going to have like 60 trainers in 30 countries. And I'm wondering if these 60 trainers will be able to drive adoption and training that will translate to the number of people who want to adopt the usage of IPv6 in our community. So I need more explanation. Is it that this trainer, the model is going to be train the trainer in such a way that after training some set of people, they expect those people to be members of the community to continue to increase the knowledge and adoption? That's the first one.
Thank you.
The second one, in your governance model, I did not see CCTLDs or GTLDs being represented, and I feel these are major players in the sense that they are name servers that need to have IPv6, and I'm wondering if CCTLDs and GTLDs are not carried along. If their name servers do not have IP addresses, how do we expect the translation of the domain names to be IPv6 ready? So I'll need more explanation as to the reason why we don't have CCTLDs and GTLDs under your governance model. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's hear from Bob Osheng. Then Mr. After Bob, we have another question. And please, you can go ahead first, and then Bob will go. Yeah, please go ahead.
Okay, thank you so much for the opportunity. My question is bordered on interoperability within the African continent for the ATU, in a sense of, mobile phone roaming, so that within the African continent, we are able, as we move from country to country, phone calls and these things. I know there exists something like, there is a work already like Orange in Ivorian and MTN in Ghana. The moment you cross the Ghanaian border to Elubo, there is. But I think more should be done. So I don't know whether it's part of the agenda so that roaming within African continent, because these are the same telecommunications that exist in the countries, and using the same kind of technology. So I don't know the agenda on that one. Thank you.
Maybe, Bob, let me read the two questions. Maybe we may have input to these two questions. The first one, the two are from from Remarskeb Cobson Cobold. What is the process by which a member state, through its regulator, government agency, or ISP, can obtain IPv6 address space? And what role does the regional internet registry Afrinic play in this assignment? So this is a question more like to Afrinic, we'll see. And the second question, what policy and technical procedures must a member state follow to obtain an IPv6 address allocation from its regional internet registry, such as Afrinic? And how should the state develop a national framework to manage, distribute, and promote the adoption of IPv6 within its jurisdiction? So I think we'll give maybe 1 minute to Afrinic also to give more. So Bob, over to you.
Yeah, I think I have a quick response to Mary, just on the collaboration with ATU so far. In a number of ways. First of all, ATU is officially an observer in the GAC. As you know, official members of the GAC are national governments. So ATU being an IGO is an observer, and that is an official position and listed and represented by the SG of ATU. And I should say that they have been, I can confirm they have been quite active. But more directly, I think we have found the ATU membership an important constituency, and working together with ATU to convene their membership for us to convey strategic content or information sometimes. And at the moment, obviously one of the areas that we're keen on is the next round. And I think just last month we had a joint webinar convened, ICANN and ATU, to talk to their members about the next round, and especially what should governments be aware about, and what should they be following, and what should they be alive to in terms of the next round, so that they don't get surprises. So I think it's been a strategic partnership. We have a formal MOU between ATU and ICANN. They come to ICANN, but also we have found their membership quite useful to really reach out very directly to their constituencies. So I just wanted to highlight that part. The others are for Isaac to comment. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Bob, for this input. So, Mr. Bolton, over to you for the questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. In fact, I'm very happy in the sense that from where I was trained, my professor told me that normally if you do a presentation and there are no question or there's no question, it means two things. Either they are not interested in the presentation or they did not understand. So I'm very much happy about the questions that we are receiving, meaning that people were actually paying attention to it. So I think Bob has already answered Madam's question, but a bit about whether African Association of Regulators is a member of the ATU. So let me respond it from this perspective. So ATU actually works with government. So in every country, we have, depending on the structure of the country, we have the ministry that is leading the country as a member of the ATU or the regulator. In some countries, we realize having both the ministry and the regulators are also leading, so they are essentially members. The question about the African regulators has come up at the last council that we really have to work with them, or we have to collaborate with them. So even on this ICANN project, it is something that we are also thinking about to bring them to the fold, but it's still being discussed at the level of the collaborators. They will take the decision, but from our perspective, like we are always open for collaboration, for partnership, and for others. So we don't have any problem inviting them to be part of it, but it is the collaborators that will decide. The question about the representation in terms of the 60 or 30 and the fact that they may not be enough, yes, we do recognize. But I can tell you on authority that when it comes to the training of IPv6 in the space, technical training, trust me, people have been trained. And we even got that understanding from the committee and the discussions. So sometimes it's not about training, maybe it's about the modalities and the planning and the strategy. Where we sit and exactly where we see is the major problem is at the policy level. And that is why we have indicated that the training that is going to be organized, because that was the contract we signed, the core will be for a high-level policy maker, a decision maker, and then a technical guy. So the training model will be centered around these two areas, policy training and also technical training. But trust me, the technical guys are there. They really understand more than we do. Like we are policy guys, and they are the guys who will be able to help us. So we believe at least we've started from somewhere. People already in the space who really know about it. It is that the policy that is the challenge. That is what we are trying to bridge the gap there. The issue of CCLT and others, I think we thought, again, in alignment with what Madam said, we thought the inclusion of Afrinic is enough to do that, because obviously Afrinic is working closely with these guys. So if there's something that may be needed, they will still be contacted through Afrinic or through any other entity. But again, the project team, if they find it necessary to invite any other entity, subject matter expert who can help, because our objective is to address a problem and make sure we work as a team, not to disperse ourselves. So if there's anybody who is interested, who would like to be part of the project, who thinks that he can help achieve our objective of 20-25% penetration rate in Africa, I mean, it's good. It's a good call for us. So we are always open to work with everyone. The issue of the roaming, the fact that cross-border connectivity is a challenge. Yes, it is true. Today, my work was to focus on the IPv6, but I can tell you there are several things at the policy harmonization level that we are doing. We are undertaking several projects at the ATU in terms of studies, in terms of deployment, in terms of operations, working with entities that we know are in the system. And cross-border roaming, cross-border connectivity is one of the projects that we are embarking on. Maybe in due course, you hear about the framework document that we have prepared, or we've come out with it for members to look into it and adopt, and how it will be implemented. So it's something that we are aware and is being worked on. I believe, Mr. Chair, these are the areas. The rest, Bob collaborated with it, so I wouldn't want to spend my time, but I'm still open for further questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Boateng. Please, a round of applause to Mr. Boateng. I would like to invite Mr. Frank and then Mr. Jean-Baptiste to come to the front here. We take a group of pictures. If Juno Carl also want to be in a picture like Mohamed Diop, Juno Carl, you can put your camera on, and then we take your picture. So I want to say that we have two more. Mr. Boateng, yeah, please, we'll take a picture. Mr. Frank, yeah. So, we have two important sessions again. The last one from ICANN on the DNSSEC, and then we have also another session on, I learned about ICP2. Please, we want to thank you again. We have a short break, 25 minutes, a break, and then we come back for the two sessions. I know we have also more interesting information we got before lunch. So they announced we should go and collect also from registration some material. So thank you very much. So we come back in 25 minutes. Thank you very much. Please, can we have the photo? So we thank people online, and then we will start the next session in 25 minutes, please. So let's go for a quick break, and then we come back for the next session. Thank you.
main one.
C-Squared's mission is to digitally connect Africa. We invest in infrastructure that enables effectively broadband internet access. We do so on an open access wholesale model. So our customers are ultimately other telecommunications operators and internet service providers. We've got infrastructure in 5 markets across Africa. I'll do them in order. Uganda was first, Ghana, Liberia, DRC, and Togo. We've also got capacity on the Equiano cable submarine system, which is a system that was originally built by Google, and we are the landing partner for that system in Togo, which we do in partnership with the government, who is our local shareholder there, joint venture partner. We see our objective as bringing internet to the large population in sub-Saharan Africa at increasingly affordable and reliable qualities. The internet's an incredible enabler of development. Access on affordable prices allows people to open up their worlds to information, education opportunities, financial services, e-health type of services. The applications that sit on top of the internet, as everybody knows, are effectively limitless. And without affordable infrastructure to deliver those services, the population struggles to actually reach their ability to access them. It's something that our shareholders also believe in. So we have 3 shareholders, Convergence Partners from South Africa, Mitsui & Co. from Japan, and then the IFC, which is part of the World Bank Group. All of them believe in not only the opportunity from a commercial perspective, but also with a developmental impact. And I'd say that actually the developmental impact is something that is at least as important as the any sort of financial effects of this investment that they've made.
For more than 10 years now, WACRIN has supported the advancement of research and education in West Central Africa. We serve our community with 3 key areas: connectivity, advanced digital services, and developing human capital. Through affordable, high-speed connectivity, researchers, staff, and students can collaborate with their colleagues within the region and beyond. Our video conferencing tool has come in handy in the COVID-19 pandemic period to support academic continuity. The tool is connecting thousands of students with their lecturers and academic supervisors and keeping administrative work going through online meetings. With EduRoam, learning is exciting. Through this authentication service, students can securely connect to available Wi-Fi when they visit other institutions across the world. EduID allows students and researchers to log into and access web-based services anywhere in Africa by using their home institution credentials. No need for re-registration or request for permission. National RENs and their member institutions can access WACRIN security and hosting services. Our modern infrastructure and capacity ensure that subscribers get the best of both services at affordable rates with high reliability. Network Operations Center as a Service, NOCAS, is designed for national RENs and R&E organizations looking for constant and effective monitoring and maintenance of their networks. WACRIN has publicly scheduled and on-demand capacity building sessions for the brains and hands that handle the national and campus networks in the region. Over the years, users and beneficiaries of our network, services and capacity sessions have created value for their communities and, by extension, the society. WACRIN has been able to serve its community thanks to the European Union's support under the Africa Connect Phase project. The journey of unearthing potentials and creating opportunity for real socio-economic value continues.
For more than 10 years now, the Ghanaian Academic and Research Network, Garnet, has supported the advancements of research and education in Ghana through the facilitation of internet connectivity and access to global research and education content. We are poised on our mission to promote research collaboration among researchers and educational institutions locally and internationally. Our vision is to build and operate a world-class network infrastructure and services to link the Ghanaian research and education community to support teaching, learning, and research among all public and private institutions of higher education in Ghana, and by extension, connect members to the global research and education network communities. Our key product offerings are capacity building, connectivity, EduRoam, Federated Identity Services, video conferencing, and tertiary mobile data bundle. Our affordable high-speed internet connectivity allows users to collaborate with their colleagues seamlessly. Our tertiary mobile data gives students, faculty, and staff the cheapest data packages for their research work. Our video conferencing tool has come in handy by supporting academic continuity and making learning exciting. Garnet is steadily growing and impacting its community with services that are tailor-made to meet the needs of its members. Garnet is currently serving more than 42 public and private institutions in Ghana, with many more institutions on the way to joining the Garnet community. We are open to all accredited tertiary institutions in Ghana, including research and educational institutions, libraries, and teaching hospitals. You can find Garnet on the first floor of the Vice Chancellor's Ghana Office Complex on the UPSA Road in Accra and across all social media platforms. Visit our website at www.garnet.edu.gh or send us a mail at info@garnet.edu.gh. It is time to join the ever-growing network of professionals that gives you value for your money.
This is Main One.
C-Squared's mission is to digitally connect Africa. We invest in infrastructure that enables effectively broadband internet access. We do so on an open access wholesale model. So our customers are ultimately other telecommunications operators and internet service providers. We've got infrastructure in 5 markets across Africa. I'll do them in order. Uganda was first, Ghana, Liberia, DRC, and Togo. We've also got capacity on the Equiano cable submarine system, which is a system that was originally built by Google, and we are the landing partner for that system in Togo, which we do in partnership with the government, who is our local shareholder there, joint venture partner. We see our objective as bringing internet to the large population in sub-Saharan Africa at increasingly affordable and reliable qualities. The internet's an incredible enabler of development. Access on affordable prices allows people to open up their worlds to information, education opportunities, financial services, e-health type of services. The applications that sit on top of the internet, as everybody knows, are effectively limitless. And without affordable infrastructure to deliver those services, the population struggles to actually reach their ability to access them. It's something that our shareholders also believe in. So we have 3 shareholders, Convergence Partners from South Africa, Mitsui & Co. from Japan, and then the IFC, which is part of the World Bank Group. All of them believe in not only the opportunity from a commercial perspective, but also with a developmental impact. And I'd say that actually the developmental impact is something that is at least as important as the any sort of financial effects of this investment that they've made.
For more than 10 years now, WACRIN has supported the advancement of research and education in West Central Africa. We serve our community with 3 key areas: connectivity, advanced digital services, and developing human capital. Through affordable high-speed connectivity, researchers, staff, and students can collaborate with their colleagues within the region and beyond. Our video conferencing tool has come in handy in the COVID-19 pandemic period to support academic continuity. The tool is connecting thousands of students with their lecturers and academic supervisors and keeping administrative work going through online meetings. With EduRoam, learning is exciting. Through this authentication service, students can securely connect to available Wi-Fi when they visit other institutions across the world. EduID allows students and researchers to log into and access web-based services anywhere in Africa by using their home institution credentials. No need for re-registration or request for permission. National RENs and their member institutions can access WACRIN security and hosting services. Our modern infrastructure and capacity ensure that subscribers get the best of both services at affordable rates with high reliability. Network Operations Center as a Service, NOCAS, is designed for national RENs and R&E organizations looking for constant and effective monitoring and maintenance of their networks. WACRIN has publicly scheduled and on-demand capacity building sessions for the brains and hands that handle the national and campus networks in the region. Over the years, users and beneficiaries of our network, services, and capacity sessions have created value for their communities and, by extension, the society. WACREN has been able to serve its community thanks to the European Union's support under the Africa Connect Phase projects. The journey of unearthing potentials and creating opportunity for real socioeconomic value continues.
For more than 10 years now, the Ghanaian Academic and Research Network, Garnet, has supported the advancements of research and education in Ghana through the facilitation of internet connectivity and access to global research and education content. We are poised on our mission to promote research collaboration among researchers and educational institutions locally and internationally. Our vision is to build and operate a world-class network infrastructure and services to link the Ghanaian research and education community to support teaching, learning, and research among all public and private institutions of higher education in Ghana, and by extension, connect members to the global research and education network communities. Our key product offerings are capacity building, connectivity, EduRoam, federated identity services, video conferencing, and tertiary mobile data bundle. Our affordable high-speed internet connectivity allows users to collaborate with their colleagues seamlessly. Our tertiary mobile data gives students, faculty, and staff the cheapest data packages for their research work. Our video conferencing tool has come in handy by supporting academic continuity and making learning exciting. Garnet is steadily growing and impacting its community with services that are tailor-made to meet the needs of its members. Garnet is currently serving more than 42 public and private institutions in Ghana, with many more institutions on the way to joining the Garnet community. We are open to all accredited tertiary institutions in Ghana, including research and educational institutions, libraries, and teaching hospitals. You can find Garnet on the first floor of the Vice Chancellor's Ghana Office Complex on the UPSA Road in Accra and across all social media platforms. Visit our website at www.garnet.edu.gh or send us a mail at info@garnet.edu.gh. It is time to join the ever-growing network of professionals that gives you value for your money.
Please, can we have Yazid promoted to panelist in the Zoom? Can we have Yazid promoted to panelist in the Zoom? Thank you. Thank you very much. We want to thank again participants online. We have the last session of ICANN Day, and we'll have Yazid Akanho, who is also from ICANN staff. We still have ICANN staff also online. We have the Vice President, Pierre Dandinu, online also. This session will be to know a bit more about our engagement. When we talk about engagement, now we have a special focus on the technical community. So we talk about technical engagement. So my colleague Yazid will briefly talk about that. I would like to invite Mr. Isaac from MTN Ghana because one topic to join us. One topic Yazid will be talking about is the DNSSEC validation. So yeah, we talk about DNSSEC implementation at the CCTL level, but another topic is DNSSEC validation. And most of the time, this one is with the operator. So Yazid is online, and then you have only 1 hour for this session. So we want to interact. I want to, with that, give the floor to Yazid Akanho, who should be able to share his screen, if you can give him the permission. So Yazid, over to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Yawi. Good evening or good afternoon, everyone. I hope you can hear me.
Yazid, we can hear you.
Right. And I also hope you can see my screen. Yeah.
Yes.
I see that you can see. Okay, perfect. So good afternoon, everyone. I'm Yazid Akanho from ICANN Technical Engagement Team. We are, of course, a global team managed by Adiel Aplogan, who is very well known in this African ecosystem. And I focus on Africa and Middle East region. So we are supposed to be 2. And by the way, there is currently a position which is open. So if anyone is interested, you can always visit ICANN's website and go to the open positions. And if you feel comfortable, in applying, you are more than welcome to join the team. So I also have other colleagues who cover the rest of the other regions like Europe, like Asia Pacific, North America, and also Latin America and Caribbean. And the purpose of the technical engagement team is mostly to help enhance the collaboration that ICANN has with the global community in general. At two major levels. The first one is with the technical community, the technical stakeholders, such as the registry operators, the registrars, the internet service providers, but also the regulators and the academia, any sort of stakeholders that play a certain role in internet operations, right? And the second part of this is mostly to conduct different sort of activities that are mostly outreach via presentations or participation to different engagement activities, whether they are regional or national or local in general. But also we conduct training and capacity building hands-on. And the last part is consultation. So we work very closely with any technical stakeholder interested in some specific, let's say, project or initiative. And sometimes also we work very closely with operator. Once we finish with our training and our capacity building, they want us to, let's say, to continue following up with them in terms of implementing what we have learned during the different training. And today I'm going to focus more specifically on DNSSEC validation, but before moving to the topic, I invite you to visit our webpage on ICANN website. It's icann.org/octo/technical engagement. And you can actually scroll and see what we really do. If you are also interested in knowing the composition of the team, you can also have a look. You have more details on what we do as a team, and we also have a training catalog that you can visit. Currently, we have about 15 courses, but we are in the process to update this catalog. And one more thing before moving to the DNSSEC validation is that you can always also go to the I Can Learn platform. We have a couple of technical courses that are available. And currently we are currently almost done with one last course that will probably very soon be published on the I Can Learn platform. Now, today's topic is DNSSEC validation, and I will follow Alain's, who shared some graph, because graphs are always very helpful to see where we came from, where we are now, and where we are heading to as well. And I recall the IPv6 discussion that occurred, I think, 2 days ago, if not yesterday. So here is also a public facing page. It's actually EPINIC website, EPINIC lab that provides these statistics on DNSSEC validation deployment across the globe. So what is DNSSEC validation, basically? We live in an era where the weaknesses and the vulnerabilities of DNS are being used more and more to conduct different sort of attacks. And one of those attacks is actually to manipulate the DNS records, whether it is on the zone files or it is on the recursive resolver, to actually force the end users to be redirected to a fake destination that the malicious actor has control over. And to actually prevent or to protect the end users against such kind of attack, there is one technology that the Internet Engineering Task Force has developed, which is called DNSSEC, Domain Name System Security Extensions. So basically, what does DNSSEC provide? It works on the normal DNS infrastructure, but it adds a security layer, which is basically that we deploy public key cryptography to sign the data. We do not encrypt the data, so the DNS data is mostly the resource records still move in clear format in the network. But with DNSSEC deployed, not only the DNS normal records will now be served to the users, whether it is your web browser or it is any application. It can be your email client or your operating system itself, etc., etc. But alongside with the DNS record will now come a signature. And that signature will be used to authenticate the DNS data that has been provided to the requester. So with that DNSSEC, actually, we can confirm two things. We can confirm that the DNS records that we receive has not been modified by anyone, and it has originated from the right source. So this is really critical in an environment where we want to enhance the security, right? So we have been working a lot with different stakeholders in the community to deploy that DNSSEC. And there are two legs of DNSSEC. One is to sign those resource records, and to sign them, we work mostly with registry operators, but also hosting providers. So any organization basically that runs an authoritative DNS server will take care of the signing part of DNSSEC. So that we generate public keys, public key and private keys. They will use the private keys to sign the data, and they have to also follow the key management EGET, meaning that they should provide the right security mechanisms to avoid the private keys to be, accessed by anybody. And then on the other side, we have to verify the data. And I used to take the example of either the banknotes or the passports, right? So in our respective countries, we have the immigration, which is responsible of generating authentic passports to the citizens, right? But whenever we are traveling, when we get to the destination country, one of the steps before getting into the country is that you pass, the police, right? And they verify a couple of things, your passport, your visa, etc., etc. And if it turns out that your passport is not authentic, what I do not hope for anyone here, of course, you will be arrested, right? And you will be questioned, isn't it? So basically, you won't be accessed. You won't access the country because there is a mechanism which is working very well to detect that the passport is wrong, is fake. So the same also applies here. So DNSSEC validation is the critical stage where we verify the DNS records with the signature before giving it to the user that requested for that data. So if in the best case scenarios, the resource records are all signed, but nobody is validating, is almost that as if we have not done anything, right? But at the same time also, if nobody is signing, but everyone is validating, at the end of the day, what are we validating? So we need to understand that both go hand in hand, but different organizations are responsible for implementing those two legs of DNSSEC. If we sign only and nobody does the validation, we are missing something. If nobody signs and everyone is doing the validation, we are also missing something. So to provide a better security level at the DNS, in the DNS ecosystem, one of the important technologies to deploy is that DNSSEC. And we have been supporting a lot since the technical engagement team was operational. We have moved a little more what ICANN has been providing to the community. So in the past, we used to do a lot of awareness, a lot of presentations, but now the technical engagement team is capable of providing very close technical assistance and support to any operator, whether they are internet service providers or universities or government entity, as soon as you have a recursive resolver, because this is where the DNSSEC validation actually occurs. So if you have a recursive resolver, you can, and we strongly invite you to implement the DNSSEC validation. And after my talk, I will invite Isaac, who is from MTN Ghana, and Isaac will share with us their own experience, how they felt collaborating with ICANN on implementing DNSSEC validation in their recursive resolvers. So basically, we go through a specific process whereby we help you check the prerequisites on your recursive resolvers, and if everything is properly set and your infrastructure is basically ready to turn on that validation, we do invite you to do so following your own internal change management policies. And most of the time we go gradually, which means that we start with the test bed, or we start with one recursive resolver, and when you are comfortable with that, you can roll out yourself. So we do not connect to your infrastructure to do that. We don't configure things for you, but we can provide a very close assistance, right, and guide you step by step so that everything can go very well. And I also hope that Isaac will share the particular case whereby they had to roll back the first tentative of DNSSEC validation implementation. Feel free to share that experience because it will also help, the rest of the community to get more comfortable in the type of collaboration that we have had so far. And beyond the DNSSEC validation, we even moved forward, and I'm happy to say that from February 2025, MTN Ghana has also joined another initiative which is called Kindness that ICANN is promoting. So with MTN Ghana, we have been doing a lot of things, and I will now let Isaac share the experience with us. Thank you, and over to you, Isaac, if you can.
Thank you, Yazid. So, Isaac, have the mic.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Isaac Sechi, and I work with MTN. So today, it is a pleasure to share with you our journey doing DNSSEC validation in resolvers within our space. So for a very long time, the DNSSEC validation rate for Ghana stood below 30%. It was around 23%. And then ICANN, Yazid contacted us one day to let us know that these are things that we could do as operators to help make the internet a very healthy and secure place. Apparently, for some time, we've been doing it, but when you do migrations and stuff, sometimes certain things are left to be done later, and sometimes it gets lost in transit. So we informed Yazid when he contacted us that it is not something that we are unaware of. We know what the value is, and that we will be getting back to activating it shortly. So after the initial collaboration, we went ahead to enable DNSSEC validation on some of our resolvers to do a test. And coincidentally, around the time we enabled DNSSEC validation, one of the popular myths about enabling DNSSEC validation kicked in. So we started seeing high latency. Latency, which was very small, was now increasing. And what was the change element here? Everybody pointed to the activity that was done on the DNS. So we had to roll back, and we did. But the strange thing was, after we rolled back, the problem persisted. The high latency was still there. So it means it wasn't the DNSSEC validation in the first place. It took quite some time because you need to prove beyond reasonable doubt that it is not the activity that you did that resulted in the high latency. So what happened was, as Yazid had mentioned, there is this continuous collaboration between ICANN technical team and the ISPs. So they were in touch with us. We contacted some software developers who were familiar with the environment within which we were operating. Then we shared samples. We shared logs. There was back and forth, continuous troubleshooting. And then we realized that there could be something more to it than just the activity, because if indeed it was the activity that resulted in the high latency, when we rolled back, it was supposed to normalize, but that didn't. Eventually, we found that there was a bottleneck somewhere, whose occurrence happened to be around the same time that we did the DNSSEC validation. So once that was corrected, latency started coming back to normalcy. And then we waited for everything to be normal, and then we went full-blown on DNSSEC validation. Now, the good thing is, when we did enable DNSSEC validation, we were also a bit hesitant. We were trying to see if the things people normally talk about, we would experience them. What are some of the things that people talk about when you do DNSSEC validation? People think that it will bring heavy load on your systems. We didn't see that. People also think that when you enable DNSSEC validation, your utilizations on your upstreams will increase. We didn't see that either. People say that when you enable DNSSEC, it breaks your DNS. It didn't in our case. Or it wasn't as a result of it. You understand? Now, we've been doing this for a while, and looking at the scale of the infrastructure we manage, MTN Ghana manages its own in-house resolvers, unlike other providers who rely on open resolvers for DNS solutions within their space. It is good to know that the scale of MTN's resolvers is so huge that in a day we are talking about our resolvers answering over 30 billion queries from subscribers. So that makes it one of the very big infrastructure in Africa. After MTN Ghana enabled DNSSEC validation on all its resolvers, and then collaborated with other ISPs and telecom providers to do same in their environment, we realized that the DNSSEC statistics for Ghana shot up. So from 23%, Ghana's DNSSEC validation is now sitting at 98.9%. That is 99%, and we are almost there. I thought you appreciate. Yes. Now, if you look at Africa, Ghana is the country that has the most DNSSEC, that has the highest DNSSEC validation rate with the most samples. We have our brothers in Nigeria, Algeria, Egypt, South Africa, who have very high sample rates, but then the validation in their countries are still very low. And that is the essence of this talk, to let you know that it is something that we all can do. As we speak, the DNSSEC validation for Africa stands at 46%. It is a low-hanging fruit that we can all pluck to give our continent that posture we've always been looking for. So whilst we meet here and talk about this thing, I hope that those of us who go back and have the technical capabilities will go back and then reevaluate what you have within your space. DNSSEC validation is easier. It's the easiest of the two. We have the DNSSEC sign-in, which is normally done on the authoritative DNS. In our case, we run resolvers because of the number of subscribers we have, in excess of 20 million active data users. So that makes it imperative. If you are an ISP, you are a telecom provider, you should have the safety of your subscribers at heart. Once you enable DNSSEC validation, what you are in turn telling your customers is you value their privacy, you value their safety, and so you are making sure that every site that they visit is double-checked so that they will not be misled. It is a good thing to have, and anyone here can implement it without any issues in their country or in their respective domains. So what helped us to achieve this feat is the awareness that was created around DNSSEC validation. And I think that this platform also goes to re-echo that sense of urgency. Once we are aware that this is the state of our country, or this is the state of Africa, it drums home the urgency to get this thing implemented. It is not a difficult thing to implement. And the community is full of people who are willing and available to assist, as we observed in our journey towards enabling DNSSEC validation. So the collaboration should be key. We should also make sure that we do trainings. I might not know which particular DNS service or software you run in your network, but whatever you run, there is best practices that we follow. And so we encourage each one of you to go back, relook at what you are having in your network, and then enable DNSSEC validation. Today, Ghana has done it. Ghana looks bright. Brighter in West Africa, brighter in Africa. So as you go back, it is our hope that this journey that we've walked you through will relay some of the fears that you have been trying to avoid. Certain things in the technical domain are best left working as we normally assume. But if it comes to security, you don't know when somebody will exploit the vulnerabilities within your space to cause havoc. So if you don't have it enabled in your environment, this call is to you to go back, look at what we have done. The success story of Ghana should be an example to all of us to go back and then enable DNSSEC validation within our jurisdiction. I'll end here, and if there are any questions, I'll gladly answer them.
Thank you very much, Yazid. Thank you much, Isaac. So that is the information we got from them about what we can provide as technical support to the technical community, and also the experience in DNSSEC validation. So now we have the floor open, and then we can go to the mic, and also people online can also ask the question. So we have a question from the room, so let's take it first, and then if you have more. Thank you. Over to you.
Thank you, Yaovi, and thank you, Yazid and Isaac, for this great work. I want to find out if you have developed a DNSSEC validation policy before you've done this, and have you encountered any issue with the validations with some broken sign zone? Because when you are doing the validations, it brings the issue of if there is a broken sign domain, okay, you doing the validations will not allow your customers to visit that website, which is great, but it can have some issues, and it can affect even the SLA you have with customers. So have you looked at this? Have you encountered this case, for example? Maybe for people to understand, because I see Yaovi is not getting me. Let's say I'm signing Yaovi.Africa. Yaovi, or you prefer Atoun.Africa. Okay. Then I forgot to renew the signature. So then my domain, DNSSEC speaking, is bogus. But you validating will mean that the people who are using your resolver will not be able to get to Yaovi.Africa. So which is correct, you are protecting them. But I will tell you, did I ask you to validate this thing for me? You are preventing me from doing business. So it may have some liability or legal implications. So have you thought about this?
Thank you, Alain, for this input. So before we get other questions, I want to ask Isaac and Yazid. Isaac first. How do you react to this question from the floor.
Yes, so what you asked is a valid question, and what normally happens is if your signing has expired, your certificate, your zones that you've signed has expired, the resolver will not be able to provide that information correctly to subscribers. It is a chain of trust thing. So once the chain of trust is broken somewhere, unfortunately, we'll have to drop that. But the catch here too is once you are signing your zones or you are signing your domain, it means that you understand the usefulness of this. And these things don't just expire out of the blue. You are giving notices. And so I believe that if, in the faith of good practice, if you want people to respect the reputations you've built over the years, then it is part of your duty to also ensure that what you have being served from your authoritative DNS is valid so that we can also pass it downwards to customers. So in the event that what you do is not right, unfortunately, customers may not be able to access that resource. Thank you.
That is the answer. Thank you. I think we have another follow-up question.
Yeah, I think the question was trying to steer it towards policy. We know exactly what the challenge of this is. But we are saying because it will have impact on your customers.
I think the microphone is low.
Okay, we're saying that because it will have impact, I don't want to raise voice, because it will have impact on your customers, it is worth your while to spend time on developing policy towards how they join and get a PIN as opposed to just do it. This is, I think, where the message was coming from. Thank you.
Yes. Okay. I think what we can get from the input is that you are doing a technical work, but there's important to take into consideration also other actors. So I think they are. Who is speaking, please? Oh, yes, go ahead.
No, you forgot me on the second part of the answer. So basically, thank you, Alan, for asking this very important question for the operation continuity. So I will respond on two sides. And first of all, I would like to even share some well-known cases that we have gone through. In the US, for instance, there is this very famous case of the NASA website that people could not access at some time when they were launching the satellites, simply because NASA signatures have expired, and Comcast, which is the largest operator in the country, was doing the validation. So customers from Comcast could not actually access NASA website. And at the beginning, they thought that the ISP was the one who was blocking, right, the customers to access that NASA website, why it was not their fault. So basically, it is true that unfortunately, when there is a mistake on the signing part, those who are validating will actually, feel the pain. And unfortunately, there will be the ones that the customers will be blaming. I don't know if I could list other recent cases that we had in Africa, and Alain was also behind the scene trying to also help us. And this is why it is really important to highlight this aspect of the thing, because when it comes to an entire country, for instance, which has been doing the right thing, but they do not have a disaster recovery, right, policy in place. The engineers are not trained in how should we operate when we face such kind of situations whereby a critical, let's say the top level domain was signed, but there is a critical issue on the validation side. I won't list any country, but yeah, a country very close to Ghana has faced this very recently. So yes, what Alain is saying is important. And during our training, for instance, we teach the engineers on how they should put exceptions in the validation side. But we need to also go one step further by training the engineers in their operational policies to have a very well-described policy. And most importantly, they should be trained maybe every 3 months, every 6 months in how to react when we are facing such kind of crisis. Otherwise, the services will be impacted. Thank you.
Thank you. Over to you, Alain.
Yes, just to add, thank you, Yazid. Just to add to inform our colleague here, again, thanks for doing a great work. And then what I would suggest is that you have a policy, you describe what you are doing the validations, then you provide a channel for customers. If you have this kind of issues, please raise your concern here, and then we will address it. So that I think that could be sufficient.
No, I get your point. We've had a few issues with some customers in the past who were complaining that they were not able to access certain resources within the network, and we realized that it had to do with some of these things. So there are workarounds when the information gets to us. Those things are usually resolved.
Thank you. So I could not see a comment from the chat. Any other question from the room? Comment? I could not see because we have another session waiting. It's confirmed, another session. So if people online don't have the time, so we can offer, as ICANN, we can offer some minutes to the organizers back so that we can, if possible, we start the next session. Is it possible? Oh, okay. So just wait again if you have some few questions on the topic. Before that, I want to, for ICANN Day, I see for ICANN Day, before we go to the end, Pierre Dandino is still on the online. I'll ask him to say some closing remarks for the day, Pierre Dandino. But before that, we want to share with you some upcoming activities like the ICANN 84 public meeting, which is happening in Dublin, also remote in a hybrid mode. It is this month. So please go back to the ICANN website and register for the next ICANN meeting. We also posted some days ago on ICANN website information about two main events happening in Accra again in December. The Africa Engagement Forum, you had it in 2023 here. We'll have it on the 9th of December in Accra here, Africa Engagement Forum. You have information on ICANN website. And the Africa DNS Forum also happening in Accra, Ghana. So these are the two information. So before I hand over to Pierre, we want to thank again Yazid and Isaac. A round of applause for them. When Isaac is going back to his seat, we want to thank you again. So it is very important as we see that we should continue working and learning from those who are doing validation and also taking into consideration the policy aspect. So, Isaac, thank you very much. Thank you. Yazi, thank you very much. So, we want to give the floor back to Pierre Nandino to say his closing remark for ICANN Day. If Pierre can have the floor so that we can maybe start the last session a bit earlier. Pierre, I don't know if you can get us, and then if you can speak now, Pierre. I see Pierre cannot get us. So we can close here. So on behalf of the All ICANN team, we want to thank everyone. First, the organizers of this event. We really appreciate when we have, during the Africa Internet Summit, a day called ICANN Day. So we really appreciate that. We want to thank you very much. We want to thank also all the participants. We want to thank you who online and also in this room. And then we hope that we'll keep communicating, we'll keep engaging. So ICANN website, we have a lot of information on that website. And please don't hesitate to contact us, the Global Stakeholder Engagement Team. So gscafrica@icann.org. So if you send a message to that address, we should be able to respond to any concern. With that, we want to bring this ICANN Day to the end. So we will meet you later for other informal discussion during the break. So we want to hand over to the organizers, and again, we thank you very much.
A round of applause for the ICANN team. Wasn't it a nice session? Good discussions there. Anyway, and thank you also for keeping us ahead of time by another 17 minutes. Thank you. At this point, we are moving into the ICPT review. There is going to be a panel discussion and presentation for an hour. They will discuss the aspect of RIR governance, document consultation. The session will be conducted and moderated by Mrs. Madhvi Gokul. Madhvi, you're welcome to the stage.
Good afternoon. Are you tired? All right, I tried negotiating for the 17 minutes extra, but Susan said you would like to freshen up before the cocktail. So we have 1 hour. Okay. For this session, I know it's late, but I'd like you to pay very close attention to the speakers today, all right? It's very important. Since Monday, you've been hearing about the bottom-up process, where the community drives some of the work, okay, that makes up this internet ecosystem. Bottom-up meaning ICANN staff, Does it mean ICANN staff, Afrinic staff, or does it mean you who are part of the technical community? It's you, right? Okay, please pay very close attention. Keep your phones ready in case you would like to take pictures of some of the information that will be provided to you. You may be provided with links to some documents if you have not seen them yet. So please pay attention. All right, so I'm Madhvi Gokul. You must have heard me since Monday. And no, it's not the last time you're seeing me, unfortunately. So the topic that will be discussed now is the ICP2 review, the RIR governance document consultation. Okay? For the record, ICP2, which is also called, is an acronym for the Internet Coordination Policy. It's a document that was adopted by ICANN in 2001 and which enabled two RIRs, two regional internet registries, LACNIC and Afrinic, to be accredited by ICANN, right? So at the moment, this document is under review. Under review by whom? By the ASOAC. Can someone tell us if you have heard the word ASOAC and RONC during this week? Yes? A show of hands? Alain? All right, you haven't been paying attention. Never mind, this will be a refresher for you, okay? So, please welcome 3 members of the ASOAC who have traveled thousands of kilometers to be with you today, to address to you, to talk to you, to explain to you what work they've been doing since October 2023 in regard to the ICP2 review. So coming up on stage, Andrei Robachevsky from the RIPE region, the ASOAC rep from the RIPE region, Hervé Clément, also from the RIPE region, and Maimura Akinori-san from the EPINIC region. We unfortunately do not have someone from the Afrinic region. Reason because the terms of the previous ASOAC members, the last one, the term ended in December 2023, and because of the governance issue, we could not have a representative from our community on the ASOAC. So without further ado, who is presenting first? Hervé.
I will first.
So I will hand the mic to Hervé, and then the presentation will be conducted by the 3 of you. Okay? All right? Like I said, have your phones ready, have your pens ready to note down your questions, and we'll make good use of the 1 hour that Susan has generously granted us. Thank you.
Thank you, Madhvi. First, I have a question in French. Qui est francophone? Okay, un peu. What I propose is my part is the introduction part. I will make the introduction part, that will be my part, in French, so that it will be a diversity something in terms of presentation. And after, I will give the floor to Akinori and Andre. I think we will speak in English. Yeah, okay.
If I can speak Japanese.
Thank you. Perhaps I can be, yeah, it will be better. ICP2 review. Vous m'entendez? C'est bon, parfait. Alors, je vais essayer de faire fonctionner correctement. Tac. Bah, Désolé. Suspense. So you manage? OK. Donc, Madhvi vous l'a dit, il y a beaucoup d'acronymes dans ce que nous sommes et ce qui nous compose. Le NRO-NC, Number Resource Organization, Number Council, c'est le groupe des 12 personnes actuellement que nous sommes, 3 venant de chacune des régions du monde, sauf l'Afrique, comme Madhvi le disait, mais grâce à la reconstitution de l'Executive Board, il va être possible bientôt, et je l'espère, d'avoir quelqu'un de l'Afrique, au mieux 3 personnes. Et ce serait bien d'ailleurs d'avoir quelqu'un de l'Afrique au moment où nous allons analyser les résultats issus de la consultation présente au mois de novembre prochain. Et ce groupe que nous sommes, le NRO-NC, remplit les fonctions de ce qu'on appelle l'ASO-ECI. L'ASO, c'est une supporting organization de l'ICANN. Addressing Supporting Organization, Address Council. Et à côté du NRO-NC, il y a le NRO-ICI, Executive Council, qui est composé des 4 directeurs actuels des registres Internet régionaux. Donc on est là, c'est une Supporting Organization, l'ASO. Donc on est là pour donner des recommandations ou répondre aux questions du board de l'ICANN. 12 membres actuellement, mais normalement 15. Donc on donne des conseils au board de l'ICANN où on répond à leurs questions. Quand il y a des global policy, alors des global policy, c'est des policies, des règles de gestion qui sont communes à chacune des régions et qui traitent du lien entre l'IANA et les registres Internet régionaux. Donc on est là pour vérifier que l'adoption s'est bien passée. On nomme 2 directeurs de l'ICANN parmi la vingtaine qui existent, les sièges numéro 9 et 10. Nous avons actuellement Alan Barrett, qui est un ancien CEO de l'Afrique, et Christian Kaufmann, qui est l'ancien directeur de l'Executive Board du RIPE-NCC. Et on nomme une personne au Nominating Committee de l'ICANN. Donc c'est le comité qui est là pour élire d'autres personnes au sein de l'ICANN. On se réunit tous les mois, virtuellement, et nos meetings sont ouverts à tout le monde. Donc si vous allez sur le site de l'ASO, vous pourrez voir les dates de meeting actuellement. Et on se réunit au moins une fois par an en physique. Voilà. Et puis le travail principal qu'on a actuellement, c'est ce fameux travail sur l'ICP2, dont Madhvi vous a donné la définition de l'acronyme. On peut passer au slide suivant, Wayne, s'il te plaît. Et comme il est mieux d'avoir des visages sur les noms qui sont donnés, donc voilà les personnes, les conseillers qui composent actuellement le conseil de l'ASO ECI. Normalement, vous devriez reconnaître les gens qui sont sur scène. Slide suivant. Pourquoi revisiter ce document qui s'appelle ICP2? Donc des ICP, il y en a 3, et donc il y a le deuxième qui concerne les adresses IP, la gestion de l'adressage, et plus particulièrement, c'est un document qui a été adopté en 2001 et qui liste les critères pour la création d'un registre Internet régionaux. Et grâce à ce document, là on le voit en bas, sur le tableau, le LACNIC a été créé donc pour l'Amérique centrale et l'Amérique du Sud en 2002 et l'AFRINIC a été créé, lui, en 2005, sachant que le RIPE-NCC a été créé en 1992, ensuite l'APNIC pour l'Australie, la Chine, l'Inde, le Japon, etc. L'ARIN pour les États-Unis et le Canada a été créé en 1997, ensuite l'ICANN, donc finalement l'ICANN n'est pas si ancien que ça, et c'est en 2001 que l'ICANN a adopté l'ICP2. Slide suivant. Ce document, l'ICP2, date de 2001. En 2023, ça faisait déjà 22 ans qu'il existait. Donc, il a paru nécessaire de mettre à jour ce document. Et en octobre 2023, donc ça va bientôt faire 2 ans, le NRO ici, donc l'ensemble des 4 directeurs des régions, nous a demandé à nous, le Conseil, de mettre à jour ce document. Alors, sur 2 points particuliers. déjà, c'est le deuxième point, c'est la mise à jour des différents critères qui permettent la création d'un registre régional, mais c'est aussi d'utiliser ces critères pour la création d'un registre régional, mais également pour suivre ou supporter la vie continue d'un registre Internet régional, et enfin, en cas très extrême, de pouvoir fermer un registre, mais ça après plein de conditions particulières. Donc voilà les deux tâches que nous a demandé le NRO ici. Tu peux aller au slide suivant. Voilà, donc ça c'est à peu près un résumé de l'agenda de notre travail concernant ce travail que nous a demandé le NRO ici. En octobre 2024, soit quand même un an, parce qu'il a fallu quand même beaucoup de travail après la demande originale du NRO ici, on a publié un ensemble de 24 principes cœurs concernant ce nouveau document. Ce premier document a été publié pour une première consultation, consultation auprès des régions, donc des communautés des régions dont vous, et également auprès des organisations de l'ICANN et de la communauté de l'ICANN. Donc on a eu de premiers résultats, ce qui a permis d'écrire un document qui s'appelle ICP2 Principal Consultation Report, donc ça c'est l'analyse des résultats. Un document qui s'appelle REAR Governance Document a été mis en consultation au printemps dernier. De nouveau, on a eu des résultats et des outputs des communautés, dont vous, ce qui a permis de créer un nouveau document le 28 août dernier, et c'est ce document qui est actuellement en consultation, et vous verrez après, il y a tous les liens qui permettent pour vous d'accéder à ce document et de donner toutes les remarques que vous voulez sur celui-ci. On peut passer au slide suivant. Ben voilà justement, les slides, ils seront disponibles sur le site de l'AIS, j'imagine, en fait vous les aurez. Donc voilà les différents QR codes qui permettent d'accéder aux documents dont je vous ai parlé. On peut ensuite continuer. Voilà, et puis ça c'est le résumé sous forme de schéma du travail qu'on a effectué et de où on en sommes. Et donc là, on est dans la partie, donc ça se lit à partir de la gauche en haut. On continue comme ça et on est sur la partie bleue, Final Review. Et on espère qu'après cette revue, donc encore une fois, on va prendre en compte les remarques que vous produirez pour produire on espère, du moins, tout dépend des remarques, un dernier document qui pourra ensuite être adopté par l'ICANN. Ensuite, voilà. Donc là, c'est vraiment le QR code qui permet d'aller vers le dernier document, celui qui est en consultation. Ensuite, voilà, ça c'est un ensemble de liens pareils, parce qu'on a donc publié ce document. On a publié un document qui permet de voir avec des marques de révision qui permet de voir les différences avec le document d'avant. On a publié un document qui permet d'expliquer pourquoi on a fait telle ou telle modification et pourquoi il y a certaines remarques qui n'ont pas été prises en compte parce que principalement elles étaient hors du scope du travail. Et puis il y a un implementation document, c'est un document qui permet de dire voilà comment les registres Internet régionaux pourront travailler, pourront fonctionner pour prendre en compte l'ensemble des remarques liées à ce document. Slide suivant. Donc l'idée, c'est que on attend vos retours, on attend vos remarques. C'est ça qui est vital parce que Madhvi en parlait tout à l'heure. Qu'est-ce qui est important et qu'est-ce qui est légitime? C'est la communauté, c'est vous, pour la légitimité de ce document, encore une fois. Et voilà ce qu'on attend de vous. Et l'idée, c'est d'avoir des remarques constructives, bien entendu. And now, I give the floor to Akinori.
Merci, Jeff. Okay, I am continuing this presentation in English. My name is Akinori Maimura. Asia Pacific region appointed to the SOAC. So we are doing this review based upon the consultation to the each RIR community. We started, as Elbe mentioned, we started with the consultation of the principal draft, and then based upon the consultation on the principal draft, we drafted the first version of draft of the RIO governance document. And now that feedback on that first version of draft, we revised our draft to the version 2. Now the version 2 draft is available, and then please have a look. And then if you had any findings, please let us know. Then I will walk you through to the overview of the revision from version 1 to version 2. So this is the quite overview of this. Then from version 1 to version 2, we have some change in the title. It's a title. We had some feedback which tells that the title is a little bit different in nuance. Then we fix that. That's the title. Another thing, preamble. We have the preface, preamble, the text in the beginning. We had 6 lines of preamble in the draft version 1, and then we now have 38 lines of the preamble. So it is really enriched, and then in order for us to provide you much more context, and then some background for you to understand better. Sorry. One page back, please. Thank you very much. And the third point is the implementation procedures. That's it is quite newly added. And then why we added the implementation procedures? Because the many feedback tells that this ICP draft version 1 is not enough. Well, what will happen if in case of this and in case of that? But actually, that kind of points, almost all of such a question is for the implementation. The ICP is the so to say policy. It's it provides the policy how we deal with the recognition and then operations, and we don't really need that, but the recognition. So implementation procedures are now provided to tell you that the implementation detail will be the independently documented afterward. Next, please. Then another key changes in the part of the recognition and the derecognition. We added some protections in recognition and the recognition procedures. It is really hard to pronounce. That's in the version 1, we provided that recognition and the derecognition need unanimous support from the other RIR, but it is a little bit for our sense, and then which is supported by the many feedback. It is a little bit hard boundary, so we change it to the not unanimous approval for the recognition and the recognitions. And the second part is the audits and the proposals. New criteria for the RIR members or ICANN to request ad hoc audits for proposing the recognition. So ad hoc means that we provided in version 1 we provided the regular ad hoc to maintain the operational quality of the RIR. But sometimes the community member may want to check the operation quality is met or not. So this is some added for the audit. And another part is the emergency continuity, which is if we don't want that, but if certain RIL to be derecognized, we anticipate that we may have some gap between the RIL to be derecognized to the new RIL. So in that, we stipulated that some degree of the detail for the emergency continuity part. Next slide, please. Another point of concern from the community feedback is the ICANN's role. ICANN is the final approver of the recognition and derecognition, but the RIL were quite, have maintained the balance of the between the RIL and the ICANN. So some feedback pointed out that that's some, ICANN is too strong in decision-making process or vice versa. Then we clarify what ICANN can do and what ICANN should do, or what RILs in RO will do. So this is quite a clarification. Then that we believe that this all these revision will better fit to the community's request and communities. So next slide, please. From now on, this presentation is going into the detail of each part, and then I am now handing this microphone over to Andre.
Thank you, Akinori, and hi, everyone. And thank you for this nice overview. So we'll dig a little bit more deeper into the details of the changes. And of course, the changes from the principles to the version 1 of the governance document that was significant. I mean, the whole format from principles to the document was a big step. These changes are smaller, but they are not less significant. So please pay attention. I also would like to stress that most of the changes, if not all of them, were introduced because of your feedback, including feedback from this community. So that's very important that this feedback continues. Because we are not really defenders of this document. We are co-sharing the editorial function with you all, so that's why I'm presenting this document here. All right, so let's talk about the sort of overview, the title, preamble, and roles, and implementation procedures. Akinori mentioned that, but I would like to provide slightly more detail. Next slide, please. Well, the title, the whole title of the document changes. It's not ICP2, if you noticed, because ICP2, it's an old series. It's not supported by ICANN anymore. And we thought we need to give a more meaningful name to the document, and that's why the document called the name on as a governance document. Slight change. I think operation better describes the nature, and that was requested by the community, so we changed the maintenance of the registry to operation. Next slide. Now, a more significant change, preamble. Indeed, preamble is much more extended, and that's necessary to understand the context for this document, because the area system is a bit trickier for those who are not really sort of engaged and involved in it. You might think that the system is hierarchical, but it's not, because the authority in the area system doesn't come from ICANN, it does come from local regional communities. So the preamble, it tries to express this peculiarity of the system and why some of the decisions are not as straightforward as you would think in a purely hierarchical system. And we hope we try to convey that. So please read the preamble and see if it rightly reflects that nature of the system we are operating. It also sets the goals of the document, why we need this document more clearly. So for this we needed more words, and that's why preamble is slightly longer. Next slide. Akinori mentioned the implementation procedures, and we got a lot of feedback. Hey, well, you mentioned this and this and this, but how is this really implemented? And it's not a place for more detail in this high-level document, because otherwise, well, slight changes will need to be reflected in the changes document. That sort of limits our ability to evolve. But instead, we more clearly articulated the details of how a particular requirement is implemented in the document is subject to implementation procedures that will be developed. We didn't name those implementation procedures, but some of the areas are pretty clear. The areas on the recognition, derecognition, and areas of audit, areas of emergency continuity, those areas need to be developed, detailed in the operational procedure. So we mentioned them in the document. Next slide, please. Okay, so recognition and derecognition. Next slide, please. Well, a picture says more than 1,000 words. So here's a picture of this process. And the process is in principle very straightforward. Someone generates a proposal. It is considered by all areas, not collectively. Areas consider this individually, and they make a recommendation for or against. If all of them provide positive recommendation for the recognition, it goes to the approval process, and ICANN makes a final decision, mostly looking at whether the process was followed, but based on the positive recommendation by the areas. If areas are not all of them provided positive recommendation, then the proposal is rejected. And that point was, the community was not very comfortable with that unanimity. It was a bit of a discussion, subject for the discussion, because people said, well, are you sure you can always achieve unanimity? There might be conditions when area might not be able to provide recommendations, for instance. Or there might be area, for instance, for the recognition of a new area. You know, the whole world is now divided. So the new area will certainly get some parts of the region of another area. So that another area, affected area, may not be as happy as others to sort of provide positive recommendation. So we introduce another stage, which is recognition review. Next slide, please. Okay, well, that slide actually explains what I just explained about this unanimity, and we provide a mechanism to be able to identify a so-called dissenting area, the area that is against that particular recognition, and conditions under which this area, its recommendation can be overridden. Next slide, please. And again, I refer to a picture because it conveys this better. So this is extension of this recognition or reconsideration phase. So if there is no unanimity, if one area is against, then the candidate area can file an objection. An objection is based on the fact that the assessment that that area did was not based on real facts and the judgment was not objective. An independent third party, again, that was a request from the community that independent third party reviews that stuff and makes a report, a recommendation. And if they confirm that this one area really didn't base their decisions on fact and didn't make an objective judgment on the recognition process, then there is a possibility for reversal when this negative recommendation is overridden and ICANN, again, it goes to final decision by ICANN, hopefully the area is recognized. You might ask, but please read the process in more detail. You might ask why we need this complexity. Because recognition and derecognition are very impacting events, right? So we need to be very careful how we balance the whole system so the system continues to operate in a coherent manner. There's another thing that by increasing the number of areas, it increases the cost of cooperation. The whole system is based on cooperation, it's a cooperative system. So adding a new player, it shouldn't weaken the links between the area. That's why we felt it's very important that in ideal case, there is full consensus, there is agreement among all the parties that a new member of the family is entering, right? So we're not creating a condition where it's sort of, you know, there's certain conditions that might prevent this collaboration or weaken those collaborative links. Next slide, please. Derecognition. Well, derecognition, it's a similar process. And in derecognition and consideration phase, we still require unanimity, not we, but the document requires unanimity. And again, approval, decision, and ICANN final decision. And again, areas are not acting in concert. They are individually reviewing this by the ways that they choose. It might be a community consultation, it might be a board decision, and provide this recommendation. Okay? Next slide, please. So there were some concerns that there need to be extra safeguards because derecognition is a very, again, very impactful event. So there must be some safeguards, and the document, the new version, provides them. So, for instance, in the proposal, the rationale and details is required. So you can't just say, hey, I propose derecognize this area, and then the whole process starts. No. Opportunity for the affected or the area that is about to be recognized to publicly respond, and publicly is very important. All the processes that we're describing, they're very transparent and documented. So it's not just the areas doing this business. The whole communities are watching that and have an opportunity to intervene. And transparency. So ICANN has to publish reasons for their decision. Okay, next slide, please. Who can generate a derecognition proposal? So what was added is a new threshold, and the threshold is defined by two parameters. It's either 2,000 members or 25% of the membership of the area. And the reason for this is that in different areas, in different regions, membership is counted differently, right? Not all resource holders can be members, for instance. They're voting members, they're non-voting members. So to make it more consistent across the board, those two parameters, sort of boundary conditions, were created. It also allows, there was also several requests from the community that ICANN can initiate if there's a motivated reason for that, initiate the recognition process. Now, initiating of the recognition process doesn't mean the recognition, right? You saw the process just to kick off the overall review, which might stop at the first phase. Next slide, please. Okay, audits. That's very important because ultimately what we want, we don't want to derecognize an area, but we want to capture conditions that might lead in the future for the derecognition of the area as early as possible. And one of the ways for this is audits. And there are two types of audits. There are periodic audits and there are ad hoc audits. And I'll talk about this a little bit. Next slide, please. So regular audit, it's a certain cadence. And community said, well, it should be regular. So you don't have an excuse. Oh, I forgot about this audit. I didn't do this audit. So it's really sort of routine procedure. Even if it might be expensive, that's very important for the well-being on the whole system. And the thing is, the main objective of the document is not the well-being of the area necessarily, but the well-being of the whole system. Of course, it's a sum of well-beings of all areas. So frequency is specified, and in this document it's specified as 3 years. So no less than in 3 years, each area has to do an audit. And again, you would ask, and what does audit entail? I mean, what kind of parameters are audited? That is going to be specified in implementation procedures. So this document says the boundary conditions under which the implementation procedures will be developed. So look at this document from this perspective, please. Next slide. Ad hoc audits, right? Well, 3 years, maybe not a long term, but sometimes there is a necessity to assess current performance of an area on ad hoc basis. We are not sort of specifying specific scenarios, but we're specifying conditions under which the audit can be requested. It's either other areas by majority decision can request an audit of another area, or again, 2,025% of membership can request an audit of their own area. Next slide. Emergency continuity. Again, that was a lot of feedback from the community concerned how the document can ensure, how what kind of safeguards can be provided to ensure that there is continuity. Whatever happens, the main operations of the area are not interrupted, which is, yeah, absolutely normal. So this is not the recognition. Emergency continuity, it's really force majeure. For instance, well, consider, you know, some disaster, for instance. And you're not preparing for disaster, right? You prepare beforehand, not when disaster happens. So the emergency continuity sets conditions what need to be done. So when disaster happens, we are all prepared. We all as a system. Mechanisms to quickly and smoothly transfer areas' responsibility to so-called emergency operator. That's a new entity in the document. It might be many entities that can take over this stuff. So they should be on standby. They should be able to take those operations over. It requires, there are high requirements for transparency and unanimity because it's a big decision. It's time limited, right? It can be extended, but again, there are a lot of decisions going on, and these decisions are public. There are also consultation, that's maybe on the next slide. So could you please go to the next slide? Yeah, so those are protections. So the emergency continuity cannot be a derecognition in disguise, right? It's a completely separate process with separate objective to sustain operations of the area. Rational limitation, 90 days, possibility of extension, and post-mortem. So after the period has finished, there should be lessons learned, there should be report, again published, yeah, so we can all learn from what worked, what didn't work. Okay, next slide, please. And there were other things that do not sort of group in one big category, but still very important. Rectification. So when changes are introduced to the document, what is the period for the areas to make their practices or their documents conformant in compliance? And there were requests to specify a period, like, 6 months or 3 years. There were different suggestions. But of course, the length of the grace period strongly depends on the nature of changes, right? If change is minor, we may say, well, in 1 month, you have to update your, best practices document. If you need to update your bylaw, that might require more time. So what this document says that when a proposal and change is introduced to this document, it should also contain a grace period. So it's part of the change. So we all can review, this is a change and there is a commitment to implement this change within a certain period of time. Now, this area governance document, it's a big change to the ICP2, so it should follow the same rule. And for this document, the proposal is 3 years. In 3 years, all areas should make their practices and their structures aligned and conformant with this document. Now, we specifically do not mention policies because resource policies, resource allocation policies, are internal community matter with the area. So areas cannot commit to that. It's community that should commit. So policies are outside the scope of this document. You will not see number resource policies somehow regulated by this document. Next slide, please. dispute resolution. And I think we discussed this yesterday, that dispute resolution is a very important component in the governance structure. So that's another requirement in the ongoing criteria for the areas, that they have effective dispute resolution mechanism that allows smooth resolution of those conflicts potential. Next slide. Good faith. So I mentioned the system works based on cooperation and based on good faith. I think if this deteriorates, we would probably need a different system on different principles. So good faith is very important, and we try to reinforce this by having a separate article in the area governance document. Next slide. Right, and that's the so far for the changes. So these are reminders. This document is up for your review and your feedback. It is published and waiting for your feedback till 7th of November. The different versions you will find the final version, you'll find the changes, the red line version of the document. There is also a summary of changes in rationale. This document is also helpful because it provides more detail than this presentation on why those changes were introduced, what specific feedback from the community caused those changes. And also this document mentions feedback from the community that didn't make into document and the rationale why we considered this feedback, but we didn't make any changes in the document nevertheless. Next slide, please. Right, and yeah, I finished my part, and I guess we open the floor, or would you like to continue moderating? And thank you for your attention.
All right, we have 15 minutes for questions. Can we have the in-room questions first? Please line up at the mic. And for the online questions, Susan? Okay, Mr. Hilali, please go ahead. You speak in French?
No, I will try to speak English. Sorry,
okay.
I wrote my question in English, so one of three of you can respond. So my question is, could you clarify the real impacts of ICANN now being able to propose the recognition on its own? And could you explain how this compares to the two situations where the recognition or ad hoc audit are launched by RIR members or other RIR? In particular, what criteria might lead ICANN to act, and how do the consequences differ between audits started by ICANN and those initiated by the community or by the members? Je peux reposer la question en français?
Si tu veux.
Enfin, comme actuellement vous avez parlé du document qui est mis en place, au sein de l'ICANN, il y a une grande discussion autour de ça. Ma question, c'est quelles sont les implications pratiques du fait que l'ICANN puisse désormais soumettre sa propre proposition de la déreconnaissance d'un RIR? Quels sont les critères? Parce que ce que j'ai compris dans les exposés que vous avez faits, c'est soit l'ICANN, avec ce document, soit par les membres du RIR. C'est-à-dire 25%, si j'ai bien compris, aux 2000 membres. Donc, y a-t-il des critères spécifiques pour ça, pour une telle initiative de la part de l'ICANN? Et comment initier un audit? Est-ce que c'est l'ICANN? Est-ce que c'est les membres? Ou les deux? Chacun peut le faire. Et puis, quelles sont, peut-être je n'ai pas compris, quelles sont les conséquences par la suite lorsque l'audit est préparé, est envoyé, et qu'il y a des problèmes au sein d'un RIR? C'était mes deux questions.
Okay, thank you, Aziz. First, I will try to share with my colleagues what I think I have understood from your question very briefly. So it's so the fact that regarding this new document, and in this new document, the ICANN has a new role, perhaps a slightly more important than it was in the last documents, but it's a framed role. And Aziz was asking, so if there are criteria for the ICANN to launch a process of derecognition or something, or to start a discussion, or to launch an audit, or something on what could be the consequences on that. So it's more an operational question you have around all that mechanism. So I will start answering, and I will let Akinori and Andre complete my answer. So we tried to find, regarding the outputs we had from the other consultation, we tried to find a balance between the role of every organization of this multi-stakeholder process, something. So there could be limit in the way that decision or launch or something, only launch of, not the final decision, could be only go from the community and from the regional internet registry. But the ICANN could have a role as well. In terms of criteria, that's something that can be hooked further. There will be other documents that will describe the real mechanism of how it will launch. And if the ICANN decide something, after there will be a lot of mechanism that will provide the regional internet registry or the other actors to counterbalance this if there could be a disagreement or not. I don't know if I was very precise in my answer, but it's to be developed.
Yeah, just to add two things. One thing is the inclusion of ICANN was logical because areas can initiate this derecognition proposal. So ICANN is also party to this game. Therefore, ICANN can also originate. Everything should be public, and rationale for this decision should be very clear. On the ICANN decision, there is a specific article on limitation on ICANN decisions. So, for instance, if areas do not recommend to derecognize an area, ICANN cannot make a contrary decision and derecognize the area, and other way around. If the areas are against recognizing an area, then ICANN cannot override this decision, this recommendation, collective recommendation, and make the opposite decision. So there are some safeguards there. But I invite you to read the document. If you feel that this need to be strengthened, and not in operational procedures, as Hervé mentioned, but in the document itself, please provide this feedback.
Maybe a little bit of the side step for this discussion. At this time, that ICANN can initiate or request the ad hoc audit, then that's provided so. But I don't think we have such a process ICANN to determine the kick off the ad hoc audit, and then I am only curious how I can implement the process. But maybe ICANN board can determine such a resolution with some study by the ICANN org, and then based on something. But that's just my imagination. Maybe ICANN need to make up the process like that.
Okay, thank you. Professor Ni?
I am curious about your question.
Oh, then I will not ask a question, I'll make a comment. Okay, well, thanks very much. I'm sure we'll have some more questions regarding this ICANN role, but it will come from others. My role is to thank you for reaching out to the Afrinic community. My role is to reach out to the Afrinic community. Thank you for the reaching out to the Afrinic community, the region, and also your participation starting from Mauritius regarding this engagement. So you've been with the AIS for some time, and I think we need to point out that in spite of us not having representation, you've been coming to us, and for some of us, that's important. It shows that you are doing your very best to make the process as reasonable and participatory as you come from the region. We shall submit a written report, okay? We've read it a number of times, and every time we walk away with some small headache here and there, which means that we will have to ask more detailed questions. But my other colleagues will do that. Now, my general comment. We know the problem that you are faced with is difficult, because on the one hand, somebody delegates something to you, and then you say, my friends will now be the ones to tell me how to kind of work with it. Okay, you got it from somewhere, and then you are saying, my friends will help me work with it. So it's a bit some way, and so we are not surprised. Now, version 2 seems to be trying to address maybe too many concerns, okay, raised in version 1. And it became, to an extent, more prescriptive, because you are adding more specifics, a little bit more, okay, and complex and maybe difficult to implement. Okay. I'm saying things like emergency operator and all kinds of things there, which I don't know will go as far as emergency operator for my PDP, for example. I don't know. You know, I'm saying it's getting deeper and deeper. And it's beginning, therefore, you know, to an extent, look like a corporate governance, which in a way violates the spirit of the loose and stable RR system, because now it's becoming a little bit, and I don't know if that's the direction we want to go. The new framework is, while it's trying to strengthen the governance of the RR, may introduce other vulnerabilities, okay? So we need to really think through that. And through the complications and the heavy compliance requirements, I tend to think so. ICP2 did not mention life cycle of an IRR, assuming that it should continue to provide services as long as requested. Don't you think that simply mentioning the notion of a life cycle of an IRR, it puts the IRR at risk? Because if you mention life cycle, it will go away sometime. You've shifted from, you've soft pedaled back from it cannot go away to it may go away. So it means I may have to go to multiple IRRs. You know, it's beginning to create some questions in my mind. The document is less and less framework, and in my opinion, becoming more an implementation document. If that is the intention, it's also fine, but I wish you were not shifting into the implementation, but remaining in that framework. So those are my general comments, but I'm sure my colleagues here will give you some specifics to explain why I have taken this position. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Prof. It's always very interesting to hear from your remark or your philosophical view, I would say, about the document, because it gives another view, because when you work in a specific document, in a specific subject, you are like everybody with so a line you try to follow, and it's good sometimes to have a higher view on what we are doing. There could be different answer to your remarks. So you tell about two perspectives something, too much implementation, but in the other way, so you can hear other people from the community saying that, oh, finally it's too vague because, so I wanted to have more and more details about what it is. So, but finally I love the consensus way to adopt policies, to adopt documents, and I really hope that within the Afrinic community we will restart the process of discussing of policy, which is another way, and I saw that Alain is very, and you very passionate about that as well. So that's the interest of the work, definitely. And one more time, so what you said is very precious for us. Thank you.
Yeah, no, I totally agree. Just to add to what Hervé said, I think the intention was not to create a contract from this document, from this framework, but to make the statement as precise as possible. So avoid misinterpretation. Because if you look at ICP2, it's a discussion document. It's really not well, you wouldn't even call it a framework, but that comes from the fact that back in 2000, we all spoke the same language. I mean, in the sense that we all understood the system. It was sort of in the blood of the community. Now, I think community has changed. If you look at all resource holders, the environment has changed, right? The newcomers might be different and might not speak the same language. So I think being articulate and being clear and avoid ambiguity is a way to go. As I said, the document sets the boundary conditions, right? Not everything can be expressed there, and that's counterproductive, right? As you said, maybe we went too far, and maybe some things need to be, deleted from this document and sent to implementation procedures. But so this is a balance, and we welcome this feedback because community has more saying on this document than I think on implementation procedures, which are more internal. So this is the borderline, right? If you think that's very important, it should be in this document, and the community should provide the feedback. If you think that, well, it's not really important how you implement as soon as that line is drawn, then, yeah, I agree. It can be simplified and go to implementation procedures.
Just a brief comment. Actually, in our discussion in ASOAC, the policy or implementation is a really, really big team. And we actually have a multitude of that kind of discussion to produce this draft too. So your comment is really point right there. Thank you very much, Prof.
Thank you. We have 2 more minutes. Do you have any questions online? No? Okay. Alain? Go ahead, Alain.
I have to speak. Okay, yes. I have many things, but we will submit the full things via email. But yes, just to follow on the discussion, the ongoing discussion between policy and implementations, and like Andre has said, yes, the context has changed, okay? But I think we recently learned from the IANA transition, you remember, we signed some contract on the number and name things. But when you look at that, the contract there is not that prescriptive, like you must have emergency operators like this. He said the IANA service, number service provider should have a plan. Okay, so the plan in Africa may not be the plan in Europe, the plan, but we should meet a certain requirement. Okay, so instead of saying you must have so I think that the document here is, like Prof said, and like you agree, seems to be prescriptive something, instead of saying you need to have a plan for business continuity, which must allow you to do this, that, okay? But how do I provide this plan should maybe follow the reality of the region. Otherwise, we may end up in a situation where what worked for you in ripe regions may not work for me in Africa. So, but we all need to have a plan. But the plan will work for me because maybe I have 2,000 members, you have 6,000 members. Okay, your plan may be different from my plan, for example, okay, in terms of when we develop the plan, but we shall all have a plan. So these kind of things also, but the rest we will submit by, I will submit by email.
Thank you, Alain. Very interesting, one more time. There was a presentation from Carlos this morning, so about the way the ICANN was working, about the different organizations. And he says something like, so when you are from a specific region, when you go to a supporting organization or AC in the ICANN, finally you are part of this global organization and you don't think from or about your specific region, but globally. And perhaps it's a mistake or we were wrong in something, I don't think so, but when we discuss together in the council, and one more time, we wish very soon to have people from Africa, definitely. When we speak together, I think we think globally. But perhaps there are some things so we don't think because we have habits from our region, of course, but definitely the idea. I am from the RIPE NCC service region, but it's not the point when I am part of the ASOAC.
Yes, just to elaborate on the things, when you look at the document and you said, I need to appoint an emergency registry operators, okay? Then we can debate. Where do I put this? The registry operator should be from the regions or it can be anywhere. Shall the successor of the registry in case of the recognition must be in the regions or not necessarily be in the region? So there are some elements in there we may want to discuss. Because you are putting that I need to have this and there may be a successor. But you are not telling me if the successor will be in the regions or not. If the successor is not in the region, how do I reestablish in the region? Because, for example, I'm not saying, let's say, if you de-recognize, then you move to a successor. If the successor in somewhere, okay, on the air, I want to bring it home. So there are some things in there. So are you planning to go to that extent, or you want each area regions to have this succession plan?
Well, that's a very good question. This is in fact continuum, right? Because once you start this, you will stop until everything is detailed, right? Now, your question is where you draw the line, where sort of where you leave it to the area governance document and what goes into implementation procedures. Exactly. That's judgment. So your feedback is very important. I think here is this a global condition that everyone need to abide, right? Then it should be in the governance document. Is it dependent on local conditions, right? So there's leeway for an area to make their own mind, then it should go into implementation procedures, right? Now, if we got it wrong, let us know, okay? And what examples that you said, concrete examples are most appreciated because that gives us tangible feedback and allows us to discuss this further. Thank you.
We have one more question. Last one.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much for the presentation. I have a question. Why does the new governance document require all areas to align their practices and structure within 3 years? And how does it distinguish between governance requirement and resources allocation policies? You know, Afrinic has a problem. Why do you require 3 years? Thank you.
I'm not sure I understood very well, sorry.
Should I read it again?
Yes, please, repeat your question.
Yeah, because I'm a French guy, so, you know. Why does the new governance document require all areas to align their practice and structure within 3 years? Okay. And then how does it distinguish between governance and requirements and resources allocations? It's okay?
Yeah, thank you. So on the first question, the 3 years was a grace period that was defined for the changes introduced compared to ICP2, right? And that's a commitment from the areas, right? Areas need to sort of agree on this document and agree on 3 years. So if they agree, then they have 3 years to, for instance, if emergency operator is the requirement in this document, they need to select the emergency operator, things like that. And this comes from the fact that, as we said in the document, any amendment to this document should provide a clear timeline for the implementation by all areas, right? So that gives, first of all, some time for areas, even if they are non-compliant, not to be sort of treated as non-compliance, really. For these 3 years, they have time to be non-compliant, but it also sets a clear deadline for the whole system to be fully compliant. On the number resource policies, that's outside the scope, right? Number resource policies are governed by completely different processes. It's local processes and it's global policy development process. And this document doesn't have any influence on this. So that's outside the scope.
Thank you very much. So you will receive inputs from Professor Ni and Alain Aina. They've committed to that. Now, I've put up this slide because I know most of you are not on the ICP2 review mailing list. It's free. It's free to join, okay? You have all the documentation now to go through and provide your feedback. Like I said, it's a bottom-up process, all right? So we need to hear from you. If you're feeling shy, then you can group together in the NOGs, in the ISOC chapters, at the exchange points. But please come forward and provide your feedback. Now, I don't see a lot of you taking a picture of that, and I'm not happy. You have to negotiate with Susan. Open mic tomorrow, perhaps, Alain? You'll be here tomorrow? No, okay. Tomorrow is ISOC day, though. But Alain, please please feel free to speak with the three gentlemen here. Thank you very much for your attention. So we'll close the session now. Please join me in a round of applause for our three ASCO-OSCE members. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. It is now evening. We were doing well with the time until Alain came in the room. But anyway, just a few announcements. Tomorrow is ISOC Day, and in the afternoon, we'll be having the closing ceremony for the AIS 2025. And the ISOC Day will take place here starting from 9 o'clock. You have by now received an invitation for the cocktail, AIS 25 cocktail in your inboxes. The time says 6:30, and I know some of you might want to go freshen up and come. So kindly do that as fast as possible. That's why you see you had me chase Madvi out of here. Anyway, I also want to remind you that even as you come for the cocktail, remember to carry your badge. It is your entry. Number two, there are people who've asked me about pictures. All AIS pictures from day one, Monday, to now are now available for your download and for your viewing, and also for your sharing on our Flickr. Flickr is Flickr. You type Africa Internet Summit on Flickr, you will get all images. So feel free to download. And when you share, remember to tag us at AIS_Africa on X, and we'll appreciate. Also, we will be sharing a survey for both on-site and online participants. We would like to improve your experience in the next AIS, and only you who have experienced AIS can cause us to improve to improve, and we depend on you. We only ask for 2 minutes of your time to quickly fill in a survey that will come into your inbox, and by tomorrow you will find QR codes everywhere asking you to fill the survey and give us your honest feedback so that we can improve this and upcoming AIS sessions. I am grateful for your time, and I hope to see you all in the cocktail, as well as see you tomorrow or during ISOC Day. I wish us all a good evening. Thank you.